Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete, stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
Hello everyone, it's playoffs time, baby, here at Game Changers EMEA 2023. Only 6 teams left from the initial 16s have made it out of the group stage and are here at playoffs to fight for a chance of greatness. I'm Gina, your host for today, joined on the desk by Naru Mizuki as well as Pilki. So welcome to the both of you. Sam, how are we feeling?
I'm super excited. I'm back again, baby. It's GC time. It is the best time of the year, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how the talent has grown in the last few months.
Absolutely. Pilski, welcome, by the way. I want to say you joined us from across the pond, but it's like multiple ponds that you'd have to cross, but welcome, nevertheless.
Yeah, it's a pretty big pond, you know, here in Down Under. This is prime gamer hours, and I'm keen to get into some of the action. Honoured, obviously, to be a part of the Game Changers broadcast, and what better region to cover than the premier tech FPS region that is Europe.
Ah, thank you. You're already giving us some compliments. The flattering, we love it. But yeah, Pilski is absolutely correct, because last year was an incredible year for Game Changers EMEA, for EMEA in general. But let's start off looking at what happened exactly, because we had 2 teams, Sam, that really dominated the stakes in terms of continuously winning Game Changers. We got G2 and GLD.
Yeah, so the graphic is slightly incorrect there. It was Guild that won stage 3, but nevertheless, the sentiment remains with G2 winning 2 stages back-to-back, and that was just last year. They were winning stages before that. And then, of course, Guild coming in to nab them of that final victory in the 3rd Game Changers. That being said, at the international LAN, it was G2 who rose above, and Guild unfortunately went out a little early.
Yeah, exactly. But still, you know, great for EMEA in general, but in terms of having these players being able to show up, there's a lot of things that are going on behind the scenes to give these teams this opportunity to do so. So this year, we decided, you know, in the spirit of giving players a chance to make these first steps to be able to compete, we're going to change it up a little bit, because why not? We have the regional events that are going on at the moment where you can compete in your own region. These will then be feeding into the Game Changers contenders. And all in all, when we're looking at VCT Game Changers EMEA, it's its own event, and we had to fill out the remaining 11 teams because 5 were invited, Pilski. And with 16 teams that we had coming through, I mean, it was a competition in the group stage for sure.
Yeah, look, down here in Oceania, I'm kind of used to, you know, rock up on a Saturday morning and maybe you get a couple of BO1s to see if you can qualify for something. But this is obviously a lot of different opportunities, and, you know, you have your emergent tournaments, you have your open qualifier tournaments, lots of opportunities for some of these girls to show what they're made of and actually make their way into the top tier of the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a very important thing to have. And Sam, you've kind of been around for a while. You've seen a couple of the iterations in terms of how the pathway leading into Game Changers is going. I mean, for this year, with the amount of opportunities, how excited are you to see so much Game Changers action?
Honestly, it makes me so happy to see how this scene has flourished. Even going back before Game Changers, you had things like the Huntress Trials, the Girl House, you know, various other smaller women's tournaments that were trying to fill a gap. And then Riot came in and said, you know what? We're making this a thing, people. And those same players, along with like hundreds more, just arrived on the scene and have been absolutely phenomenal time after time, event after event. They've kept grinding and kept moving. And again, you know, the talent pool in EMEA is so vast. I love seeing how much these players have improved.
Yeah, speaking of improving and of the talent pool, if you've been living under a rock for some reason, which happens to the best of us, if you're not checking social media, you're not up to date, there is actually one of the Game Changer players, devilasxa, who's now moved on to a mixed team competing in the top tier level of VALORANT Spain, and that's VALORANT Rising. So we had a chance to sit down with her and have a little interview to see how she got there and how she feels about her career moving forward.
Se nos ha puesto como muchísimas más inseguridades a la hora de llegar a competir por falta de gente que haya arriba que diga, hostia, esa chica es buena, puedo llegar. Yo creo que es el camino a seguir para el VALORANT femenino, que se vayan introduciendo en equipos mixtos y en equipos con hombres para poder mejorar y seguir compitiendo, yo creo.
Quizá un poco optimista ahora Paula, pero puede hacerlo. ¡Y venga, Paula!
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the interview with devilasxa. When we're looking at Game Changers, it is main goal really to provide those participating with a platform and opportunity to grow, to develop, and to learn, with the opportunity to integrate themselves into the wider ecosystem. And we're here with devilasxa, who is a prime and main example of this, because you're now going to be competing on the highest level of VALORANT in the Spanish region, and that is Rising. So on Team Rebels, how does that feel?
For me, I'm very excited to be here, to play with the male team, to play in a really good league. I think it's an opportunity that without Rebels I couldn't have. And I think the most important thing I'm doing here is learn with them, learn with the boys, learn about how they play, about how they roll, about how they think, about everything they do. And I think that's all I want to do right now. So I'm focusing on just watching my bots, playing good, playing focus, try to performance like the best I can on the league. But yeah, the most important thing right now for me is learn.
Also the first woman to actually be competing in Ryzen, because there was before you Tuki on KC, but it was a stand-in, never actually got a chance to play. So what does that mean to you? Because for a lot of people watching, you are the role model for a lot of women and non-binary and just people who want to break into that scene.
For me, it's really important. I mean, I think it's the dream of every woman to play in the best level, and I think this is the best level I'm gonna play. They are really good. The teams on the league are really good, and I think they're gonna make me improve a lot. Yeah, I don't know. I just have to say thanks to Rebels to give me the opportunity.
In that regards, what do you think the importance is of having these spaces for women to be able to play competitively, and why do you think they're very necessary?
I think Game Changers is necessary because there's a lot of judgment on the woman. There's a lot of sexist people on this community, and I think Game Changers, it's useful because you see women and you see, oh, okay, they're not that bad. They are not bad because they're women. They are bad because they are less women than men playing this game.
So for those watching and those who are looking up to you, or maybe even those doubting you that think this is something that you would have never achieved, is there anything that you want to say to them and share with them?
I want to say there's a lot of women that are so insecure competing, and I was like that. And I think it's a lot of women because we are raised different, and that's okay. But I think we need to be more women playing, to be more role model, like to be more wanting to win. We need to be more competitive. We need to be more like wanted to fight all the games and wanted to win and not be like, oh, I don't care. I think that's what's missing on the feminine. People who wants to compete and people who wants to win. And I think there's a lot of women that for insecurity don't do it and don't be the best of them just for that. So I want to say that to all that women that want to compete and are unsure, like, I don't know, maybe I'm bad, maybe this is not for me, just try it. I think it's the best thing I ever do is try it and compete. And that's it. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for those very wise words. I absolutely agree. If you want to do something, just go for it. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. I hope you have a great rest of your day.
Thank you.
Yo, that was actually like an okay interview, Ginny. Congrats. You can pat yourself on the back, but let's talk about the fact that one of the things that's really standing out here, Sam, is she is the first player that's going to be heading into a mixed team, and the building block, the foundation of how she got there was Game Changers. So we're achieving the goal that we're setting out to achieve.
Yeah, honestly, I watched that video and I watched some of that interview, and like at the time, right? Like I got a little choked up, I'm not gonna lie. The scene means a lot to me. So it was really exciting to see that finally happening. And you know, we say the first woman, right? We know that Evil Geniuses in North America tried a mixed roster and it didn't work. And I think a part of that was that they tried to kind of force it. It was a little bit inorganic, right? This way, you know, devilasxa uses the stepping stone of Game Changers, exactly what this is all about. She uses it, she proves herself, she performs. She was on Rebels Velvet, which is part of obviously the Rebels organization. She showed them what she's made of in this platform, and they said, you know what, she's kind of fire.
Yeah.
And they promoted her up to their main roster, and this is how it should be done. This is how we want to see these things happening. And finally, EMEA will have their first real mixed team performing in that Challenger League for Rising, for the Rebels team. It's super, super exciting, and it is a huge step in the right direction for Game Changers.
Absolutely. And Pilsky, when we're looking at Rebels Velvet, unfortunately, they're not here in the playoffs. They didn't really have the best run in terms of Group A, which when we're looking at Group A specifically, Pilsky, I mean, look at BBL Queens. They are standing 7-0.
100%. You know, there's a couple of teams in this competition that throughout the group stage kind of put themselves head and shoulders above the rest, and obviously BBL Queens a perfect example of that. You know, not only are they 7-0, they've got a crazy round differential. They went 14-2 in map score, and their players, like, I think they've got 4 out of like the top 6 or 7 players in the competition statistically. They are absolutely dominating everybody in their group. So I think even taking a win over G2, that's got to be impressive stuff given the pedigree that they've already set and the kind of dynasty that they're building over here in the Game Changers scene. And then obviously with the top 2 that strong in the rest of the group, it was pretty scrappy between, you know, 3rd to 6th there.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we're looking at Group B, Sam, and that's the group that had Guild X in it as well. But it kind of what's standing out to me at the moment is that both Group A and Group B only have one team in there that qualified. That was a team that got invited. Which brings the question, how competitive is EMEA actually?
Yeah, honestly, we have one of the deepest talent pools, I would say, in the world. I think that we are a region where no team, not even G2, can rest on their laurels even for a moment, right? Teams are constantly snapping at their heels. Na'Vi, Ninjas in Pajamas, they got invited. They didn't make it. Ninjas in Pajamas, in fact, I think they came 7th in their group. Na'Vi did a little bit better, or maybe it was vice versa.
Yeah,
but
vice versa.
Either way, there you go. Point being, they couldn't rest. They couldn't relax. They could not take their foot off the accelerator. And what really impresses me about this like talking point in particular is when you take a look at Ascend, right? Ascend going 7-0 is massive because this is a team that's been around for quite some time, and they've gone through some pretty large upheaval. They've lost Medica. They let her go recently. That was their captain. And they've brought in Schneller to be that new fill-in player. So there's a little bit of like roster change happening there. They came into this season and they've absolutely smashed the group stages. Flawless run to bring them up into the playoffs here. And of course, coming in first seed in their group.
Yeah, and when you're first seed in your group, both for BBL and for Ascend, that does mean that you get put a little bit forward. Looking at the bracket, it's got to be highlighted even further. But we're looking at the matchups today specifically. We have KC up against CBA. We then have G2 up against GLD. I mean, that second matchup today does feel like a blast from the past, to be completely honest, Bilski. But in reality, it means that some of the teams, if not, well, one of the team at least, that has won Game Changer in 2022 is going to be going to the lower bracket.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, a lot can change come playoffs, but this is what happens when you get a couple of upsets, either group stage, although, you know, we talk about, you know, with the shake-up of the changing of rosters and with new players coming up, sometimes you can't be super confident in the results, but just at least in terms of the names and the cause of these teams playing each other this early on is an interesting prospect, but you got to give credit to both of those teams having a pretty clean 7-0 run, kind of dominating their groups. They've earned themselves a game off, and that is absolutely massive to just be able to kick your heels up, sit back and watch how some of the other teams are going to play each other, you know, reveal a few more of the strats, and you can better prepare yourselves for that run through the upper bracket.
Yeah, absolutely. And before we even came into today, we kind of already discussed a little bit in terms of players in general that we've seen throughout the group stage that we want to highlight. So I know both of you picked one of your favorite. I know they're all your favorites, but it's okay. Sometimes we can be a little biased. So we have Vanya and Nello in terms of comparison of their stats. So I'm going to start off with you, Sam, in terms of highlighting the player that you would like to, and why is this the player that you went for?
So Nilo was one of the top 5 players from the group stages coming into this. I think she did come in at 5th, but you know, we'll give her her dues. Top 5 is fantastic. And what I love so much about this girl is not only she is skilled, being able to come in and snag that top 5 spot, but also she's got so much personality. She's one of those people, like when you see the cams on her, when you get the like, oh, this was the winning moment, and she's like jumping up and down, she's screaming, she's stomping her feet. She gets so excited and so into it. But on top of that, again, look at some of those stats. A 79% cast is unreal. She does play a supportive role. So that what that tells me is that in 79% of the rounds, she is contributing. She's flashing out. She's creating space. She's being a huge nuisance to the enemy team to allow her duelist to pop off. And that is really Nilo's speciality. So I can't wait to see how she does today.
Yeah, something to look forward to. But your player, Pilski, was Vanya from BBL. I mean, the entire roster as general has had an incredible performance, but why specifically Vanya?
I mean, it's kind of a cop-out because she's topping the statistics, but even taking a deeper dive into it, I saw a lot more impressive stuff. Obviously, they had an insane run through the group stage, but even just past the stats that you see on the screen there, she, you know, we're talking about her playing a controller role. She's got an insane fragging output in a controller role. She's playing Omen most of the time. This is Omen post one-way nerf, so you wouldn't expect someone to be able to put out as many frags as she does when you can't abuse the one-ways like you used to. She's got insane first kill, first death. She's like 55 and 14 in terms of the opening duel in a controller role, which is like insanity for, you know, a 7-game sample size. And she wins 1 out of 4 clutches. So she's literally just dominating in every stage of the game in a role where you wouldn't necessarily expect someone to have such fragging output.
No, that's absolutely impressive to say the least. Unfortunately, we're not going to be looking at BBL today because our first game is going to be KC up against CBA. And to start this one off, really, I want to highlight CBA. Coming into this, they are one of the teams, Sam, that don't actually have an organization behind them, giving them that support. So for them to be competing amongst the best of the best within our region, that is no small feat.
Yeah, well, I mean, you say that, right? So they don't have the support right now, and that is definitely a drawback. But you look at this roster, Kim and Slicey, previous Game Changers winners. Kim, previous Game Changer, 2nd place. Celine, previously on Alliance, unfortunately didn't get quite the results that they would have wanted, but these are some players that have been around the block. They know what is up. They have performed consistently throughout the last couple of years, and they have been so good. The big question mark, of course, is going to be with Rika. She is brand new, which in and of itself is amazing. Brand new player, hot off the presses, in playoffs, right? Just like that. It is phenomenal to see that kind of talent coming through so early on.
Yeah, Mel as well, another player, Pilski, that is first time for her competing in Game Changers. So that brings the question in terms of the opponent that you're going to be going up against. What can they expect from you? What can we expect from these newer players?
Yeah, I'm interested to find out. Obviously, some growing pains in the group stages. They didn't have as clean of a run as nearly anybody else in the majority of the bracket. They only had like an 11 round diff, and they went 4-3 overall with an 8-8 map score, which tells you that, you know, that's a lot of 2-1s. That's a lot of very, very close games that they're barely scraping through compared to the other two teams in their group who had like plus 70 round diff that are just blowing every other team in the group out. Really, a couple rounds could have been the difference between them not making it to playoffs. So we'll see if they're going to be a team that kind of hits a new level heading in through to the playoffs. And specifically talking about some of those least experienced players, it's really going to be on these players with more experience that have, you know, been there, done that, to kind of bring them up and try to bring the best out of them, especially given that the group stage was such a struggle for them.
Yeah, absolutely. KC Game Changers is going to be the team they're going to be up against, and that as well, Sam, was one of the teams that, as we can say, maybe didn't have as clean of a run in terms of their group stages. They managed to pull through, but it was down to the wire.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they come in second seed, and they only come in second seed because they beat Guild in the head-to-head, which in and of itself is phenomenal. And another important thing to note in these smaller regional events is familiarity. And, well, I spoke about how we have 2 previous Game Changers winners on CBL. Well, KCorp has 3, thank you very much. And the 3 of them played on the same team with the 2 from CBA. So that's, of course, Nino, Lirilia, and Nello. Fantastic players in their own right, but again, we've got some newer talent, right? Matrix played on the X-Foot team and unfortunately did not get the results that they had wanted in previous Game Changers. Mel, she's had no real experience either. I think she played on Team France for like a Blast event, so there's very, very little high-tier experience for these 2 new players, and that in and of itself can be a little bit of a boon, a little bit of a question mark rather, but it can also be kind of the ace up their sleeve.
Yeah, it feels like that's a similar story, Pilski, in terms of both of these teams having some newer players added to that roster, some players that potentially we haven't seen too much of yet. So it could be a downfall of Sam Sad, it could be an ace on their sleeves. Which one are you leaning more towards? Because Familiarity is well coming into play with the fact that they have played together before, some of these players on the other rosters.
Look, I'll just say it, like, you know, I'm still catching up on Game Changers, and I need to see some of these teams play a couple more games before I can make a super informed opinion. But these are the kind of games where you have two halves of what used to be a team playing each other. I've coached players who, you know, have been on the same rosters and then have seen them go and play against each other. You're aware of each other's tendencies, and we're talking about a domestic derby as well. You know, I'm used to casting these small regions where, you know, you do have teams that are very, very familiar with each other. These are the kind of matchups where you might look at KCorp and their better run through the group stage, like Sam mentioned, the really, really good win against Gildex right at the end of the group stage. But these are the kind of matchups where you can sometimes throw all that out the window and get a bit of a wacky result.
Okay, well, wacky results, definitely looking forward to that. Speaking of potentially familiarity, when we're looking at Kim specifically, Sam, it's one of the players that her familiarity was Astra. And we all know that Astra stonks have kind of gone down a little bit. So in that regards, what can we expect from her? What agents potentially, what performance can we be looking forward to?
Yeah, I think that for her, it's quite an interesting one because she was so strong on that Astra for so long. Astra got nerfed, and she looked a little uncomfortable in the past on other controller agents, things like Omen, Viper. It wasn't really working out for her. What's interesting coming into this season, however, is that her and Slicey have kind of swapped roles. Slicey, who very often played that Initiator, was one of the best breaches I'd seen in the women's scene, is now going to be playing the controller instead, and you have Kim moving over onto Initiator. initiator. So I'm very curious to see how that change-up is going to affect how they play today.
Yeah, and another thing that we're looking forward to, Plisky, is going to be the CLA up against Matrix matchup, especially when we're looking at the duelist. The confidence, familiarity, being able to rely on your team, those are some very big parts of these roles, and they do kind of fare up a little differently when we have a look at the stats.
Yeah, for sure. I think, you know, Matrix is obviously doing a little bit better in terms of the statistics overall there. I'd probably back her as well in that duelist role because she's a little bit more well-rounded. She's at least played a little bit of, you know, Jet and Neon. I was surprised to see, you know, Klar has just so many games on Raze, such a big sample size, only playing Raze in that duelist role. I think that's going to kind of limit what your team can do tactically. It might pigeonhole you into some more kind of double duelist comps where you might not necessarily want to play them. And I think particularly in this kind of a map pool, thank God that you have Split, you have Bind, you have a lot of Raze maps in there.
Absolutely.
So maybe she's going to be a little bit better in this particular map pool. But still, I feel like as a main duelist player, you definitely need to be a little bit more well-rounded to what you're bringing to the team. So look, we'll see how far they can push the Raze one trick.
Look, I'm going to forgive your opinion, all right? Because you're a little bit newer to the Game Changers scene. But let me tell you something, sir. Claw, go, burr.
Right.
When you see her satchel plays, when you see how exceptional she is, you will understand. And yes, I think that it does kind of limit them slightly from time to time. We've seen instances where they'll try and put someone else on a duelist and put her on a more supportive role, and it doesn't go as well as they would like. But when she's on that Raze, she is unstoppable. She is the showstopper. Everybody stops and stares. So I think today she's gonna make you a believer.
All right, so we're gonna have to wait and see for that. But I want to kind of go back to the point that Pilsky mentioned in terms of the maps that are available in the pool and what we can be expecting from some of these teams, especially when we're looking at CLA, CB, because I mean Raze. That's an agent that you kind of want to get her on. You want to get her rolling. So in terms of the map specifically, Sam, Bind going out of the map pool, as a Raze player, that must hurt a little bit.
Honestly, that is CBA's permaban. I think that because it's just been brought back in and it's got all of these changes on it, they're still not 100% comfortable on it. But that is what they ban outright 100% of the time. And same with KCorp, you know, kicking out that fracture. Those are the two maps that you expect to see off the board instantly.
All right, well, we got Haven, Ascent, and Split. Pilsky, I see you scratching nose a little. Are you a little surprised at some of these map picks, or are you feeling comfortable?
I feel like I don't really mind, you know, CBA here. You know, I feel like KCorp, one of their better maps recently was Icebox. They've lost the Icebox, and CBA don't want to play Bind either. Hopefully that's going to kind of strengthen up the map pool for them a little bit. Obviously we get CBA. They've had a lot of success on Haven recently, so obviously that's going to be a good kind of starting ground for them. You know, they've got 3 out of 4 on that one. Ascent is, you know, 50-50 for KCorp. You know, so we'll see how that goes for them, but especially their last 2 games, they're looking pretty good towards the end of the group stage there, and Split to close things out. We've seen a lot of these teams kind of playing a fair bit of Split. I think even some of these teams, KCorp, kind of flirting with picking Split a lot of the time. So as a third map decider, they've had kind of mixed results on it. As a third map decider, at least they've got a lot of reps in the group stage on that map. Maybe they're feeling a little bit confident, and just to throw a positive for Split in there for CBA, I mean, we'll just go back to the Raze. That's just you know, tried and tested Raze abuse on Split is what you want to be seeing. Lots of shotguns maybe.
Honestly, I think that this was an attempt at a mind game because both of these teams like to pick into Split. So I think both of them were like, yeah, surely the other team is going to pick Split. And then neither of them picked Split. It obviously does get floated through because both teams are very, very comfortable on it, but it gives an opportunity to pick something else. And in a sense, you're not banning out your opponent's best map. They're not banning out your best map, but you're also not taking your opponent on their best map. Okay. So I think that this is or their favored map. So I think that this is also like a pretty interesting mind game going on.
Okay, well, I have one question and I would like a really quick answer. How likely are we going to be going to Split, Sam?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
Map 3, baby.
Pilsky, are you in the mood for map 3?
Yeah, I think so, but I'm also looking at the fact that KCorp look pretty good on Ascent, so if anyone's going to 2-0, it'll probably be them.
Oh, okay. We have a KCorp prediction coming through. We're going to be heading over to our lovely casters who will be walking us through the first map of the series. We have Ender and Zach.
Well, thank you very much. I'm excited to jump into some games here. A lot of great points brought up from the desk, just the compositional differences between these two teams. But I've got to know, so hold on, Zach. I see some glasses on your face. Are those sunglasses? Are they regular glasses? What's the deal there?
They're regular glasses, but you know, in case somebody pulls out like a really flashy play, I can always just do this and you know, relax a little bit. So it's like a backup plan kind of as well, just in case. And I wouldn't put it past these girls to you know bring the show to us. Like I believe it was Sam who said it. Showstopper, Kla. I'm really looking forward to her actual showstoppers as well as just some of the plays that these players can put together. And I have come prepared, as you can see.
I absolutely love it. We're jumping into Agent Select here for Haven. And like the desk was talking about, we love to see the Rays coming in from Claw. That's a big favorite of hers on that side. And me personally, I haven't really seen the Rays played on this map in quite a little bit of time, but I think there's a lot of value it can have tied in with the Fade that Kim likes to play to set up a lot of trap plays with the paint shells, especially on the defensive side.
Yeah, especially since CBA is a team that also likes to pull up that Astra. It's just a really noxious combination of utility that you can string across all 5 of these agents, of course, with the pulls alongside the paint shells. You also do have quite a bit of post-plan utility available for CBA, and seeing that they're going to be starting off on the attack, I think that might be a major factor coming into this.
Yeah, there's not going to be a lot of room on site to hide from all that utility coming in. But enough from us for a second. Let's get into map number 1 between KC and CBA. That is a clean intro. I love it. I absolutely love it here. And now it's our first chance to really see what CBA have in store for us here on the attacking side of things. Hinted at it a little bit, Zach, in the start of the show, but there's just so much utility that can be paired up with the Rays between the Astra, the Fade, and the Breach. I think that's going to be the strongest thing CBA have in terms of clearing out space on site. And I'd like to see KC on the opposite end of things look to enable Matrix early on to take fights on the Jet so they can ignore or maybe get a numbers advantage before CBA start off those hits.
I feel like CBA is kind of expecting that, because usually, you know, you already see at the moment some key utility pieces come out from the side of CBA for kind of mid push. KCorp seem to be more than ready to go on the offensive here. 4 players, in fact, from the defense gonna be stacked up towards this mid area. Perhaps the read is gonna be accurate from CBA. They're gonna be looking to hit this A site instead, where there is some killjoy utility that is gonna be in their way. It does seem like the side of KCorp have opted to go in for kind of like a full retake setup. However, despite the amount of control that has been gotten on this A site, look.
There's 2 players from CBA that have just walked all the way on to C. Casey absolutely bit on the rotates there. Sent everyone off the site, and they're only going to be expecting the 1 lurker. The fact that Slicey is already worked up inside of the smoke is just wild. Now CBA can get the full rotation back over through spawn. It's going to be really difficult for KC to actually do anything in terms of a fight. They're going to have to play for full retake here because the plant is so easy.
He managed to get it down, and it's gonna be a 5v5, and even though it's only a pistol round, I feel like this is gonna be something that's really difficult. Matrix though already able to find that first keep kill. Slicey no longer a picture into play here. Nino finding the second to boot. This lurk though from Kla, it might be exactly what they need. The ghost in hand tries to connect the shots, but not quite able to do so. Already have the defuse coming through, and that's gonna be the whole thing stuck through. All it takes is 1 dark cover, and KCorp, they're gonna be able to take that first round.
Wow, that's tough from CBA, because even though KCorp weren't there immediately like fight on site, the second the spike went down, you saw the fault line from Nello comes out, everyone just swarming onto the site, and CBA maybe thought they were gonna have a little bit more time to set up in the post plant, because both Claw and Kim were hanging out around the garage area looking for maybe a late push and reflank into that garage. But it meant that everyone on CBA was playing off site, so KC swarmed, got the smoke down, and a very easy defuse for them.
Easy indeed, and you did see quite a little bit of missed shots coming in. More than that, also CBA, they were kind of dependent on playing for that post-plan utility, but they were just caught out of position by how quick that retake was coming out of the side of KCorp there. Right now though, despite getting that plant down, they haven't really invested much in this particular round. They have gotten control of Garage already off the back of Kla, who still has a full kit of utility with the exception of those satchels. They seem to be just testing the waters. Again, we saw this in the previous round as well. CBA, they're happy way to kind of look around the map, see what exactly works out before actually executing and getting that spike down.
It's sort of that 3-2 split they've gone for as Matrix finds that pick down over towards A long. And they're just trying that little sleight of hand. You can see KCorp not as intent on over-rotating this time around, reading that play just a little bit. But as the players come flooding into the site, it's CBA that find 2. And that's 2 Bulldogs they can pick up as well.
Huge kills there. Just unfortunate timing for Nilo to be caught jumping up like that. Things are going to come back down to a 3v3. 1 Bulldog recovered by Zaleen, but it's still going to be Shuras for the remaining 2 players. A late lurk as well coming into mid here. That might be a key factor as once again the dark cover goes down. Kim does have it. Sheriff also has the haunted hand,
so
unfortunately. Yeah, unfortunately, once again, it's going to be half the defuse coming through. Zaleen will find that first kill with the Nano Swarm, but the dark cover is still in place. Numbers advantage in the favor of CBA, but with that smoke going away, it's going to come down to Lilia to try and clutch it out here. Oh, this looks so dicey here. At least there's time on the clock. There is Lilia is able to just hold on for it at the very least, and she might be able to sneak in! Oh my god.
Oh no, Claw gets the kill at the end, but KCorp managed to secure the round. Now KCorp fully bought into that one, and they lost every single Bulldog that they purchased, so they're not even in a good enough position to go for like Phantom and Light Arm or something like that. CBA gonna be relatively happy at the end, but definitely a world in which they could have won out in that round. Just Giga Chad maneuvers from Liria to just full stick that spike after getting it to the half.
Second time in 2 rounds as well. It feels like CBA, you know, at least once they have their gun rounds in hand, they have to be kind of careful about whether that spike is being stuck or not. Because so far, they're estimating that, yeah, it's going to be a fake. We have a little bit of time. We don't have to waste our utility quite yet. And they've been debated twice already. So perhaps the 3rd time around, they will choose to, you know, make sure that it doesn't just get stuck through.
Oh, the setup in mid with the 2 players trying to pinch out of mid and double doors. Good counter util with the molly. Doesn't allow Literally to force on through, and without the rifles really to fight back, CBA managed to trade up. But I like that setup coming through from KCorp with the fault line out of garage and the 4 players that can immediately fight into mid.
Concealment!
Yeah, right now though, with 2 remaining players, KCorp, it does look like they're gonna have quite a difficult job making this retake happen, especially considering that Lilia has only 7 HP to her name. At least for the side of CBA, they only lost 1 player so far. If they can convert this round without too much more ado, at least their economy is gonna be in a bit of a healthy spot here. 1 rifle has been recovered by Mel. That might be a key factor in at least doing as much damage as possible as they go in together for this retake. But again, these positions being held by CBA, almost flawless here. Just crossfires upon crossfires, lines of defense that double up, and it's going to be almost impossible for KCorp to really make any kind of headway into this, especially considering that they have almost no utility in their pocket at all.
Just hoping they can find some kind of a pick here as the swing comes around. Claw finds 2 with the Bulldog. Very happy to finish things off at the end there, and getting just 1 off of the showstopper. Actually, 1 off of 3 huge ultimates for CBA. Claw, Rika, and was that Kim as well? It was Zaylin. This was just 1 off there. So potentially a really powerful round here from CBA. If they can farm some orbs down C long or in the post plant too, once that one goes down, they're gonna have a lot to fight back. And the main pivot I want to see from CBA that maybe cost them in the first 2 rounds is when they commit onto the C site, they've played fully off site. I want to see them play a little bit more, you know, entrenched on that site to challenge KC when they go for the retake itself, because we've seen this, the full stick behind the smoke a little bit too much, and there you go, caught fishing for the orb.
No smoke quite there. Perhaps the timing wasn't right. Usually you do see the Astra put down at least a fake smoke, take it back, and in that gap you try to get that orb, but unfortunately not going to happen. Rika immediately taken offline, and that's going to be no more breach utility, which is going to make it a little bit more difficult to set up Claw for these kind of fast executes. I think that you did mention the showstopper might be a factor in this, and it might be honestly the difference between the round being lost in 1, because if Claw can find that entry onto site, not only will that let that spike possibly go down, but also the showstopper is going to be online as well. A side seems to be that point of contention once again, just ready to walk through, but Matrix able to find 2 huge kills already, has that dash activated as well, ready to go, and it is going to be Matrix, the solo anchor on this side. There is a rotation coming in, Nello ready to set them up, but apart from that, it might be very difficult. So he finds that first kill, still able to hold on for a while before Nello finally trades it out, and now it's Slicey in a 1v3 scenario. How much more can the Astra find here? Spike at least will be able to go down a little bit of extra money in the bank, but that's might be it. First one up, and that's it.
for a second there with the paranoia miss. I'm like, maybe Slicey can do something. Was good isolating that first fight, but a little bit tough when two players are coming around the corner and out of heaven. All things considered, though, that's just Matrix farming out on the hit. Of course, losing the breach off the rip makes it really tough for CBA to win out the round, I think. And then when they sort of get hit by that 1-2 punch with the player swinging out backside A as well as Matrix over on Graffiti, just really hard for them to break. Now this time, they don't have to worry about those opening fights because they can just slam down the lockdown or even save it for the post plant if they want to start things off with the Rolling Thunder out of Rika and just make things super simple for themselves on the execute. And that's what they're going to do. Fast over to A.
Yeah, so many ultimates that are in position to be committed right now. I think that might be all it takes. But perhaps the expectation is already there from KCorp because look at the positioning of these players. So many stacked up on this A side, perhaps expecting this lockdown to come through, but already slicing through the smoke, able to find that first kill, taking down the Bladestorm as well. The trade is immediate though. Nemo finding one of their own with the Hunter's Fury. Still gonna be a 4v4 scenario here as this A side is gonna be that point of contention. Quite a bit of damage from the boom bot. And Nino able to find a kill despite that.
Respect to Nino there, being there to back up the teammate. Now Claw sends out the showstopper and accomplishes absolutely nothing. They're pushing down to try and break this lockdown, which they do manage to accomplish, but are they going to pay their lives? Yes, they will. Zaylene finds 2 and the site belongs to CBA.
It belongs to them, but Zaylene only 30 HP and a dream here to work with. Spike will be able to go down, and Mel, the thing is, Mel is only one off of the counter lockdown of her own, so if they're able to find a particular kill, it might be huge, especially considering that there is no flank utility available to really give away the position of the Omen as well. However, the Nightfall is going to be invested. That's going to detect Mel catching out one player, and that might be enough of a cue to know perhaps that Lilia is on this flank. It's going to come down to the timing here. Who peeks first? However, just like that, a 3v2 becomes a 1v2, and the Odin is too much for Zaylene to deal with on 30 HP. The defuse will come through, and KCorp, they find 4.
I love it. Mel just swinging around the corner with an Odin, sending some bullets into the sky. It's raining lead here on Haven. And it's all, yeah, like the lurk you're talking about from Lilia, right? As soon as the Killjoy utility turns off, it's so hard for CBA to hold on the site because there's a few too many angles they have to hold. I think they had one player watching towards short, but whoever was posted down in hell, I think had to be watching long for the team. You have to rely on the Graffiti player to watch for the walkout, something like that. And just sort of in that retake, in that post plant, the comms got a little bit disjointed and CBA were not aware of all the angles they had to be holding, and that cost them the round.
I was really surprised that nobody really checked for the flank because you did see Zaylene take the turret and the alarm bot back, and also just the fact that the Nightfall only detected one player towards the CT side. You would think that there's something a little bit sus here, but unfortunately CBA, in that kind of pressure situation, in that 2v3, you probably expect the two players who are retaking to play together so they could get those optimistic trades. But nevertheless, CBA, despite all the utility they have on this attack, despite the fact that their post-ban should be impeccable, they're just not really having an opportunity to get into the position. Because the one round that they win where they had those immaculate crossfire setup and that weapon advantage, they did great, but ever since KC got back with the rifles in their own hands, they haven't been giving an inch away. Yeah,
the start of that round was so chaotic too. Like so many ultimates got sent in. Ninu had the one. Of course, Zaylene's ult gets broken while Claw's ult doesn't really find the value on the opposite side. So I think CBA just a little bit unfortunate with how some of their ultimates played out at the start. Now, lucky for them, Rika still does have the ult, though KCorp are going to look to get a little bit aggressive up through mid. Check that out. While CBA are blitzing over towards A, and a fight down short will ensue. Oh no, the paranoia makes it so easy. And now up through window, the Jets coming in from behind. Matrix is here, Slicey trades it out. And the entire map is just flipped right around. It's pure madness, and Slicey gets a 4K.
My own style way I take kill. That was absolutely insane. I am just wordless. Slicey, that was a round that CBA really had no business winning, but Slicey came up so huge there to be able to trade out kill after kill after kill, and just the awareness, right? Like once that call comes in from Zaylene, hey, we have multiple bogeys flanking, can I get a little bit of help here? Slicey able to just sit there and tap heads like shooting bots in the range. That's basically what it came down to. CBA finally find a round of their own, and what a gorgeous round it was.
I love that. I love the bogeys call. I need to incorporate that more into my casting because that's so valid. I absolutely love it. Call little flakers that. I dig it. Anyways, CBA still, 2 rounds in a row, they haven't been able to activate a couple of their big ultis, so we'll see what they can do this time. This is reminding me a little bit more of that round 3 where they slowly walked up through mid, looked to peek into garage, just with a little, actually, Killjoy molly thrown in. It was just a full contact play, just with a smoke in window. And I think KCorp are going to try to re-clear this with some breach util.
Talking about breach util, it's gonna be the ultimate itself that's put down. Counter ultimate coming out from CBA to at least buy a little bit of space. Nevertheless, Mel will be able to find that first kill, and what a huge kill it is as well. Slicey being taken down, the clutch player, the Astra, and the damage done to Kim to boot. 148, and that's gonna leave them with just 2 HP. Literally, in the meantime, with these jump peaks, able to detect this push towards C side, and once again, KCorp, they're happy to play for this kind of retake scenario, which is ideal, especially when you do have a significant numbers advantage like they do right now.
They love coming in fast. The second you try to plant the spike, the concuss is there. Matrix is instantly flooding out from CT with 3 players. First kill goes the way of Kim, but around the corner with all the flashes, what can you do? Matrix just running over CBA, and it all comes down to Claw, but the spike is not planned for her. She's gonna have to get out of dodge because this round belongs to KCorp.
Yeah, I like the call from Claw. You know, there are some fights that you just don't want to win and ideally don't take either. And with the economy being where it is for CBA, well, that's at least a hero rifle that they'll be able to carry into the next round. Still, KCorp, they look so strong on this defensive half.
Yeah, and look, this is a similar play that they ran, that they were thinking about in the pistol round, and then ran in round 3, where they look for this mid-round re-aggress in mid, this time with a breach ult to set it up while 2 players flood out of garage, 2 out of mid, and I really like the timing of it too. I think the play was initiated at 1:10 on the clock, so it's right in that 10-second window usually where players' cooldowns are coming off and they're looking to take another fight. They beat you to it, and now this set play from CBA, gorgeous to set up Claw, and now Nello's gotta swing back into the util, but it's just a massacre down short. Matrix trades out 2 somehow, and the round's still not over here, as CBA managed to take it down to 2. Mel is trying to look in with the lockdown to fight back.
1v3 scenario, a lot that they have to do with, and knowing right now off the back of that ultimate exactly where Mel is, the call might just be for CBA to kind of reconvene, take the spike, and get out of dodge, make their way over to the C side instead, which presents a little bit more of a nice, friendly climate to get that spike down without too much ado. Because so far, there have been rounds where, despite having the numbers advantage, CBA have fallen short, and with the HP of some of the players dropping a little bit lower than expected, Kim in particular, it's ideal for them to just make their way back. And I think this is the first round where CBA have not only gotten the spike down, apart from that one bonus round that they were playing, this is also a round where they have like a really, really good post plant setup in play here. No paint shells for Claw, but I think there is still that nano swarm on that spike that might make it a bit difficult for it to get diffused here. 1v3 situation. Nano swarm gonna be broken. Mel in this 1v3 has to somehow isolate these fights, but unfortunately the triple swing, that's too much for anybody to deal with. And Claw with the triple on the round will help CBA bring things back into contention.
That's crazy. You see one person jump peeking, you're still worried about getting flanked, then you blink and 3 players have just guns pointed, trained on you. Absolutely brutal, but this is what you want to see with a composition like that. The Astra setup, between that and then also Fade throwing out the C's, combining with the paint shells too, was a really good play that was sort of that second layer onto the short push when they weren't quite able to fight off that second player coming around the corner. Still, you see KCorp are not going down without the fight. They're continually looking to fight you early on. So it's going to be this bloodbath at the start of nearly every round, it seems.
Yeah, they're happy to take these fights head on here. So many rounds you see them both teams just willing to get aggressive. Now the Lurlia playing a little bit off the back of this additional height advantage that they have. I don't think they've been spotted quite yet, although KCorp, they're still anchoring down this side. They don't want to really let it go, and Lurlia might be this point of contact that can really make a difference here. Finally gets spotted, but the damage is done here. Claw, meanwhile, through long, able to find 2 kills. Nello with the Sheriff, though, strikes back, finding not 1 but 2 headshots of their own. Still gonna be the only player on site right now, and the timing is gonna have to be impeccable. Is indeed so, and it's gonna all come down to Slicey. A 1v1 scenario. Operator in the hands of Matrix. The spike, however, is unfortunately not in possession. The smoke might be the difference maker here. The dash still activated though. Blade Storm to boot. 1v1. And it's gonna be the Blades ringing out on top. 30 HP too much for Slicey to really be able to clutch up with. But once again, KCorp, they stand strong.
Yeah, I mean, wow, a Matrix clutches at the end, but Nello with the Sheriff finding 2 kills, then this flash to set up for the third was so nice, tracking his claws, trying to run around the corner. Really well played, and it came after, I think, her teammates down short got sold out just a little bit. They were both worried with the short players, and they actually got wrapped up by a couple pushing up long. But Nello is good enough with the shots to make up for it and make up that slight weakness in the defense. It allows them to secure the round and just continue shutting CBA out.
CBA have been finding it really, really difficult to completely get onto site and contest it, and it's insane that Nello was able to bring that round back for KCorp, because I thought once Cloud was able to get those 2 kills onto site, it was basically a free round. Right now, though, talking about free rounds, I really hope that there is going to be some utility used by CBA. Yeah, it seems like they've learned their lesson. They tried to get the order last time around, and now they're going to be clearing their corners as well.
Spike down.
Spike still, though, is going to be taken by Nello. A 1-for-1 trade, which honestly isn't too bad. You get an initiator, you lose an initiator. And at the end of the day, it is going to at least draw some fire towards that C side, while the rest of the team, they can try to regroup towards A instead.
Yeah, the nice thing for CBA is they've still got so many tools to work with, whereas KC maybe a little bit light in the utility heading in towards a retake on the opposite side of this. You can look to play with some shark darts out of Nino to try and stall out this plant, potentially up from heaven, or just the ultimate off of the tag. Nino's looking for that, gets the first one down onto Kim. That's going to be a kill, and another one down into hell.
So much damage being done. Once again, Slicey being left super low, looking to play a bit more aggressive here in the smoke to try and get a killer. So, talking about aggressive, though, Cloud with the showstopper goes forward. Not quite able to connect the kill, but at least Slicey gets the trade. Attacker Killjoy invested to boot, and oh my god, Celine, that is just absolutely cracked. Lilia on the flank, able to find that first kill. Operator in hand, though. That's going to make this retake a little bit more dicey than expected. Classic in hand. No Sheriff or Frenzy either to work with. Fake TP as well to try and at least bait these players out of sight. The thing is, both of them are super low. Just a bullet from the Classic might be enough, but unfortunately doesn't clear the corner fully. And once again, Slicey will be able to slice and dice the opponents of a CBA. They look to equalize here.
Yeah, very nicely done there from Zaylee, just popping that attacker lockdown and then deleting the players as they sort of fell out of heaven down onto her, down to 16 HP. And that's what hurts when KCorp lose the breach for their retake. Where's the power of their flashes coming in or the fault line? It's just not going to be there. All they really have to work with is literally his Omen. And I don't think the paranoia was ready, or was a little bit awkward with that operator in hand. So they weren't able to sort of gang up on that player in hell. Made it really hard for them to funnel out, and might have had some better luck if they'd worked just running out of A-Link and going onto the ground as opposed to trying to fall down onto their prey, because that did not go well for them.
Yeah, the leap of faith strategy didn't quite exactly work out in their favor.
And your legs gotta hurt after that. I don't know.
Yeah. But the fact that Celine was able to get both of them, of course, if you're gonna be kind of double jumping down together to be able to at least make it difficult for that player to get them, but unfortunately KCorp, they go for the 1-after-1 approach. Not exactly a strategy you want to invest on that retake. And once again, like you mentioned, right, the fact that there is no breach, there's gonna be nobody to really get that player under heaven, or even just the fact that you have to risk peeking into something where just an aftershock would work out. That's gonna make things even more rough. The most rough part of all for KC now, though, is despite the fact that they're in the lead and they've won so many rounds, their economy is looking to be in a very rough spot. No Blaze to work with either.
They're gonna gamble it down long, though. They've got a fault line to work with. Maybe Matrix can dash in and get something accomplished going on over here, because you actually know with the counter fault line ready to go. CBA are reading this. Have they done this in the prep? They're just aware that this is the idea. That's such a gnarly setup. And Claw gets 3 off of that fault line to set her up.
I think that we might even be seeing another showstopper coming up in that next round if Claw keeps it up. They're going to be able to make their way onto the C side here without too much ado. There are 2 remaining players for KCorp. Not much that they really have. The From the Shadows is in the hands of Lilia, but I doubt we're going to be seeing it in a 2v5 eco round being invested right now. Spike itself will be going down on the C side, and at this juncture, I gotta say, it's more about how much damage can KCorp really do with what they have in their possession, and whether they can get Mel's ultimate a little bit more charged up, as opposed to whether they can actually manage this retake, because I don't think there's much of a chance here.
Yeah, I mean, it'll only matter because we only have 1 round left into the half, and there's 3 players that theoretically wouldn't have a full buy going into the next. So that means they have to remove 3 guns, otherwise, or 2 guns rather, and that could put them in a tough position. If 3 get saved over, then it's fine. CBA can juggle those around and be perfectly content with how things are going to go. But at the same time, there is a consideration of, hey, we actually can't afford to give Rika a kill. Because if Rika gets a kill, that's 1 off, she gets an orb, then there's that rolling thunder heading into the next round too. So it's a bit too high of a gamble, and I think the call just to die to Spike here is absolutely correct. Mel's not going to be able to get ultimate if she finds a couple of kills and charges up those orbs. It just does not matter. So the right read coming through from them. All things considered, though, I think CBA, so happy. I mean, already with 5 rounds on attack, I think on defense, the power of this comp just brutalize you, whether it's with early trap plays off the Raze util or just swarming with util on the retakes. I think it's really, really sick.
Yeah, and Claw is a player who loves to get aggressive, and I think the reason why CBA did so well in that group stage was because of, like you mentioned, how many set plays they really have in their playbook. They're just able to pull together some absolutely phenomenal utility combos that really set Claw up. And off the back of that, Claw, you know, Claw is a player that when she gets confident, she is just on fire here, able to create so much space for the team. And once again, you're seeing evidence of that. So far, we've seen a lot of plays coming out towards that A or C side, but instead this time it's going to be a full-on B hit coming through, and KCorp, it seems like they've opted to go in for kind of like a retake setup here.
It's a little bit of a fake working onto this B side because 3 players are now stepping up down into long with still the potential for Claw to find a lurk timing. Same thing for Kim. A lot of it's going to come off of if they hear footsteps on the rotates out. But literally Lyra in the corner hasn't moved. Is able to find the first. Mel is there. This is huge on the defense. They don't allow anything into Garage. And now it's a 2v5 for CBA.
Yeah, that Odin from Mel is just shredding people alive right now. I really don't know how they're going to do this. It seems like KCorp, they're going to be opting to, it is the last round after all, they're erring on the side of caution, investing that Rolling Thunder as well, and that's just going to shut down any hope of making that 2v5 work out. KCorp, they're going to be able to end this half with a lead after that flawless retake, and I think they'll be feeling pretty pleased with themselves because what they lack in Raze utility, they do have quite a bit left in the tank elsewise, and in particular Matrix, if they're able to set her up to really find these entries time after time, it might be what KCorp need to continue this momentum that they found after this first half.
100%. Everything KC have in the wheelhouse is paranoia, go in, you know, the fault lines, the flashes, everything to set up Matrix on the opposite side. But that's where things get interesting for CBA, because I think usually when you play this Raze comp, you have a very obvious strong side of the map and a weak side of the map. The weak side usually being your killjoy, right? So you're not really playing to fight, you're playing for the information with the turret, the alarm, to stall out with the mollies. And then with your Raze side of the map, the strong side, you're playing with 2 or 3 players on the area. That's some awesome teamwork. I love that. But basically, you're trying to look for some breach fault lines, plus seizes out of the fade, plus the paint shells to try and catch out players early on in the round. Usually, you'll see that happen around a lobby, so the players can't even get a forward position on site. And if you're not looking for those early trap plays with the utility, you're saving it to try and hammer KC right when they plant the spike. All of those pieces of utility are going to come down, and the paint shells should be guaranteeing you kills every round, or at least big damage.
I think talking about big damage, not quite able to find the kill with the paint shells, though the aggression from Matrix, solo aggression, I gotta say, is immediately punished, and the immediate reaction coming out of CBA to bring over reinforcement to the C site, it might kind of put a complete halter to the plans of KCorp to push towards it. Matrix being instantly shut down. This late lurk though from Nello towards mid will be able to find a kill. That's gonna be the breach taken offline for the side of CBA. Still, numbers in favor for, numbers are balanced for either side here as 1 kill goes down. The spike itself going down as well. Claudio on this retake attempt, it is going to come down to Mel to clutch it out. 1v2 scenario, Klaus super low as well. Paint shells back in order and willing to peek aggressively. Almost taking down Slicey, but in the end, it is going to be the Astra coming out on top, and Pistol, that's going to be found by CBA. A clean defuse to boot as they get to 6.
Yeah, really nice teamwork there between Claw and Slicey, coming around the corner at the same time as the paint shells are flying out there too, so making sure there's always a chance for Slicey to be able to trade. I think Claw was the lower HP player too, so making sure she's in front, she's the one that'll fall easier. You can sort of bait her a bit, doesn't matter if she has 17 kills, she's a frag machine, that's all good. She's still going to be the sort of bait on the end of the fishing hook as Slicey comes around the corner second to guarantee that round. And I'm actually a little bit surprised to see see how CBA haven't been playing. And to be fair, this is like the early round, so they're not like fully bought in or anything. But they haven't really shown that early trap play just yet. And the second they do, I think it's really going to catch KC off guard.
I feel like at this point, whenever you see a raise in the Fade, you just don't want to get anywhere near Elo for the first 10 seconds, kind of because of how those set plays have come out. Right now, though, it's going to be a full-on rush towards the side. Kim, with the help of the Bulldog, able to find 2 kills before Matrix finally shuts it down. That's going to be one weapon that they can pick up and upgrade, and the A side taken as well. It does seem like CBA, they're opting to just hold together, reconvene before they go in for a retake, and they're also waiting for the spike to go down, perhaps inspired by how many fakes that they did of their own.
Yeah, Nino has the spike and the only rifle, so just went for the tap to try and bait it out a little bit. Now, a lot of that util has already been burnt from CBA. Nino really wants to be able to find this fight up towards heaven, but hasn't been able to get it just yet. The timing is actually brutal, turning right around when the chance is going to be coming on in. Nino does find the one down long, but the rest of the team is falling as CBA make easy work on the retake versus the Eco.
They didn't have that weapon advantage, but at least for the side of KC, they made it a little bit expensive. I think that that's going to be a Marshall, as 2 Marshalls, in fact, going to be dropped down. It's not much, but hey, it's honest work, as it's going to be scores tied up right now. And one thing that I really like about how KC are playing is they don't seem like they're afraid to like really take the fight to their opponents, because especially Matrix here, I feel like if they could set Matrix up a little bit more, if they could actually find some more utility combos, especially with this full buy kicking in, it might be what they need to really break this deadlock, because so far it just seems like they're trading so unfavorably.
Yeah, now that they've got the cash, they're definitely going to have a better odds of doing that. Like Matrix, even just having like the smokes as well, to be able to dash, updraft, smoke into a site, makes some use of the verticality on this site is going to mean a lot for her. Now, CBA they're not really light armor enthusiasts, so they can't really look to fight truly to win this round. It is going to be a true bonus for them coming on through. They have been able to creep Slicey all the way up, down, over towards C long, but it means their A side on that is really, really weak, and it's just Kim spotting out. Does manage to find a tag, so respect on that one, but the kills are instantly coming back in for KC.
Couldn't quite get back into the safety. Reswing into the site. They're unfortunately caught off guard by the flash. Does do a little bit of damage. In fact, quite a bit of damage to Nilo and Ninu. And of course, Lilia is going to be tagged up as well. So even if the buy isn't quite ideal for these players on CBA, they might be able to at least do some damage. However, now this flank has been caught out. Nelo is more than ready for it. And the backup has arrived as well. The paranoia impeccable, but still in this close range, the lead is able to find that kill. 2 remaining players right now, and it just seems like they want to kind of box in whatever remains of KCorp on the side, at least make it a bit expensive for them before they really go down to lead, finding a second on the round, but only 12 HP and a dream left. Wallbang gonna be enough to shut that down, and it's all down to the breach. Does put down the stun, but does not check graffiti, and that's gonna be the mistake that they pay for with their life. KCorp, they steal back the lead here, and hopefully CBA, now that they can finally get some guns online, they might be able to really continue the momentum that they had in the first 2 rounds of the half.
Oh yeah, I think this round and the next are going to be the most important in the game. There should still be a bye for KC, even if they lose this round, at least some kind of a force for them. Whereas, look, if CBA lose this one, they are going to be forced into a save on the opposite side. And when you look at things for them, we have yet to see them look for an early play. This round, they're looking to fight down C long. You can see that. Where is Raze? Where's the breach? There's going to be a concuss ready to go in Rika's hands, but it's a little bit more casual. Claw just walking up into the corner. This B side is fully exposed with just players holding a little bit deeper from the links. So it shouldn't be too difficult with a smoke dash for Matrix to get on the side if that's what she wants to do, and that's going to be the call.
So they're still holding on though, perhaps waiting for that top smoke to come through, creating a little bit of confusion as to where exactly Matrix is. Headshot comes through from Zelene, but unfortunately not quite able to confirm that final kill there. Again, the awareness from Mel about these constant pushes and lurks coming out of CBA, that's going to be the second kill confirmed as well. And just like that, not only does the spike go down, but Carmine Corp, they find themselves with a 2-player advantage here. Literally is still hunting for more and finds that to boot, and it might be just a call for these 2 remaining CBA players to hold on to their weapons, keep them safe for the next round.
It would be really tough to win out in that post plant with all the, because Casey didn't have to use like any util to get on the site. It was a breach flash, a Sova dart, and smokes. Like that was not a whole lot they had to commit, even had the paranoia for the post. Really nicely done. And one thing I'm liking that I've seen from KC consistently on these attacking rounds is they're not really funneling into one area of the map with 5 players. Even that B hit was like a two-pronged approach. They're sending the Jet onto the B site with Planter. Meanwhile, 2 players are working into Garage. You still have Mel watching out on the flank, so that's not an option for Claw coming in a little bit later. KC are spreading themselves out relatively thin on the map, but they're very successful in the hits their way. Even though lirilea lost 1 player in Link, I think that was Matrix that had pushed in there. lirilea is there, coming around the corner, finds gorgeous timing with the game sense, and is able to lock up that round for the team.
I really like that KCorp are playing for extensive map control both on their defense as well as on these attacking runs here. Of course, like you pointed out, their pushers, they're always multi-pronged and they always seem to have a backup plan. If A doesn't work out, okay, we'll just go to the other side of the map. Right now, they're talking about A. It's going to be a full-on push towards this site. Haunt, of course, going to convey a little bit of information. They know that the economy is weak for the side of CBA. They kind of smell blood in the water here. Despite that, though, they're happy to kind of just take it slow. They know firsthand the kind of damages that these sheriffs can do thanks to some action that Snow has committed, and just this onslaught of utility, it's going to cause KC to reconsider.
Yeah, they're so happy to burn the util. Slicey, one of the 2 rifles, though, from CBA has stepped up. Here's the footsteps coming around the corner. Takes 1, takes 2. That'll be good enough to have CBA with a shot in this round. There's potential to try and recover those rifles, but Kim, the 1 player running to that area, is the one with the firepower. Zaylene up from plat with the teammate on the Sheriff down from below. Gonna try to halt them off at the pass once again, and the Kim flank is activating. The lockdown's gonna force them straight into her crosshair.
This is so huge here. You wonder why exactly you would burn that in that round, but of course Kim just being able to peek, get a collab and the 3rd kill as well, it's gonna enable CBA to bounce back into this as KCorp, they play a little bit too cautious, I feel like. Of course, all the utility, it did cause quite a bit of damage, but the impact that these players from CBA were able to have with the only 2 rifles in their pockets, that was just such a great mid-round call to commit that ult and play off the back of it.
100%. Look, on one hand, KC, the 1 round, they funnel in completely towards one site. They try to pivot out, and without some kind of lurker to have that constant info for them, they walk into that creep up. And somehow CBA managed so that the only 2 rifles they purchased are the ones taking every single fight. Slicey gets the first 2, and then Kim gets the final 3. So now KC looking for a C hit. There's a 3 stack here, though, they're going to have to go through first. But Rika's in a miserable spot with a C4 to clear her out. Well done from Nello.
Spike down, C.
Huge kill there. 1 for 1 though as the Paint Shows finds Mel as well. Site itself has been pushed through as KCorp. They take quite a bit of control, but Cloud pays for it with their life in the process. Numbers advantage still in the favor of KCorp though significantly, as the remaining players from CBA, they want to be sure that the C side is going to be where that spike is going down. Matrix hunting for a little more damage, does in fact find it. And just like that, the retake, it's going to be on in full swing. No, the spike itself
1 enemy remaining.
Again.
Yeah, lirilea, by the way, was over by A. They dropped Spike, so lirilea could pick it up and take it over to the A side of the map. That's a wild call on the fly, but absolutely perfect. KC were not in a good spot, even with numbers. The fact that lirilea was on that side of the map was going to cost them, but they managed to salvage it, and now it all comes down to Zaylene with 30 HP. Ninu's looking for it as well. And now as she is spotted on the opposite side, it's a very easy fallback from Nino. She's going to go back to her teammate, hold hands, make it so that the 1v1s are not going to be coming on in. And in a round that got dodgy for a moment with that lurk, I loved that call. That was sweet.
I think that's one of the best reasons to really play Omen on this map. Number 1, of course, you have quite a bit of verticality that you can play around with on these boxes, but more than that, just the sheer amusement when, you know, you can just pick up the spike with your ult, say, hey guys, I'm gonna be taking the spike, planting it on the opposite side, and clutch it up. Yeah, that's just something that nothing but an Omen brings to the table.
And the funny thing was, like, lirilea, like, she literally realized, like, wait a second, like, mid-round, I'm trolling. Because, like, her team took C-side so quickly that her lurk was never going to activate. That's why, like, the spike really wasn't getting down onto site. Even though it was a 4v3 overall, it was only a 3v3 on the site. She was not in the round. So KC had to come up with a way on the fly in order to activate her. And that's what makes it impressive to call that, because you have to call for the spike to be dropped, picked up on the opposite side. Now we will have a little bit of a, I thought it was going to be a timeout from CBA to see how they could maybe activate this Razult, but it's actually just a tech pause. And I've had so many of those this week that look, VCT didn't end until 2 a.m. for me yesterday. I just want to sleep.
I was watching, so don't worry. I feel you.
Pain, suffering.
Okay, maybe we'll be lucky and this tech pause gets over quickly, but you know, looking at how things stand so far, CBA, this is arguably their last chance to kind of prevent this game from slipping out of their hands unless of course an unforeseen miracle happens, because they have 2 major ultimates to work with, are very close to the 3rd one here on the breach, and more than that, if they don't win this rifle round, they don't have money for the next few. It's literally what it comes down to.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't think the utility use from CBA has been crisp enough to like warrant how they've been playing this comp so far. Mainly because they're not looking for early trap plays. So stylistically on this map, I think that's a slight miss for them. But then if they're not going to do that, Claw needs to really hold on to the paint shells and make sure anytime she's throwing that, there's a breach stun, an Astropole, or a fade sees behind it. Otherwise, those paint shells are not getting the value they should be round to round.
They have fun until now and then, but like you mentioned, they could be so much more stronger. Talking about stronger though, Matrix shuts down that showstopper instantly. 1 for 2 offer off the back of that paranoia. Huge entries into the site, and once again, KCorp, they make it look so easy, but the sense of timing that these players have found is almost perfect to a T. And now CBA, they have such a hard choice to make with no control, no information. Do they still want to try and go in for this retake or just keep this operator? And it seems like they're gonna be opting for the latter.
It's got to be the save for them. One of the other things that happens when you're playing the Raze into your comp is someone has to find the op. Sometimes the Raze will do it. Sometimes they'll be like your smokes player. I've seen like Omen players tend to like to pick that one up, but there's no obvious opper. So Kim ends up having that one holding over towards C, but that means when the A hit or the A hold fails completely, it becomes really hard to retake into that site. The lack of paint shells, the lack of actual rifles to throw into that makes KC easily able to cruise through that round. And it comes off of great utility usage. Matrix is pathing into the site as well. I think it was great going for the quick updraft to take this fight on the short players instantly. And then the combination of the stun and Zaylin trying to track this player that's just flying through the sky is just too tough for her to pull off. And Matrix finds the quick 2K on the entry.
Remember how in the beginning of this half we were kind of talking about how Claw was a cut above the rest when it comes to kills, but Matrix has certainly caught up. Just a little bit of setup, a little bit of confidence needed, and KCorp, they're kind of at risk at running away with this game. Still going to be a bye, a little bit of an awkward one for 2 players at least on CBA, considering that their economy is basically the dumpster. But with the ultimates they have, if they win this one, they still have a chance of jumping back into this game. Otherwise, it does seem to be game over, and the operator itself on this A side, that's going to be detected out early. Claw still finding a kill, but the trades are more than there for KCorp, and once again, they have the numbers advantage so early on.
Another challenger approaches. Kim, did they see the rifle behind the box? I don't think so. Who expects a third here? Well, Leah clearly sees the player in the corner of her eye and takes her down. So it's just a bloodbath down A long. But KC only lose 1 player for the 3. Rotations are coming quickly, though. Zaylin's here to try and take a pick down long, but now with the lockdown coming into play as well, Zaylin's pushing forward to take a fight, but there's nothing for her down short. She's just exploded down here. She only survives if they, by some miracle, don't clear her.
That's a very high risk, high reward play. Almost gets away with it. I think they were like, that was like a second and a half before she was free to do the damage that she could have wrought, but unfortunately it's not going to be coming out. Mel more than aware of it, like, hey, I'm a Killjoy too. I know exactly where you're. Oh wait, that's another Cypher ult. Never mind, sorry. But that's they're going to check their recorders, and I think that's what that round basically comes down to. The aggression from CBA instantly pumped out, and just a little bit of corner checking, meticulous playstyle. KCorp, they get to match point.
And look, I've got your back. Killjoy, Cypher, close enough. Both equally cringe. I just through the nose filled with cringe.
I'm a Killjoy player.
Oh, I don't think this is gonna work. All right, well, KC are going to be working over towards the C site now, and this read is perfect for them. Abandoning that A setup that CBA had gone for a couple of times in a row. There's no operator in play either for CBA, so running down long here is going to feel oh so simple. I actually love going full contact up here, knowing that they like to creep forward into Cubby, and it pays off huge. Kim falls. It's a 5v4.
Excellent entry once again coming out of Matrix, and so far CBA, they look to get aggressive, but KCorp, even if they have so much control, they're happy to just kind of wait it out here, wait for this aggression that CBA have kind of trademarked themselves for and get a couple more kills. This time around though, the spike itself will finally go down, and again, look at the position being held by Mel. I think that so far, KCorp,
here we
they've
go.
excelled at finding these timings. Retake finally in the process though, off the back of that Rolling Thunder. Kla able to find the first, and CBA, they are just demolishing the remaining players on site. 2v2 scenario right now. Nello though, able to find 3.
What? You were right. CBA were winning, and then Nello just decided the game was over on her own. She was like, yeah, I'm kind of tired of this. Let me just walk away with a 3K in your face. Unreal out of her.
I really wish we could get a POV of that. I'm sure that our observers will find the clip and put it up later for our analysts to talk about. But I was looking at the minimap for a second. It was like a 3v2 scenario, and suddenly Nello was like, boop, boop, boop.
Yeah. I don't even know what to say. Nello had a couple of crazy moments. Remember the sheriff shots on defense on this A site coming around the corner. Had a couple of huge rounds. She was sort of the second person in line after it was Matrix, especially on the attack, finding all of those entries for the team. On defense too, there were a lot of these early aggressive plays. We actually saw even more of these early fights coming out from KC on the defense, and this is the sheriff shots like I'm talking about with the flash afterwards. Just really solid play, I think, from KC overall.
I think that at least on their defensive side, on their attacking side, because of the amount of utility he had and this kind of set playstyle that they had, CBA were able to find a lot of value. But once that side swap really came through, they're used to playing aggressive, right? And it seems like KCorp, they did more than their fair share of research, because so many rounds, despite getting an entry, getting a pick, they were just super happy to play patiently, wait for that aggression that was a trademark of CBA, and just get kill after kill after kill and confirm those rounds there.
Yeah, 100%. And look, when Nello and Matrix are playing that well, the util has to be on point, I think, for CBA to fight back. So that is going to be what I'm looking at as we head into map 2. But before that, we're going to have a break and the analytics desk to break us through what we just witnessed.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What? What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
Be delicate, gentle, precise. Calm down. Why are you trying so hard? Isn't this too much for you? Aren't you scared? Don't play, don't compete, stop complaining. Whatever you do, it'll never be enough. Greatness comes from within. Just wait and see.
KC secure themselves the first win on Haven Pilsky, which happens to be CBA's map pick with a comp that they're running that we haven't really seen in a while.
Yeah, look, I can see why they picked it. It's been a little while since KC has played it. You know, they mostly played it in the open quals and LCQ a little while ago. It's like over a month since they had an official on it. And, you know, CBA, mixed results, but at least a little bit more recency for them. Like you mentioned, the comp, I mean, I feel like it all comes down to the crux of playing the Raze on Klar. You're almost kind of building out the whole comp around her and trying to play that old meta star when, you know, you had the pre-nerf fade. And, you know, obviously mixing that in with the Astra as the choice of controller instead of the Omen. You can see that, you know, there's a lot of strength in terms of utility in that comp, and when it's working for you well, and the other team is not playing around it, then you're having a lot of success. But KC navigated that one really well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sam, speaking about when it's working for you, it's going really great. It did feel like when we were looking at CBA and their performances, it was more down to individuals showing up rather than having that util work in their favor.
Yeah, yes and no. It's really tough to pinpoint. There were rounds where they were exceptional, playing very well together, playing off of their utility. They had some really good sets as well, waiting for KC to kind of walk into their clutches. But there were some rounds where I think the problem came down to a lot of that stabilization, where the start of the round you have a plan and then things don't go to plan, and then you have to go, ah, damn, somebody now needs to clutch this up. And that's when they really started to rely on those individuals, because they didn't really know how to deal with the fact that what they put down had been completely set aside.
Yeah, I'll echo that sentiment. I feel like a lot of individual plays in key rounds from CBA made this game a lot closer than it should have been, perhaps. There was two really key half buys where they were able to Slicey in particular had like a massive 4K from Sewer, and then this round as well where Slicey gets 2 and then Kim with the lockdown invested. You were very impressed with that, Sam. That was a big round which actually kind of bailed out their economy, and they still only put 8 rounds together. So I feel like when you look at the big picture, the fact that CBA had a lot of these kind of quote-unquote bailout rounds, and KC still finished things off 13-8, I feel like they were far and away the better team in this series.
Yeah, the race for CLA was something we highlighted coming into this, simply because that is the comfort that we are expecting from CLA to be playing, that agent pick. I mean, it looks from what we've seen so far, Sam, the race is really what we can be expecting to be, quote-unquote, as you said it yourself, the showstopper for CBA, but the rest of the team potentially maybe that util not setting her up as much as we would like to.
Yeah, that's the big issue, right? Like, you can see Cloggo Burr, she was performing incredibly well, top performer on the server. In fact, 5 entry kills, she was performing incredibly well, but unfortunately the support that she needs in order to make that agent work wasn't really where it needed to be. Rika was another player that we kind of pointed out as well, and that's your initiator. That's a lot of your enabling for your duelist. And if she's not able to kind of meet to that and provide the support that Claw needs, then Claw isn't going to be able to get the results that she wants.
Well, Pilsky, I mean, the next map is going to be KC's own map pick. It's going to be Ascent. So from what we've seen so far, how confident are you feeling that this is going to be going towards that final map in Split?
Not very confident. I think, you know, like I said in the pre-show, if there was going to be a team to 2-0, it would be KC. They had a better run in the group stage. Ascent is looking like a better map for them as well. They took out GLD only a couple of days ago, like 4 days ago, pretty convincingly on this map, and they're on a little bit of a win streak, although they've had some tight games in the OT in the group stage, so we'll see how that one goes. You do at least have a couple of reps for the CBA girls, but they've had some pretty mixed results on Ascent, so look, we'll see what we're going to get for it. It's not unwinnable for them, but you're definitely backing KC coming through, winning their opponent's map pick here.
All right, well, that's interesting to hear. I mean, you're sticking to your predictions, which I do appreciate. An honest man we got on the desk. But when we're looking at the two players that we highlighted earlier, Sam, it was Claw and Matrix. And we said coming into this, these two are the players to keep your eyes out on because they would have such a big influence on Haven. And are we expecting that to translate to Ascent as well?
I think so, absolutely, right? Again, Ascent, you know, playing the Raze on there can be a little bit more difficult. I spoke about how Claw really needed the support from her team and wasn't quite getting it the way she should. Look, playing in a suboptimal agent definitely plays a part. And as we head on over to Ascent, Matrix, on the other hand, was getting a lot of support from her team. She was getting, you know, a lot of resources put into her so that she had the opportunity to get in onto the side. And a lot of it is on the back of her own skill. We saw some fantastic kind of like updraft, really good movement, and then like 2 kills off the back of that. So she's playing her role really well. But when you have the team backing her up as well, she can do that much better. And as much as Claw was out fragging her, when the rest of your team is kind of matching or very close to your performance, then that doesn't become as much of an issue. The fact that you're not kind of stepping to the enemy duelist. Whereas on the other side, Claw is doing really well, but then, you know, towards the bottom of the spectrum, I spoke about Rika, but it really was kind of an overarching issue where some of the players were just kind of not performing where they needed to be.
Yeah, speaking of everyone kind of stepping up to the plate and the performances coming through, Pilsky, one thing that we've really seen from the side of CBA when it came to their attack was the A side. It felt like that was their favorite site, and even though they really are going for A, KC was still so successful at the retakes.
Yeah, I mean, that's the key to any good Haven defense. You need to be really strong on your retakes. You need to be really good at flooding and just kind of disrupting the other team, especially against the kind of comp that you saw CBA running there. If you let a team that's running that Astra Breach kind of util combo play post-plant and set up all their util traps, it's going to be impossible to retake. So that's what really gave them a lot more room to work with, especially after those big clutch rounds that came in. They still ended at the half 7-5.
Yep. Yeah, well, does KC have what it takes to make this a 2-0 on their own map pick, or will CBA be able to push this towards that third map? Or find out as we're going to be heading into the action with Ender and Zach.
All right, I am ready to see CBA put up a better fight here on this second map, but it's gonna be tough. Ascent is a Jet Kingdom, and Matrix was popping off in that last game. And I am so sorry. I was muted on Zach's end. I was talking about how Matrix was popping off on the Jet in the last one.
Yeah, really
I was caught trolling.
It's okay. I think that some of those kills that Matrix did get was completely like unbelievable. It was like really clean work coming out, and I think that especially on the map that we're going to be heading into Ascent, 2 things that we need to keep in mind. Number 1, like our amazing Destined breakdown, this is KC's pick, so they're going to be feeling much more confident. And number 2, I think this is a map that overall, ever since it really released, Jet has kind of been that duelist of choice. You do see people like kind of trolling a little bit now and then, going in for Yoru or something else, but especially considering how valuable the operator is when it comes into play across this mid area, I think that Matrix on that Jet definitely has a little bit of an advantage, especially considering how difficult CBA have found setting the Raze up to be over the course of Haven.
Yeah, that's the thing. We were not seeing a lot of early util plays. So in my head, when I look at this map, I'm thinking A and B main are off limits early in the round for KC, and they're going to be challenging mid a lot more because that's where the weakness of the defensive side of CBA is going to be. It's going to be really hard for them to deal with mid, especially on extended fights. They're going to need control over the mains. But at the same time, will they actually have the setups in order to look for those trap plays? It's going to be really important that they do activate that, especially when they're starting on defense, because that was a bit of a struggle for them on Haven.
Yeah, they you know, in the beginning, they kind of had it working out. They were able to kind of trade each other out, pop off on individually and get that done. But towards the end, it felt like KCorp, they were just the revolution that came to sweep them through. The French Revolution, literally, because I believe this entire team is French. But all things considered, I think KCorp, they look just a little bit more confident in that second half, and they're going to be carrying it through after the kind of win that they had on map number 1. And personally, I'm going to be really excited to see how that translates into their gameplay on this map, because the team comp for both these teams, there's quite a bit of variation compared to last time around. Of course, for CBA, they're happy to replace that Sova with the Fade just because of the fact that they're running that Raze.
Yep.
I'm intrigued to... I always feel weird when I see a set without a Sova.
Flash.
Well, early play for KC is just to move up mid, smoking off Cat so they don't have to deal with that angle. And, I mean, just very quickly they're exploiting this. And I think this is a sign of what's to come. A lot of these mid hits, whether it's up Cat into tree or breaking down this door to get into B, but there's 2 players sort of locked on that backside they're going to have to take down.
Player number 6, the turret as well, doing quite a bit of damage, although Zelene in the smoke able to shut down the entry kill off of Matrix. And remember, only one player was spotted through that Silva smoke, but Kim might be able to find the timing here. Unfortunately, there is going to be a smoke going down at the worst time, and Mel able to find a kill off the back of that. Numbers advantage now in the favor of KCorp here. Though Cloud with the paint shells. Huge.
Absolutely fantastic going to the back of site. That's what I want to see, those paint shells used to stall out the plants. Now, Lirelia stuck here behind the smoke in main. Plant will go down, and they're chasing her. She finds the one and the second one. Wrap it up. Lirelia is popping off to win the pistol.
Just one player left to find. Raika able to at least finally shut down Lirelia there, but in this 1v2 scenario, I don't know how they're going to be able to really get the information here. Knows that most likely these players are going to be both on site, but no jump peeks coming out from either of the KCorp players right now. Raika already having made their way to site, catches the side of the elbow here, gets the kill as well, but Dino is there for the trade. The position of the Silva just was not revealed, and KC, they're going to be able to walk away with that pistol. Really, really good footwork, and of course, just a monstrous hold towards main right earlier.
Yeah, I mean, they had the right idea, working up heavy in through mid. Then also the patience. When the Astra smoke was on site, they weren't aggressively pushing into back site. Then they would have gotten stabbed in the back by that second player that was entrenched there for CBA. Really good understanding of KC running into this one, and it's fun to see that again. Kim was the operator player back on Haven on this same fade pick, and also going for the Marshall. So a sign of things to come with how CBA are going to play the defense when they do get the money. It would not shock me if Kim ended up being that op player to have a little bit more mid control, but it's definitely weaker than a Jet could be.
Ooh, talking about mid control though, despite that angle being held by Lirelia, Claw Swing is just a little bit too much for them to contend with, and that's going to be the first blood going in favor of CBA. A lot of damage done to Claw in the process though, and now Kim with this Marshall might be the difference maker if Matrix doesn't have anything to say about it, which unfortunately she does. So KCorp, they're going to be able to equalize numbers here, and again, just the patience. Look at how they're happy to wait despite getting a pick once again.
Yeah, calling that rotation all the way over from Nino. She's got the not the shock dart, the recon dart. That's going to help them clear out backside and stairs. You'd see pinging, potentially worried about someone back there. Actually, interestingly enough, it's another contact place. They rotated Nino over, but they're not actually using any of the utility. They did this in a couple of rounds of their attack on Haven, and it's actually been able to catch CBA, because on a lot of CBA's eco rounds, they are heavily leaning into one side or like rotating into it into the mid round. And KC able to identify that and exploit it.
Yeah, this gamble A stack not quite going in the favor despite that early pick that they've managed to find. CBA now kind of having to regroup for this retake here. There's going to be Slicey on the flank already. In fact, 3 players on the flank here, and Mel will have quite a bit of work to do. Able to find the first and the second before finally being shut down by those paint shells. It's all down to just one player right now. Matrix able to find a kill, get that trade, and with the help of this Marshall, how much more can Zelene really do? Both players with armor as well, so it's not like they're going to be one shot through the Marshall. At this juncture, it just seemed like CBA, they're looking to, rather than win the round, at least make it as expensive as possible. They've already taken quite a few Spectres and Stringers offline. What remains? Nothing much else though, as Matrix will find 3 on the round and the second round for KC. Really good work coming out of them.
Yeah, the right idea there to try and look for the picks at the end, but KC a little bit too strong with the buy coming in. I think now's about a good time as ever, just to remind everyone watching, maybe if you weren't watching back in GC Series 1 in EMEA, but 5 players from the 10-star Nova squad that end up winning the whole thing are in this game right now, spread across opposite teams. You got Lilia, Nello, Nino over from KC, and Claw and Slicey over on CBA, and it's just wild to see how far they have come now, having to fight against each other on opposite sides. And for the two, unfortunately for Claw and Slicey, now trailing in this series 0-1, they're gonna need to come up with something, bring it back, and force us onto a split map if they want to swing this back in their favor.
Yeah, it's gonna be an uphill battle though, because not only are KC working with the momentum, they just look so much more comfortable in a sense. If you look at how they're happy to just get this aggressive kind of early control, just being able to play off each other and play so quickly. It seems like CBA, they have to kind of get into the pace and get into the adaptation to be able to keep up with them.
Deploying drone.
Right now, they're just sort of playing the handhold method in tree, which I like, but no flash here makes it sort of hard to fight back in, especially if just the Omen Smoke, or Aster Smoke rather, gets dropped in against them. Double kill coming out from Zaleen, swings in, almost gets the third. It's huge chip damage coming on the opposite side. Slicey can fall back here, wait for the rotations to come in, and just slam this retake with 4 players.
Spike at least will be able to go down. KCorp, that's a little bit of extra money that they have in the upcoming rounds to work with. For once, the paint shells from Claw in this round not going to be able to do much damage as the remaining players, they get back onto site. Numbers advantage in the favor of CBA, also HP advantage as well significantly. Nino though, going for a bit of a cheeky play in the smoke. Oh, that's just awful. Raika with the help of that fragment able to find 2 kills, and Claw will be able to get the final one as well. I think that, I feel like that was a little bit of a accidental fragment. It was kind of meant to go under heaven, but it worked out just fine at the end of it.
Nino they're down in numbers, so Nino's trying to come up with something to push heaven and get the kill, and then you realize the fragment goes through the floor and kills your teammate down there too. Just brutal scenes there. And it started off with the initial hold in tree, which made me a little bit nervous. Again, when you don't have the flash there ready to fight, it means that opening trade has to go in your favor, because you can't really re-swing into that. You're gonna have to fall back off the angle, but they make it work. Just really nice shots coming through from Zaleen and Slicey. Just not just get 2 kills, but also I think like over 100 damage spread out across the other 2 players that were running into tree. Just shut it off completely.
Shut down is the accurate word. And now it's gonna be all 5 players from KCorp kind of stacked out outside this B site. Immediate utility being used to shut down the player on site here, and they're gonna be happy to fall back. Execute gonna commence in full swing right now, as you do see key pieces of utility being sent in one by one. 2 players from CBA still anchoring down this backside, and Matrix kind of trying to get some space here, push a little bit forward and isolate these 2 remaining. Finds that first kill already, and now it's all down to Zaleen to try and find what remains. Nothing much gonna be there. Slicey finally able to get a kill, looking to get the KO back up. Will succeed at least for 2 seconds before the trades come through, and just like that, it's gonna be a 2v3.
It's the cinematic view this round. It going up from above as Claw comes in around the corner. Downstairs now, but 3 players on the site. So hard for her to accomplish anything, and yeah, the late swing from Nino shuts it down. Claw not going to be able to accomplish anything right there. Looked good maybe for a second with the res going down onto Rika, but nope, the hit was just too good. Matrix getting down to the site very early, even though there was some utility being thrown all the way from CT over the top of site. Rika was trying to help out her 2 teammates in the back site. Matrix is able to hide behind triple and work into the fight herself after timing out that flash. So well done from her, and now they've actually got the lockdown ready to go on this site hit as well.
The null command from Rika just came a little bit too late, because by that time Matrix was able to put down a cloud burst and get a little bit aggressive off the back of that. Talking about getting aggressive though, it does seem like CBA, they're looking to get some early B control here, go for the fight, not quite able to connect the thing, and now that KCorp know there's at least 3 players pushing up towards them, they're just gonna be happy to try and book it towards the A site instead. Unfortunately though, for them at least, CBA, they still have quite a bit of heavy site presence, not just 3 players, but also that Killjoy utility to boot.
But importantly, they have control over A main, so it means they can send the lockdown into this one if they want. They're actually just going to try to fight into this. As a matter of fact, great stall here, and another Killjoy molly means it's going to be very hard to work in. Rika gets the first kill up from heaven, and all of a sudden, KC find themselves trapped with just a minute on the clock. Now Killjoy on the wrong side of A main to really throw down that ultimate. Nello finds 2, though. You can always count on her.
Huge kills there. Command now gonna be activated to be able to get onto site here. Zaleen does get checked out, taken down to really low HP here as the spike itself leads its way onto site. 38 seconds left on the clock. They do know that they have site completely in their control, and now it's going to be a little bit of an awkward retake coming in for the side of CBA. They're one off the lockdown. They also do have that showstopper on the side of Cloud. That's going to be invested right now. Tossed under heaven, finds the kill to boot, and now Nino with a 1v3 scenario gets 2 already though! And that's going to be a massive clutch for KC. A 1v3 and Nino doesn't even flinch.
Nino? Who is she? Oh my god, down under hell. Absolutely crushing. They just come in one by one. I mean, this retake looks unbeatable, right? You get the first kill, showstopper removes the player, but then Nino able to isolate the fights, goes to the left here. When the trade tries to come in, it's just not on the right timing. She's instantly finding the heads. A little bit of a dance on her way out from underneath heaven as well, as that has got to sting against CBA. That round was completely theirs.
One suppressed.
They knew exactly where Nino was as well after that first kill. That's what makes it even more unfortunate. And now there was a little bit of a half-by kind of situation going through. The economy is going to be completely tanked, and with the exception of that Marshall into Kim, not much else that they can really do here. Nilo once again being able to find that first kill onto Cloud. I think so far over this entire series, Nino has just been that equalizer, I don't know, that kind of secret weapon you want to bring out when things are looking really dire.
Yeah, right. It's not like flashy every single round. She's playing the more supportive role with the utility coming in. The ultimates back on Haven, though, let's not forget, those were absolutely on point. But now seeing the gunplay coming in a clutch situation, fantastic moves for her. And now KC can go back to what's been working for them. Some presence up mid just to threaten it could be a split as they work back over towards B, but very likely turns into a lockdown simulator. I don't mind investing it against the eco just to make sure there can't be any shorties playing against you. And KC have been just sticking on their ultimates. Very confident in the hits, but it's cost them some early picks at times.
30 seconds left.
Beautiful shot coming out of Kim there to be able to shut down Matrix. However, the recon both still gonna find that presence. Nilo finding the second as well, looking for more here, possibly trying to get a cheeky wallbang in, but not quite working out. And just like that, what was initially a pretty decent start to the round for CBA has completely fallen apart. At least Kim is able to pick up a Vandal to try and make things work, but aside from that, not much else in their favor as they look to go forward. Timing impeccable for Nilo, 3 on the round already. And just like that, that's gonna be a 4K for the KO. KO, that's a knockout and a half.
Yeah, you know what? Go farm your eco kills. I respect it. Jumping up towards the lane to take those down. Absolutely chalking them up there. And I mean, it opens up with that kill. Closes with that kill. Okay, I thought we were going to maybe see a little bit more, but no, it's just the Nilo show taking them down one by one. And the great news for KC is I didn't have to use any ultimate throughout that. Nilo just won off the ultimate there as well. So maybe an early trap piece out of CBA with the C's ready to go. So Paranoia comes out, they return with the util, and that's gonna be big. Matrix is absolutely cooked. That's what I was missing. That's what I wanted to see, and it's here for Claw.
Finally, you do see the set plays really coming in, and this time around, KCorp, they're punished for that excessive aggression. However, though, they still do have so many ultimates to work with. One off of the null command, like you mentioned, and the lockdown gonna be invested as well. And when you have a lockdown and no Sova or Bribbles, it's just gonna be free side basically for you, which it seems like KCorp have fully exploited and are looking for more.
Oh,
That is a brutal lineup. Nilo fighting 3, and now it's all down to Kim. What was an initial advantage for CBA has suddenly just fallen apart in their hands, and Kim in this 1v4, it might be better just to hold on to this rifle.
That's so good. I mean, what is that? The lockdown pushes all the players deep into CT so they feel comfy walking into the smoke. Now Kim is stuck in an impossible situation. But the idea there to pop flash, it was a perfect right click out of the smoke too. There was no time whatsoever to react. He even caught the players deep in CT. KC are putting on a masterclass performance over Ascent right now.
It has always been a map that they've looked really good on, but they have done some work here. And of course, I think one of the things that they really struggled with in those group stages was finding a little
bit of coordination. In spawn right there. Like, what is that?
they've struggled to kind of find some team coordination, but it seems like before these playoffs, they managed to really put in the work here. And of course, Nello, they didn't miss that lockdown, but remember, Nello only used their ultimate in the round before last, and they already have it ready to go once again. Just being that pop-off player on that KO, pop flashes, pop-off, Nello has everything in the kitchen sink ready to go. And for CBA, they really have to think about how they're going to be able to keep up with this, because, you know, one thing that I really liked on map number 1, which was that constant map control that KCorp were so happy to play for. They're still able to keep that up on this particular map, and except for that one round where CBA had a significant weapon advantage, they've been falling behind so much.
Yeah, I mean, this round should have been a 1 round for them, right? Giving the ones over to Nino definitely was not the right move out of CBA, and may end up costing them as they're struggling to find rounds here. But all things considered, like, we saw the trap play coming through from the Raze fade. That was the right idea off of the paranoia piece of utility there. We actually might see KC adapt. I wonder if they stop sending in a paranoia off the rip, because all of the util from CBA came after as a counter to the util being thrown the opposite way. I like that they switch it out into the lockdown and, or sorry, the null command and everything as they blitz into the site. Have to be a little bit concerned about the pinch coming through from mid, because Claw just full sent it down towards tiles, but site easily in their control now for KC.
No lockdown either available to essentially buy a little bit more time. Berlin does have one of their own, but in this eco round, I don't know how much more we're really gonna see. Never mind, not gonna be no more lockdown there. Literally, just goes for the TP, gets the kill run, gets back into this cubby space. Again, just the swings for these KC players. They're impeccable, able to just get each other one by one, keep themselves safe, and trade to be able to get the 7th round on the board. That's a huge, intimidating lead that CBA kind of have to catch up with here. They do have a couple of ultimates, the lockdown that we talked about, but more than that, the Nightfall as well as that Cosmic Divide to boot. So if they can possibly try to go for a retake setup here, it might be what they need.
I think that's a good call. You play maybe a more aggressive towards one side of the map, and then wherever your Killjoy is, you can play a little bit more passively, look to retake. Usually that Killjoy ult's a little bit more effective at retaking towards the A site, and I think that's what KC are maybe reading. It's like, oh, A will be a little bit softer. We can get on that site easily. Well, interesting enough, KC are fighting around mid. That seems to be the pivot from them, which I don't know is going to pay off for them. Knife suppresses a whole lot of players over in main, and the rotates are going to come in quickly. You potentially have 2 players flanking fast from CBA, but there's an alarm bot that's going to spot them out.
Yeah, they didn't quite find the timing there. Raika, though, talking about timing, able to just sneak through that smoke, finds 2 kills already. Kim there from Heaven as well to make things worse, and with the Killjoy still being alive, however, it might make this flank. They have the knowledge of this flank right now. Both players going to be trying to play on site, somehow try to isolate these kills, and this paint shows might be the ender for this particular thing. Claw already able to find the first, just quite a bit of damage to boot, and things, they're going to be evened up once again.
This will be tough. Kim has a lot of scouting to work out. You can see 1 Prowler, there's a 2nd, as well as the eyeball to be sent on through. Mel desperately trying to find just ahead, peeking up from Heaven. There's plenty of time to work with, but it's really just a big game of chicken right now with jump peaks coming in. Now, luckily, door is still closed, so Mel knows these players can only come in from these 2 angles. But if that door gets shut down, all of a sudden, it's going to be some paranoia for Mel. She just hides back into hell.
Once again, it's gonna be
1 enemy remaining.
Prowler invested to find out the position. The beautiful shot out of Meldo, able to just clean things up there. Satchel again buying a little bit more time here. Claw having to try and clutch it out, will in fact be able to do so. A counter headshot of their own, but for a second, I truly believe that Mel would be able to just kind of clean up house there. Claw off the defuse, will have the showstopper as well, and CBA, they find the 2nd round, finally stopping the bleeding there. And just some heroics here.
I mean, Rika peeking out from behind the smoke, a great idea there, sort of catching KC sleeping a little bit, not watching that smoke as the rest of the team is sort of double dashing and teleporting onto the site. They find that little window. So a small hole in the attack plan from KC they're going to have to fix out, whether that's changing the angle they're sending the paranoia, so it hits a little bit of tree in that smoke as well as generator. Or just having someone dedicated to holding onto that walkout, and they can deal with that a little bit easier. But CBA hold on to all those big ultimates on the retake. And this time, playing a little bit more passively around mid. Claw still in that area, but gets noted with the KO knife coming on through, so has to fall off that angle and maybe fight to retake some B main control. I like this late pivot from CBA, and they may be able to catch Mel. No way she D-peaks the angle at the exact right timing, and it ends up punishing her so big. The swing into A has to come through for KC.
Huge kill there. Right now literally on the lurk in the meantime. Being able to at least take down the turret, buy a little bit of space for the rest of the team to make their way with the spike onto the site here. All that noise towards B was just a little bit of a clickbait scenario, as the spike itself does go down on A without too much ado. But remember, there is going to be this lockdown available for the defenders here. And
importantly, though, Nino has the ultimate Hunter's Fury to be able to cancel that out. So there are options to shut that one down, but there's way more tools. If Rika can actually catch the Sova with the null command, that would be able to shut it down. Won't be the case, though. He's just playing very far off of that angle. And Nilo, I mean, oh my god, just finds the one over on Cat just to stall out as players come raining down into heaven. CBA looking very good on this retake so far.
I cannot use that.
Oh, 1v3, almost 1v4, gets the first though. So much work here for Nino to do. We've seen them being able to clutch out huge before. Does manage to stop the defuse, but unfortunately I think there's still gonna be enough time to get the defuse.
I don't know, it's right down to the wire. And it goes to Casey, 0.19. CBA just can't buy around. Even when they do everything right, the retake just a fraction of a second not in time to make that one pay off for them. It's heartbreaking.
More than a fraction of a second, right? There were 3 targets there. Nino manages to somehow swing out and take down the diffuser before finally being shut down. I think that was the real difference maker there. Just the pinpoint accuracy in that second to be able to get that final kill. Just nasty work.
It hurts. You're right. You're absolutely right. Getting the defuse there means everything. Securing yet another round for KC. KC, after the early rounds, tempting mid so much. They've now pivoted, and they're going heavy in through the mains, but you can see how much focus CBA are putting on mid to try and shut it down just off the early conditioning. Now it's just really pistols to work with, but we've seen CBA manage to find some damage following the tracers there, though it's a free little kill for Matrix.
Like KC needs any more help there, but yeah, through the smoke, that's gonna be first blood found by KC here. This round, they're happy to kind of just play towards the site areas. They know that so far they've been kind of conditioning their opposite team to kind of fight mid, or at least expect this heavy mid presence coming out of KC here. This round though, they're just, again, happy to take it slow. They know that there are quite a few ultimates still in the pockets, especially a showstopper from Cloud. That might be a game changer if they kind of stack up, and aware of the possibility, they are just taking it so slow. However, the clock...
It's really slow. Down to 30 seconds now. Luckily, there's no one actually on this B site. If they had walked into the showstopper late in the round, then I'd be getting flashbacks to the other KC squad. And actually, with the rotates coming in quickly, oh god, they're gonna lose on time. If the showstopper gets activated, now they're aware. 15 seconds, they're not gonna get into the site. There's a molly here.
All CB has to do is prevent the spike from going down. Showstopper though going wide, and with 8 seconds left, and KCorp is able to at least find these kills and somehow keep the round in their favor. But things are really, really dicey there, Ender. If that Showstopper had connected, if one player from CBA had decided to say, hey guys, you know what, you fight, I'm just gonna hide in case they run out of time, they would have won.
Oh my, I was getting flashbacks. I was starting to sweat, palms, you know, a little clammy. That showstopper, I think, a bit unfortunate from Claw, going in the direction of a player that had already been shot by one of her teammates. That had been directed on a planter or sent slightly later. I think that may have been the deal breaker for CBA to cheat themselves and win a round out from that. No early contact, and immediately after you hear that utility spent in main, they're going to counter drone it and now look to pinch in with 3 players up market.
Oh, this is gonna be really, really dangerous. That's a really good smoke though. Came able to at least find 1 kill before finally being shut down, but Matrix more than ready here, just able to pop a little bit of an awkward reload moment, but nevertheless Nino's able to confirm that final kill. Numbers advantage back in the side of KCorp, and they have the side to boot. Nilo though, it's gonna be super low here, 6 HP, and that might be the difference maker to really let CBA swing back into this round. Slicey finds that first kill. This wraparound from Lurleo though, it might be what they need to make it work. Caught out by Slicey, huge kill there, and just like that, CBA, they're able to get the 3rd round on the board here. 9-3, where have I heard that number before?
I've heard it said far too many times to be comfortable. CBA are gonna have to put together a solid attack. I mean, they get this round at the end here, got really dicey. I think, look, if Lurleo was able to find that kill popping through the smoke, that was a timing that CBA weren't ready for. Just a rare miss, and it allows CBA to get that round back. Arguably, they could have had one before, even on their eco. So, you know, we've had a lot of close rounds. 9-3 scoreline, not truly showing how close this has been, from the 0.19 seconds on the defuse to the insane Nino clutch from A-site under Helm, the 1 versus 3. So I'm definitely not disregarding CBA just yet, but this is where Matrix gets to come fully online. If she's able to save into an operator early in the half, you win this pistol, CBA are going to have to deal with that, and that's not something that's going to be easy for them to shut down.
I think at that point, I'm gonna call it. If it gets to that point, that's gonna be basically GG here. But before we get that far, this pistol is gonna come down to this. You see some early aggression coming out of KC here. Matrix already being rewarded with a huge kill. That's gonna be Zelene taken down, which also opens up possibilities of flanking if necessary. Spicy gonna be in the open, putting down a smoke to try and play off of walks a little bit too forward though, and gonna be caught, taken down. Literally able to confirm that kill. Nino though, the only player on this east side. This happens in company with Mel, never mind. I cannot see. Huge.
Oh, the U-tilt, that's so gross. Yes, that's what I want to see. Continue throwing that your way. KC not ready for it back boathouse. I don't think they'll ever go back there again, but you can't forget Matrix still alive. It's Matrix versus Claw coming around the corner on that one. I forgot about Lilia. She's also there, and she's the one to secure that and turn it into a 2-on-2.
Oh, the timing of the flash is really absolutely beautiful, CBA, though they're taking it slowly, and I don't know if that was kind of a little bit of a prayer that KC were doing towards that switch side, but I think it was an anti-flash play, but nevertheless, the timing not quite perfect, the contact play working out great for CBA, and they managed to nail in the first steps of this comeback, which is getting that pistol into play.
Yeah, I think they may have been trying for some kind of spam because they were pretty low on HP, but it looks awfully funny when the two players come around. They're like, what are you doing there? Just looking at the ground? I don't really know. And it's a very important win. Even after Matrix found that opening pick, CBA able to get 3 rifles online, going for a true FPX buy here, which means they can try to win this one and continue carrying it. It won't be a bonus in the next round. They gotta make sure they hold on to these 3 rifles at the very least.
Yeah, they've invested quite a bit. It's a high risk, high reward kind of strategy here already though. Again, just the fact that they're forced to play a little bit patiently. The 2 of their players, they're gonna have to kind of be that backup plan. Kim already able to find quite a bit of value though, not only baiting out the Killjoy utility, but also knowing the position of where exactly the Killjoy themselves is. So that might be something that comes into play.
I'm honestly just shocked that after getting a double kill naded in Boathouse last round, they're like, what if we put 3 players there? Solidarity, we can all go down together. But it does mean, as you're saying, the A site a little bit soft here. With just that Killjoy coming around, closing the door on herself. And breaking it. I like that. Unfortunately, Kim had just walked out onto the site. Full contact moves from CBA to find that kill. The theory of not having to break down the door later in the round when all you've got is pistols is there. The idea is correct. Just gets ruined on that timing. Oh no, talk about a timing. That one hurts.
Yeah, Zelene pulling back the turret at the worst time, just caught out in the open, hands begging for death there. And as the spike goes down, it is going to be CBA.
Oh, hey.
CBA getting the round as well. I think at this point, KCorp's kind of like goal here is to avoid letting CBA really charge up these ultimates. You can see how they're all kind of happy to like, chill towards spawn. Like when that spike is gonna explode, let's go closer, guys. Otherwise, we'll just chill here.
Yeah. No point allowing Kim or Claw to continue stacking up those orbs.
Oh no! Oh
no! Oh, they actually have time to get this one off. If the bullets don't connect, they do at the last possible second, and that might force some deaths. 2 rifles secured. Wow. Actually a huge maneuver going at the last possible second. The FPX buy, I do believe, even though the UI is slow to update there, the second rifle did end up being recovered. A little bulldog action there. So an important little call at the bitter end, and you gotta love that coming through. It was almost just a straight up round win. Would have had about 0.3, 0.4 seconds, I think, on the defuse. It was a close one, but it was going to be in favor of KC. It means a couple of light armors coming through from CBA. A big round for CBA to continue the snowball rolling here on their attacking side.
Knowing that also, they've invested quite heavily into it. You usually see this being played as a bonus, just that 1 or 2 rifles that they've saved, but instead they're going to be fully investing everything they have into this. Rifles across the board, and once again, a dangerous combo attempt coming through. However, the lack of that seize will enable Matrix to stay alive, though they do take quite a bit of chip damage. After that early aggression, though, once again, CBA, they're happy to kind of slow it down and just bait some utility possibly out of KCorp before really moving forward. Celine the one to lurk. That's a huge kill that Camilo managed to shut down.
She's been trying to activate those lurks so fast. Now walking out of the smoke without the utility, you can't do that versus Matrix. She will just tear you apart. Nothing to be done on that one, as the drone is just the observer of the massacre that was that A site.
That's some beautiful shooting coming out of Matrix there, just being able to isolate these heads one by one, but of course just how annoying that turret can be. I really have to point out on these rounds here, as a cringeoy quote-unquote main myself, I gotta say, if you're holding a crossfire with that turret, not only will it do pesky little 6 damages per hit, it will also slow them down, and especially if they're walking through a dark cover like that, it's just free damage.
A lot of the times the first player is looking away from the Killjoy to fight a player, and the second one is looking at the turret, and it means the trade is a little bit tougher as well. Regardless, utility has to come involved in these attacks with the flashes for Rika. Now you can see just one Vandal on guard, and Nalo is not going to let anything happen on that attack. They will now back away and allow the plant to come on through, playing with numbers on the retake. But it's really just up to Slicey, you'd have to assume, in the post plant.
Yeah, the only player with a rifle in hand here. Numbers advantage still in favor of KCorp, but at least, you know, CBA's economy has to be breathing a sigh of relief. It was a bit of a half-by round for them, considering how heavily they invested into that last round. And now KC, all the players, in fact, are going to group up towards this main area to go in for a retake here. That's going to be a really good 0 point. That's going to give away all the information that, in fact, this is going to be where that retake attempt is coming from. More utility being kind of used to buy some time. Slicey looking to do some chip damage here, but that flash is going to be impeccable, letting them push onto site. Utility, it doesn't matter. Rika able to find that first one before Lilia gets the trade, and now these 2 players on site, all they have to do is buy enough time here before going down. Rika in a 1v3 solo here, and I think it might be enough. They've done enough?
They have absolutely no time on the retake. They took so long before getting on in there. Everyone's gonna end up dying to the spike. A bit of a blunder there from KC. I honestly think they re-cleared B main and waited so long out there, I believe anticipating that Celine was playing on the opposite side of the map lurking, and they were going to try to catch her coming back because she'd been lurking every other round, and just got baited a bit because she was there with the rest of the team. That's the only thing I can really think of in why KC took so long to actually play into that retake. And then, of course, between the Astra pull and the double mollies on lane, with no one being in position to run downstairs, it made it super easy for CBA to just stall that one area of the map, and KC caught a bit flat-footed.
Now though, KC, they're gonna have quite a bit online, including the operator from Matrix positioned towards this A main area, where unfortunately for Matrix at least, there's gonna be no presence out of CBA. It does seem like they're looking to go in for a bit of a B split here. Nullcommand gonna be activated to boot, and look at the position of the KO here. Gonna be running it down mid, taking down this utility, and in the meantime, the remaining players, they're happy to just go in towards the site. Oh, literally at that first point of contact, Judge in hand, taken down by him though. That's gonna be some beautiful shooting. Showstopper finding the second as well, and this kind of fast aggressive hit, it's going to be exactly what is going to help CBA get site control and these rounds stringing forward.
Oh yeah, and the molly damage down to Nino too, down to 33 HP. They are going to save. They do not want to allow that operator to fall against them and to lose that for their defense. So a lot of ultimates committed, but kind of a fun little play there from CBA, because it was just the solo KO running up through mid. I suppose that has the null command end up hitting way deeper into spawn, so maybe there's things where Nino's trying to throw a dart from spawn, or if Nello is playing towards spawn as well, that could catch her and stop her from flashing up high to assist with the defense on site. Also means that probably KC are thinking there's more than just one player running up mid, so it makes it way harder for them to retake into pizza and into market. So it ends up not being punished because there's no one actually playing forward in there, and it looks beautiful because of that. CBA win the round very convincingly.
Yeah, keeping every single weapon on board as well, so that's going to be a little bit of a sigh of relief for their economy heading into this one. But one more thing that I love about that null command is that it's just the read coming out of CBA. They know that KCorp, they like to play aggressive. There's nobody really playing in that boathouse, so they can just commit that null command down towards mid instead and shut down a lot of these crucial areas where they know for a fact that KCorp likes to play.
Well, I've got bad news. The operator no longer playing the passive A Heaven. Now it's working out of tree onto cat, and that's exactly where Claw is going to be swinging early on in this round. They do have a star set up, so it should be smoked off in theory very early in the round. Do they peek it too soon? I'm a little bit nervous. It's actually, Leah just caught walking up completely. It was a pullback star on cat as well. As another one gets put down. Is that one a real one? It is a real one, so trying to maybe bait out an op shot or something. Bit of confusion thrown that way. As there'll be a late rotate into A off of the pick, and with no smokes, it makes playing that retake so much more challenging for KC.
Now though, Matrix pulls out the Blade Storm as well to use in a little bit of a rough situation here. Meanwhile, CBA themselves, they kind of reconvene towards this A side. They do have the Nightfall to try and work with to make their way onto side. They also have the full kit of utility available on Claw to try and make things work out. It seems like for their part, at least KCorp, they're happy to kind of just play patiently for this retake. Matrix able to find one off the operator, but in the meantime, they've got so much space onto side, and Matrix just able to swing out unstopped, has the dash pack online as well, and brings things back down to a 3v3.
So hard to move out here, though, with the paint shells raining down, lots of damage, and no smoke to cover off main. The entire team working out from Heaven. Matrix will hold the line while the rest of the team tries to drop. Dart finds a great tag out of Nino, spams straight into the floor to take the first kill. Kim, though, underneath Heaven, doesn't secure the kill, and Matrix hard holding Zaleen the entire time. Guarantees the win for KC.
Just the audacity of Matrix to be able to just get that first kill, fall back, and immediately reswing, knowing that there's so many players on side. And the fact that CBA, nobody was really watching Heaven after Slicey went down. It's just such good timing that Matrix was able to find. And of course, the last, I think it was Kim, I believe, kind of pushed up towards the stairs, looking to get that kill. A little bit of a whiff, unfortunately, and all these factors combined, it's just gonna be KC fighting Levin without too much difficulty.
It was definitely awkward throughout that round, not really having anyone to deal with the Heaven swing, and once the operator gets posted, they're going to be real tough for them to do. Might actually encourage CPA to stay away from the A site, but now throwing out the paint shell steal with the operator that was tree last round. Not that they ever guaranteed they knew that was there, but now they're all walking into market. A rare miss out of Matrix, and Claw's not going to let that slide. Instantly punishes.
Finally, first blood going in favor of CBA, able to finally get those entries. Literally as well with the From the Shadows, able to at least cause a little bit of information here at the very least. However, though, the timing not quite in their favor. Nino gonna be that bastion on the backside though, able to find two already, looking for more, knows that there are two players, almost gets the third, but Raika will finally shut that down. Literally and Nilo now in a 2v3 scenario. Nilo looking to get a little bit aggressive, push a bit forward here. Not waiting for their teammate and finds a kill, in fact, off the back of that beautiful work.
Okay. Get it all done on her own. Now slowing things down while her teammate breaks the door in market. Zooming out of the main. On the hunt, looking for that KO. Sees the rifle around the corner. Gorgeous play from her, but it all turns down into a one-on-one now. Spike still yet to be planted. Literally, loves those fake TPs. Rika bites. Literally is so aware of that, coming around the corner, takes down Rika. Oh, and lets her know about it too as KC go up to match point.
I love these timings that KC are just able to find time and time again. The peaks coming out of Nino, and of course, just Nello being able to find that kill, and finally that trade out of Lilia to bring things down to a 1v1 and clutch it out. It's just such lovely work coming out of them.
CBA, I mean, it looked like they had that site right. They had the numbers, but the sort of the gamble that Nello's willing to take walking into site early when you're down in numbers, flipping that coin sometimes can be the best thing you can possibly do. And KC have been so great at turning around these times when they're down in numbers, when the early picks go the opposite way. Don't forget, Matrix fell at the start of that round and it didn't matter. Now CBA again, quickly working up through mid, working into market. Two players holding onto the site, completely isolated away from the rest of their team.
A little bit of a slowdown coming out of CBA, hoping for a peek out of KC, but like we mentioned, the heavy lifting is going to fall on these two players on site. We've seen heroics come out of Nino previously. Again, they're able to step up huge. 4 kills coming between the lot of them. It's all down to just Claw here, and unfortunately, not much that the Raze is able to do on site. Nilo on cleanup duty, 13-7, and KC, like our desk mentioned, 2-0 and take the series.
Yeah, you know, once again, Nilo says, yeah, game is just completely over. I like the little view we got at the end of whoever's arm that was. I think it was Cypher's. Was a little bit funky, but all things considered, look, I think KC showed up and looked so strong. Let's not forget, this is a team that took down GLD on this map previously, just before heading into this one as well. So no real surprises there, but round to round showed a really solid understanding of how to deal with the main control that CBA were obviously going to have. Matrix had a couple of just absolutely pop-off rounds too on this Jet, which we're just going to come to expect. I think we've got to at this point. She can just do it.
Apart from that, I really like the timings that time and time again KCorp are able to find here. Just they're able to just play these kind of, you expect the retake to come in, they expect the positioning out of the players of CBA, and they're able to time and time capitalize off of that. That's one thing that I think they do really well. And of course, just the way that they change the pace of the game. Like, you saw some really aggressive mid and B hits coming out. Immediately they slow things down, radio silence across the map before they go in for an A hit. And it seemed like CBA, they just had no answer to the kind of dynamic that KCorp were pushing on them.
Yeah, and even when they did find themselves at an advantage, there is no team as clutch as KCorp. I don't know, like whether it was Nino from Hell, Nello had so many different rounds as well. When you get put in the 1v2s and the 1v3s, you can never doubt this KCorp lineup. They are always going to have a chance. They're going to be able to find some way to isolate the fights and clutch it on through. And that was a large part why the map was so separated, why it looked like KC were so much further ahead. There were so many rounds that went down to the absolute wire, and this could have been, a 13-10, 13-11. I still think KC were stronger, but it was the clutch factor of them that allowed them to just make that gap so wide.
Well, Pilsky, you called it. You said if there's any team that's gonna 2-0, it would be KC, and correct. You got your prediction. I don't know what you get for that. Do you get a medal? Are we keeping track?
I'm new here. Why are you asking me? It's like my first time on this broadcast. Come on.
And you're already right, okay? You're starting off pretty strong. But that was a strong dominant performance from KC as well. I want to kind of translate from that first half into the second half, Sam, because the first half, KC closed it out 9-3. And then we're seeing some signs of life coming out from CBA. They're pushing back, they're giving KC a little bit more of a harder time, but it wasn't enough for them to close it out. But KC did struggle, even though it was their map pick.
Honestly, I think it's more of the same from the first map, right? Like, you had some individual brilliance from Claw, and even Rika, who was incredibly quiet on the first map. She went hard on this map, but that, again, it speaks to inconsistency. And you saw, like, the rest of the CBA team were, like, trailing behind, some of them still in the single digits by the end of the map. It wasn't a great performance as a team, and I think that's the biggest issue that CBA are having right now. They're not playing as a team. There are some exceptional plays, some really good utility usage, which you can see that they have, like, planned for. Like, all right, cool, I'm gonna seize here, you're gonna throw your paint shells and light it up, we get a kill. But that's not all there is to being a team. There is swinging together, there is checking each other's corners, making sure that you have everything, under wraps, so to speak, and that just wasn't happening. A perfect example is when you have that 1v2 and it's Claw coming in from main, Kim coming through from door, and then you've got Mel, who's holding behind Generator, and they Pico 1-for-1. And yes, Claw does manage to get that final kill with the most unreal flick, but it's symptomatic of the bigger picture of this map, in that they're just not playing together.
Yeah, Claw once again here on the MVP. Pilsky again on the raise as well. Wish on Ascent. How are you feeling about that pick, and how are you feeling about the performance individually before we even start talking about and unwrapping what it happened as a team?
I mean, yeah, I'm just not a big believer in the comp. I think it's a bit outdated meta. I think particularly for Ascent, you're kind of pigeonholing yourself into a certain kind of play style, but I feel like it's the same from the last map again on Haven. You're kind of pigeonholing yourself into a certain kind of play style, and the thing is, when it works, when the gimmicks pay off and the util combos pay off, it looks really good. You're getting free kills with C's nades, but that's not what lost in the game. What lost in the game, I feel like, was just a lot of fundamental mistakes, especially in that first half. The C's nade combo in B main, they find themselves up 5v4, and then they'd all line up in spawn. No one's holding for the CT push against a numbers deficit. You know, and then you got, like we said, advantageous XVX clutches in the post plant that you're losing when you're just not really playing the fundamentals well enough. So, you know, you can rely on cute util combos, but at the end of the day, if you don't shoot back well enough against the other team and you don't close those critical rounds, you're going to lose the series anyway.
Yeah, going back onto those 1vx situations, Sam, it felt like a lot of the times isolated 1v1s were given quite frequently, and that has allowed KC to close out some rounds in their favor. But then also on the other side, of the flip side of things, CBA have also had some very great individual clutch performances coming out. So it's kind of like both of these teams are, maybe that contact play is not yet where you might want it to be.
Yeah, I think that you also have to remember that, like, you can have the clutch potential, but if you don't have the team play backing it up, it doesn't make a difference. So both teams can clutch, all of those players can clutch, but the deficit comes in where how are you playing off one another? And I'm glad that you mentioned the contact thing, because that was a big issue. Like Kim, for example, she was playing a lot of contact over both of those maps, and very consistently she's losing out that duel. And not just that, Celine, for example, quite a few of those rounds, she's pushing up mid, she's trying to take a flank, and she winds up being a contact player, but you know, as she swings around the corner, there's like 3 players aimed down sights at her. Or even if it is just one player, she loses that fight. Now you're player down, you've lost your flank. So there's a lot of issues there, I think, in where CBA are positioning their players, because they're just giving over a lot of free kills to KC. And look, I don't want to take anything away from KC. KC have done exceptionally well at taking advantage of all of those gaps. You give them even an inch of something that looks like it might be a weakness, and they're going to exploit that.
Yeah, and also when we're looking at KC specifically, and something that they've done really well, Pisky, was the fact that the executes that we've seen from them on the attacking side, some of them were genuinely picture perfect, and it was down to the T, as CBA did not have a way to deal with it, even though they were, you know, holding on to both. I mean, Sam was saying it, oh, they got Birdhouse, it's fine, but they didn't actually work out for them.
Yeah, I like the way they played their attacking sides in general. It felt like they had a very good read on how to play against this comp. I don't know if that's necessarily familiarity with the players that they're playing against, being from the same country and some of them playing on the same teams previously. Maybe they're practice partners as well with that familiarity. So I feel like they had a very, very good read on how they wanted to play a lot of their attacking sides, whether it was the executes that you mentioned. Sometimes it was even just patience on the executes, baiting out the util before they're actually sending it into the site. But especially what I was impressed with was the way that they worked the map, both on Haven and Ascent attack side, you know, playing around the Astra stars, making sure they don't fall into the util traps, and just being able to kind of min-max their way through trading out utility over the mid to late round.
Yeah, I felt like in terms of the compositions that CBA was locking in, Sam, KC seemed to have an answer ready from the get-go, and that potentially is something that could have caught CBA off guard.
Sorry, say that one more time.
The composition that CBA was running, it felt like KC had something every single time ready from the get-go in terms of how to play against it.
Oh, yeah, 100%. Sorry, I like the sentence just blew over my head for half a second there. Yeah, no, you're right. And I think, again, that kind of speaks to what Pilsky was saying, where, like, because they're potentially scrim partners, or just because of the fact that, you know, 3 of these KC players have played with 3 of the CBA players in the past, they know what Klaus got up her sleeve. And even though Kim is playing a new role and Slice is playing a new role, they understand that if you're going to be playing a Raze, you have to be playing a particular kind of style, and they just need to slow down their approaches, because you're not going to have an overly aggressive push from CBA on their defensive side. So if you're attacking, you just wait out some of that utility. If you're defending, on the other hand, you play slightly more passive, right? Don't put yourselves in a position where they can, you know, Clark can't just satchel onto you and get 2 kills right off the bat. So they understand what CBA are throwing at them very, very well, and they know exactly how to deal with it.
Well, it's actually really great that you bring up the point of familiarity, because we have Nella ready for the interview, so we can actually hear from her herself and how it feels to be playing against your older teammates. So hello. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hi.
How
are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I just won.
Hell yeah. You absolutely did. One of the points actually that we were just discussing was familiarity. So we know that on the opposite team, CBA, there are a couple of former teammates competing there, and it felt like you guys were very much ready for what they were throwing at you continuously, both on Haven and on Ascent. So does that come with the territory of the fact that they are your previous teammates, so you kind of know what they want to throw at you?
Yeah, like some of the like of the comms that we got, it was like we were ready of play that they used to play like do when we were playing together. So like they constantly repeat the same way that they want to play the game. Like even they goal during the game. Like sometimes you have goal to like I don't know take markets. They were repeating this even against us. So yeah, we were ready.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys were continuously on top of everything. So I want to go over how it all started because kind of when we were looking at the map picks and bans, as we said it, you guys were ready. It felt like you guys were ready with this one too. Ascent is the map that you picked, which seems to be a map that you're continuously banning, whereas Split is usually your first pick. This time you let it float around. It became the decider. So talk us through the process of the map picks and bans because it felt like mind games to say the least.
Yeah, I mean it's like mind game, but also like sometimes we just feel more confident on some map. Like I don't know, like when we like go to the ban, we are like, okay, what do we feel comfortable to play today? What are we planning to do? It's like sometimes just like a player, like randomly say, I don't feel like playing Fracture. Or I don't like play this map today. I don't feel like it, so we just ban it. So sometimes it's just like this, like no mind game, but also just like player wise, like who we feel the best.
Sweet. I just wanted to ask you, I mean, even just diving a level deeper into, you know, talking about the familiarity playing against, you know, some of your former teammates and obviously, you know, people that come from the same country as you. How do you guys like to approach playing against these kind of like Raze, Fade, Astra comps on the attacking side? Because I feel like a couple of patches ago before the Fade nerf, that was a very common meta. Do you guys have a couple of rules that you guys follow whenever you kind of play against that comp?
It's not rules. It's like how do you say like program? I don't know. Like we know
protocols.
that protocols exactly. Like we see if like first intentions they're gonna nade. If they do, we know what we're gonna answer to it. If they don't, we know what we're gonna do. Like it's just if they do that, we do that. It's just protocols that we implement by during the practicing and playing against it.
Yep.
Now, I'm really curious because obviously you guys are going to be playing up against BVL next, and they're a bit of a wild card. Some players that people really aren't familiar with, but they've looked incredibly strong. How are you feeling about this roster and about your chances in the next game?
We already played them once during the qualifier to the main event. We lost, but I really feel confident about going into the game tomorrow. Because we improved a lot. First, we went through all the group stage. Even through the group we even improved. Like, I really feel happy to play them against tomorrow because, like, we gonna see how the improvement that we made gonna make us play tomorrow.
Okay. Looking forward to the future. That's definitely something that I'm excited about because tomorrow might be a banger indeed. But I want to kind of come through the fact that you just mentioned it yourself as well. You came through the qualifiers, you then played the group stage, you placed high enough in your group to be here. What would you like to share with those who supported you throughout the entirety of the way? Because you're just formed in Feb and now you're already competing on the playoffs against the best of the best.
Yeah, I don't know, just like all the support that we have. Can be like from the fan or from the organization, from our teammate, from the staff, is like super huge, and that made us like improved. So just a big thanks to everyone. Like it's just crazy.
No, thank you for tuning in and actually giving us the interview. Good luck with your game tomorrow. Bon courage.
Merci.
And we'll see you then.
Thank you.
Pas de problème. Au revoir.
Bye.
Bye. Well, there you go, Familiarity. She's so lovely, right? Oh, the personality is great. Absolutely amazing. But I think it's that topic that we had in terms of familiarity coming into play quite heavily in this regard, and also just the mind games when it comes to these map picks. So it's great to know that we actually know what we're talking about, and we're right, so that's always lovely. But one thing that we highlighted as well earlier, Sam, was the new players on the block in terms of the players that we were not entirely sure what we could be expecting from them. So we can have a look at the head-to-head in terms of how both of them performed. So in that regards, Mel, kind of the player that I want to start off with here. Is that what we expected?
Yeah, I mean, coming off of the first map, we saw how Rika was performing, and she wasn't really up to standard, but on the second map, that certainly kind of helped her stats. She was on 0.9 kills per round by the end of it, so she stepped up massively towards the end there. And it was kind of the opposite for Mel on map 1, and then map 2, she showed a bit of shakiness, and I think that this really does speak to the nerves that can set in when you're playing an event like this, right? You were saying it to Nello, they're now playing against some of the best players in EMEA, in the women's scene, in the world, in fact, if they come up against G2 or Guild.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of pressure, and for some pretty untested players, that can really start to kind of get hold of you and shake you off your game a little bit and cause some of that inconsistency. So I think for today, it was a pretty decent performance, but I'm hoping that they can kind of stabilize themselves a little bit more, because this is just day one of the playoffs. It's only going to get harder from here.
Yeah, Pilsky, I think you also kind of mentioned Rika coming into this as one of the players that we highlighted and spoke about. I think coming in as a new player, as Sam mentioned herself, there's a couple of nerves on the line, but when you are a coach in this position, what can you do to make your players potentially more comfortable or more confident in their ability to just press W and go ahead and shoot heads?
I think it's person dependent, and I don't know. I mean, maybe in the KO match, she did that a little bit more, because maybe KO is an agent that you could do that a little bit more on. I was kind of looking at her stats. She only really plays Breach or KO. She normally plays better on the Breach, so today, maybe just not her day at the office in the first map. Unfortunate. I mean, yeah, like I said, I think it's person dependent. You know, it really depends on what kind of personality your player has, but I'm hoping that they're able to kind of turn around the mental. And I think if I was, you know, the coach of that team, I'd just be saying to her, like, what was different between map 1 and map 2 and try to kind of iron out what the mentality was. But I think big picture for the team as a whole, they really need to kind of iron out some of the individual inconsistency, and also would really like to see them lean heavier into the Raze maps. You're playing Raze every single map and Fade, and you refuse to play Bind. You know, it just, I would love to see them kind of move towards the maps in the pool that really kind of iron out the strengths of those kind of agent comps.
Yeah, absolutely. That's something that we would love to see. But with this, KC has solidified themselves, and they're going to be going further up against BBL tomorrow. Whereas when we're looking at CBA, they have dropped, unfortunately, to that lower bracket. The game coming up next is one for the ages. GLD up against G2, a rivalry that has never died down and continuously keeps coming back here in Game Changers EMEA. So we'll be back after the break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. True. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
G2 goes in up against GLD, a rivalry of 2022. Game Changers EMEA is continuing its legacy into 2023, Sam. And this time around, the loser immediately gets dropped into that lower bracket because we're still in the early days of playoffs.
Grand final in our very first playoff day. That is unreal. I mean, usually this team is coming up against each other in like upper bracket final, and then, you know, whoever loses has to make their lower bracket run through the lower bracket final, come back, duke it out for the grand final. But no, whoever loses here has the entire lower bracket to fight through. It is, I mean, to be fair, it's arguably the best two teams in EMEA, so if whoever goes down, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. But still, it's crazy to have it this early.
I'm gonna play devil's advocate here, and Pilsky, I hope that you can back me up. I mean, we're saying the best two teams in EMEA, but Ascend and BBL, they're the ones to be undefeated, right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously group stage and playoffs is often a different story, especially when you talk about the experience level of these teams and looking at the runs that they've had over the previous year. So, look, on form, yeah, all right, I'll back you there. But particularly for Guild, definitely conceding a couple more maps in the group stage than you might have been expecting. So, yeah, maybe you're right.
All right, well, last time these two teams met, Sam, it went the way of GLD, and that was in Series 3 of 2022. So a lot of rivalry on the point here, on the line. English is a little difficult.
You know what? You speak like 8 languages, so it's okay. We forgive you. No, here's the thing, right? So unfortunately, they didn't get to meet up in the international or on the international stage. GLD got knocked out before they had the chance to get to G2, who then went on to win the whole damn thing because, you know, EMA better than NA. But I think that with everything that has gone on in both of these two teams, roster changes, role changes, etc., this is almost a clean slate.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, speaking of roster changes and how the team G2 goes and is developing so far, and what they've been up to, we have an interview ready with Mimi, so let's have a look.
So since we won Champions last year, we have changed our players. So Petra is now our new IGL, and we have taken in Roxy, previous playing for GLD. So we are a completely new team, actually, because we have had a lot of things to work on since our IGL was the one that was changed. But I'm really excited to show everyone in Game Changers how hard we've been working and what we really can show this time. So Roxy, our newest member, is super funny. Like, she fits in the team perfectly. She is super selfless and she really do not care what she plays. She just wants to win and do everything to make it happen. So I couldn't be happier with our new fifth. Mary is a little machine. I always said that. She's really good mechanically and has a really strong aim, and we're taking the full advantage of that as much as we possibly can. So you'll also see her as our new duelist, since Juliana was our duelist before. So we put in Mary on that role to do her thing. It's just Mary, go kill, have fun.
New players, a role swap. Pilsky, for a team like G2 goes and integrating all these changes right before we're going to be heading into this first season of Game Changers 2023. How is that going to play out? How are we expecting that to play out? Because yes, they've been doing really well, but they already dropped the series to BBL. Are we expecting them to kind of growing pains, as you might say?
I think like you look at it from two perspectives, right? A lot of people look at one roster addition as a small change when, especially, you know, like Mimi mentioned in the interview there, you're changing your IGL in a game like Valorant as well, probably changing around a couple of roles. You might need someone to kind of flex into different play styles. So it does actually change a lot in terms of a team's dynamics. For a team like G2 though, they've got a lot of experience, and lucky for them, especially being super confident, I would imagine they're going to head through to the playoffs. They've had a whole group stage to kind of play through things, you know, test things, and they've had at least a couple of months to kind of put the pieces together here.
Yeah, if you're struggling a little bit and you're more of a visual learner like myself, we also have a little graphic to pop up to just highlight further in terms of the changes that we've seen G2 goes and make so far. So Sam, how are you expecting these changes to play out? Because Mimi's already highlighted that the players are fitting really well with each other. They're kind of very much not just on an in-game level, but also on a personal level. So that would be expected to translate into their gameplay.
Yeah, so Guild have also had some changes, which we'll touch on in a bit. But for G2, I think that they have won the war in terms of, you know, the changes that have had to come through. And I'll explain that in a second, right? So for G2, yes, they lost their IGL duelist in Giuliano. Pretty big hit. Giuliano was exceptional. But Mary, who was in Chamber jail, Chamber was a pseudo-duelist, and Mary go kill. So Mary has now stepped into the duelist role, not a huge change. Roxy joins the team. She was a Sentinel. She is still a Sentinel. Not the end of the world. Petra becomes IGL. And to me, I don't think that that's a role that is too outside of her skill set. I think that it actually works quite nicely. So in that sense, G2 have absolutely won it out. But for Guild, so about a week before the competition starts, Claudia is dropped to the inactive position and Karina is picked up. Very unknown player, not a lot of tape on her, not a lot of information on her. She kind of came out of nowhere. On top of that, they've also picked up Spidoka. So now they've had to do some really interesting swap-ups here and there. Smurfette, the IGL, or rather the duelist, has now picked up the IGL role because Claudia was their IGL. So now you have her trying to be a Giuliano, trying to be an IGL duelist, which Pilsky, I'm sure you can agree, is not an easy role.
Yeah, I mean, when we're looking as well at Guild and how they're performing, they have that rivalry with G2, but it's not just over there. It's also an inspiration for one another, Pilsky.
Yeah, for sure. I think like picking up on what Sam was saying, you know, people kind of debate about what role it is kind of more efficient with to IGL. I think it's style dependent. And I think in other TAC FPS, it's something that people talk about as well. You know, I feel like for me, at least, it's really comfortable to IGL from an initiator role. But definitely, you know, if you want a player on the wing that can find information from that lurk position and kind of call off rotations, or in this case, IGLing as a duelist, I feel like very uncommon, very niche, but at the same time, you know, who better to lead the direction of the team than literally the person that's going in first sometimes?
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, Sam, here I'm going to bring out the Game Changers historian side of things because we kind of touched upon it already in terms of how GLD and G2 Goes and have been competing over the last year. When we're looking at the quote from Ness specifically, it's very obvious that although there's rivalry, there's also a lot of respect.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, this really brings to mind, you know, Boaster, Angel, Fnatic, FPS, or FPX rather. So, you know, Ness says here, you know, they won they beat G2 in a best of 5, and she says that, when I was 16 years old, I'd been watching Mimi and Petra. They inspired me to think that I could be as good as them. Watching them and seeing how they play made me realize I can be at the same level if I work hard. And again, right, like that really makes you think about how incredible this scene is, you know, having heroes, having people to look up to, having those women that can be kind of your North Star that you can aim towards. And that's what we're really here for.
Yeah, and that's also what we heard from Paula earlier today. So seeing that is something, like a theme that just keeps on going, is absolutely lovely, because this is where it starts. You see that first player, you want to be like them, you take that step towards competition, and who knows, you might be ending up on the broadcast. You know, it's a path that you can definitely take. But I kind of want to circle back to the performance that we've seen from some of the players as well. Karina in particularly is someone we've already highlighted, Pilsky, but they have been doing so incredibly well in terms of in the group stage, in terms of their stats. So walk us through it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, look, 6-1 for G2. They had a pretty good run through the group stage. They're one of kind of the 3 teams that have, you know, some of the most, I would say, what's the word? Like, really, really good. Can't think of synonyms because we're getting into the early hours of the morning. Really, really good round differential. You know, plus 70, plus 60 for Ascend over in the other group. As for GLDX though, the team that we have on the screen here, they were 12-7 in overall maps, so it was a much closer affair. They conceded a lot more maps. They went 5-2 and much less in terms of round differential. Still a convincing run through the group stage, but a couple of hiccups along the way, dropping a map or two more than you might expect for a team that, you know, at least on name value, you might expect in the grand final.
Yep, absolutely. And looking at G2 Gozen, I mean, this rivalry here, Sam, it just continues to grow. And last time around, you said it yourself, they didn't get a chance to meet each other at the international stage, but it's locally within Game Changers EMEA that these teams continuously keep clashing, butting at each other's heads. Last time it went in favor of GLDX, but for the performances and the changes that we've seen from both of these teams, can we still expect GLDX to be the one to come out on top?
So this is the thing. I kind of mentioned at the start of the broadcast how every time they've come up against one another, it's been closer and closer and closer. The maps that Guild have been able to pick up constantly being a thorn in G2's side, but G2 were always kind of that little bit ahead until GC3. And again, for GC3, they had some kind of growing pains, some things that they were working through, and that can be a contributing factor, but no one can take away the fact that Guild did it. They won GC3. So there's a little bit of an expectation here. They kind of have something to uphold. They've got, you know, a name to keep for themselves. And with both teams having gone through a bit of a tumultuous roster shuffle recently, I said that I think G2 won the roster shuffle, but that's not to say that Guild don't have something up their sleeves.
Yeah, and we also highlighted G2 Gozen in terms of the changes that we've seen them make this time around, not just in terms of changing Mario over to that duelist or Pilski, but also the addition of Roxy to that roster. So firepower is not something that this roster is shy of.
Yeah, definitely not. And it, you know, it's one of those situations where you have these domestic rivals and one of them has gone and picked up the player that they're interested in from the other team. That's going to be something that you've got to kind of recover from and build around, being on the, I guess, not on the receiving end of the roster change. G2 going and getting the player that they were interested in after, you know, losing that IGL role and kind of shuffling things around a little bit. But in terms of name value, I mean, you really can't go past this team. They've done it on the biggest stage possible. They've gotten the biggest result possible for them. So really, now, especially after the change, it's a question of staying on top. And look, they didn't finish top of their group, barely, but still a really convincing run through that group stage. Like I said, almost plus 80 round differential, 6-1. They only lost 2 maps. So they really just did stomp the group stage in comparison to a GLDX who, like I said, a couple little speed bumps along the way. Is it necessarily going to be the same kind of story when we get into the server, though, is what I'm wondering, because groups versus, you know, 2 teams that the cores of them have a rivalry, are familiar with each other, is not necessarily going to be that cut and dry.
Yeah, absolutely. And also it brings a question of when you have these games, Sam, which are a little closer and potentially not a one-sided stomp, you potentially get more out of your VOD review, a lot more in terms of what you're aware of that you need to be improving. So GLDX being the team that they are, we expect them to have made these improvements.
Yeah, I think that it's very difficult, though, for Guild, because as I mentioned, right, a lot of these changes happened very shortly before Game Changers began. And so you haven't had a ton of time to really start to synergize as a team. So you're focusing on how are we dealing with the enemy, but you're also focusing on how are we making sure that we are working as a cohesive unit, because to come up against a team like G2, you have to be. You can't just be individual skill. You have to be like top level in every single aspect. So I think for Guild, yes, they will have put in the work, absolutely. You don't come into a tournament like this without trying to anti-strat and make sure you understand your opponent to an incredible level. But I think that the fact that they've had all of these changes with very little time to stabilize might be the big thorn in their side.
Okay, well, I mean, another thorn in both of these teams' side are going to be the duelists for every single opposing roster. So when we're looking at G2 Gozen, Mary unchanged, she can go kill. But then when we're looking at GLDX, we have Smurfette as well as getting the frags, IGLing.
Yeah, so usually duelist head-to-head is very boring. We go, okay, these 2 people go kill in the same way, and they will both frag. But in this case, it's actually a very different head-to-head. You've got a kind of traditional duelist player whose first kill, first death is actually insane. for Mary right now, and she's right up the top of the stats in terms of this tournament. So you're really looking for her to find those opening kills versus Smurfette, who's IGLing in the duelist role, and she's actually dying first more than she's finding the entry. But what you can't account for, you know, on the surface, that might just look like a not favorable statistic for your team. But if you're playing in a system where your IGL is entering, it's something that's a little bit more common in other tactical FPSs. Your IGL going in first and creating space and then dying, but you complete your execute or you complete your 4v5 and actually win the round, it can be an effective style of play.
All right, well, let's figure out where this playstyle is going to be heading to, because we have the map vetoes ready, and therefore we're going to be aware exactly what we're going to be looking at. I mean, Sam, do you have an inkling potentially in terms of the maps that you think we're going to be seeing?
Yeah, so both of these teams like to ban Fracture. So I'm really curious what that second ban is going to be. We've had a lot of potential options throughout the group stage. Oh, it's going to be Guild banning out Lotus. That's actually big, because Guild have been really enjoying Lotus recently, rather G2. G2, I mean, we remember when Pearl came out, right? And Juliana was just slapping people around on Reyna. New map comes out, you don't want to take G2 on that map. And of course, they know that their map's going to get banned out, so no Fracture to be concerned about. Haven and Split and Ascent coming through. This is very quickly becoming kind of the holy trinity of Valorant, I feel like. You know, it's those three maps that like everybody's going to play because they're so stratted. They're so well known. They've been around since the dawn of time. So if you want to play it safe, that's where you go.
Okay, well, Pilsky, they're going to be playing it safe. Do you maybe want to predict the future? Because I don't want to say make a prediction in terms of who's going to win, because you got it right last time. So you want to have another go?
I think honestly it should go to 3, and I think Ascent is a good kind of middle ground. You know, Haven, I'm seeing very, very close results for G2. If G2 win Haven, I reckon they could definitely 2-0, because you haven't even got a rep for Guild in the last 3 months on Split. They just haven't played it too much, so I'm a little bit worried about that. But at least for Ascent, seems like a decent map for both of these teams.
Well, guys, you've heard it here from Pilsky and his ball of wisdom. Is it a crystal ball? It's a crystal ball. There you go. Sorry. Sometimes I forget languages, but that's fine, because you know who doesn't forget languages? Our lovely casters, because they get paid to talk, because we have Enders as well as Zach.
That's right. I've got English, 3 years of French in school, and I'm working on the Japanese, but we'll see how exactly I can do. This is the matchup we have all been waiting for. The two best teams in EMEA throughout 2022, G2 and Guild X. And even though they both went to champions here in Berlin, it has been 7 months since the teams have faced off against each other, with big changes as well. We're heading into Haven first here, Zach, and I'm so excited to see what these two have in store.
I am as well, because not only, of course, we do have the roster changes coming in. Of course, Juliana no longer in that IGLing position, and that role switch that we spoke about as well. But I think that of all the things to consider, I'm kind of intrigued to see how exactly this is gonna go, because like you mentioned, it's been a while since they faced off. Changes have come in, and most of all, Smurfette versus Mary. Now that's a battle that I would pay to see, because I think that for most of last year, understandably, Mary was stuck on that chamber role, like I say, understandably. But now with that no longer being a play, this Jet versus Jet battle that we're seeing, it's gonna be fantastic.
It's going to be amazing. G2 versus Guild starts right now. Mary versus Smurfette. Smurfette stepping into the IGL position on the duelist role. Reminds me of someone, perhaps a Giuliano that maybe played with G2 in the past before, previously in that duelist slot versus Mary. I think this is going to be a real challenge for Smurfette, especially with the changes this team have made, but with them kicking it off on attack, whatever Smurfette says go, it goes, and they're saying go see.
Go see seems to be the call. That's what Simon says. Well, Smurfette says in this case.
Right.
And it does seem like they're going to be opting. G2 are opting to play the C side kind of on a retake setup. They do have some utility that will possibly put in a bit of a stall, but no players are actually going to be on that side. Instead, opting to hold down this garage area. Mary already being able to find that first blood, though. Not only does Karina get the trade, but also Mary's HP is going to be super low. Despite that 1-for-1 trade, the spike itself will go down, and G2, they're kind of regrouping.
Yeah, Mimi has the fault line and the flash to try and play the retake, and the Smurfette goes charging charging into Garage. It'll be a couple of kills traded back. Guild retake Garage. Now it's a 3-on-2. Worried about backside. First kill goes the way of Mimi. It's all on to Roxy. Betraying her former teammates in Guild, now on G2, with a chance to clutch up in this final round. Ness on just 3 HP. Roxy sticking it all the way to half. Pulls off the spike for a moment, is ready for it. Working around the corner, she takes the first round in this Battle of the Titans.
Oh, that is gonna sting. Being like your former player being able to clutch out that 1v2 and get G2 their first round. Really, really good work out of Roxy. And of course, the confidence to be able to stick half. And also just being able to swing and get the timing to find that second kill. Really, really beautiful work coming out of the Killjoy here. What Roxy is kind of known for, of course, the Killjoy plays. And I think that for G2 in particular, that's a really good start that it heralds, especially considering how aggressive Guildex were able to get towards the garage area and how much damage they did.
Oh, yeah. And look, G2, maybe there was some concern in the offseason. It's like, okay, change of IGLs, losing Giuliano. Now Petra stepping into that role. Thanks, chat, by the way. But the fact that Roxy was playing the Killjoy even back during the Chamber meta just made so much sense. When I saw this on paper, seeing the changes to Chamber as well, I'm like, you couldn't ask for better role swaps around the board, allowing Mary to get off the Chamber duty, move over to the Jet or whatever duelist she's going to be on. As long as the calling and Petra can step into that role with ease, it is going to look fantastic for G2.
Have the pistol in the bag. Despite getting the plant guild, they're kind of just going for a little bit of a scrappy buy here. Smurfa does have that Marshall to work with, but apart from that, pistols across the board. Ness managing to kind of sneak her way into the C site. Gets that first kill as well. Huge frag there. And with Glance being taken off the board, that's going to be no more smokes available for this retake here, as the C site has once again been overwhelmed.
Yeah, G2 are going to be here pretty quickly to try and retake, although Petra is still far from the rest of the team. 3 rifles to go, so yeah, they're going to look to fight you very quickly while the spike is going down. Just some problems potentially with these late garage takes from Guild. I love the setup from them. It allows them to trade 1-for-1.
Oh, that's some really, really nice work as well. The rifle that was dropped being picked up and given to a teammate. So just like that, things are going to look a little bit more balanced for the side of G2. The flank is low from Petra. Overwhelming value there. And just like that, it's going to come down to just Karina, who unfortunately is going to be caught off guard by Roxy. A really beautiful round again out of G2 here. And they hold on to almost every single investment that they made in this round. So despite losing 2 players, they don't really lose anything.
I swear they had a third rifle somewhere. Did they not manage to go pick that one up? Yeah, grabbed the bolt at the last possible second. Okay, a little close for comfort there, but they pulled out the calculator, knew exactly how much time they had to chase it down. We'll pretend, we'll give them the credit on that one. Still a very solid defense coming through them. And as Smurfette gets the first real buy round now for Guild. Heavy armor fully invested from Guild, so not light armor enthusiasts. This is a true swing round for them. Very important to win, but G2 are playing to win it and just boost their economy from here to the end of times. With light armor, they've all got more than 2,000 in the bank. This is really good news if they're able to secure this round.
Yeah, if they can get this bonus, which they've invested quite heavily in already. Glance able to find that first kill here. The double peek, too much for Guild to really contend with. Huge kill coming out. Petra, in the meantime, on the opposite side, tries to go for a flank again, but gonna be caught a little bit off guard. Takes quite a bit of damage in the process. Guild, they might be a little bit on the back foot here, but they're still trying to make things worse. Make things work, I'm sorry. And worse for G2, of course.
They're trying to make G2 worse while also making things work for themselves. That works, right?
That works for sure.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Mary gonna find the kill right there up in mid. She'd known that Ness had broken the turret previously, so she wasn't gonna fall off that angle. This puts Guild in a really tough spot. 3-on-2 now.
Here.
Still with the rifles, but Spadoka very, very low. You gotta push and you gotta get active. Smurfette's gonna do that. She's gonna keep going. She's gonna look for fight after fight after fight with the paranoia too, but the timing just not quite there. G2 dodge away from the blind. They dodge away from the stun, and now can re-clear into C-Link together, catching them in a bad teleport timing. Kill is still managing to be traded out, but G2 with the numbers can run them over and win out in this third round.
Yeah, like just the fact that between them, Glance and Mimi and Roxy, the Holy Trinity, so as to speak, on that C side. Mimi did go down early on to Smurfette, but just the fact that they were able to buy so much time while the reclear was there, it's through that A-Link, and Mary had more than enough time to be able to just walk down and tap the last player from Guild on the shoulder and be like, hey there, you know, we kind of had a defuse to come through. This is our bonus round that we're winning. And off the back of that, they win the round, but they also get an operator online. Huge money moves being made by G2 here. They're close to so many ultimates already. The lockdown, the operator as well, and Guild, they have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, maybe a world in which if they're able to find some openers, they can try to use that breach ultimate to get something done. It'll be tough. So I see some of you running into some audio sync issues, so hopefully we get that resorted quickly for you all and give you the best experience possible. Smurfette just going to be able to farm up in Orb here and be decently happy with how things have panned out. A little bit of damage onto Glance, as a matter of fact, so anything you can do to soften up a player below 100 is really important when you're rocking that Marshall. Unfortunately, Glance is just above that, so it won't mean the end of the world.
In the meantime, while all this noise has been made towards this mid and C area, Mary has not moved an inch. Will be caught out by that Sova drone though. So despite this being an eco round, there is quite a bit of utility and methodicalness being shown by Guild here. Once again, Mary willing to re-swing over that corner. Does manage to catch Smurfette, and that's the Op versus Marshall. Jet versus Jet. Diff really kicking in here. A shot through the smoke, trying to find a second. Not quite that lucky this time around, but with that being spotted out, the backup is going to be there to boot, and I don't know how that was a miss. That was right on her. What?
Yeah, I don't know if Spadoka like put her shoulder up or something. It just went like right underneath, you know, between her bicep and her torso. I don't know. It got through somehow. But now it will just be a quick hit on to that B site. Plant should be easy enough, but as long as Glance removes that player from existence with a double flank working out of A main, Roxy even slamming the ultimate just to guarantee the round. This one's almost impossible, and Guild have to fight forward into the window here to try and break this turret. Roxy's going to be playing for it with the molly, though, and yeah, there's just absolutely nothing you can do. Karina's not even going to escape from that. She's detained, and the round is cooked.
I like how Karina just kind of like gave up at it. She could hear the G2 players running towards her, and it was like, you know what, you guys can have this. And honestly, it wasn't a bad trade because that was an eco round for Guild, and they were still able to get not just the lockdown but also the Blade Storm out of the side of G2 there. So huge trades.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they manage to deal with this operator later, because yeah, they burn out those ultimates, but like when Mary got put down A short and they had to use a breach concuss, a drone, a flash, the aftershock as well, and then she's swinging down A long, she's already left and is finding a kill, like that just feels so punishing to have to deal with if you're put in Guild situation. Another swing round now for Guild. We'll see what they can do. Quick control over Garage. The first shot not hitting. Now the ult comes flying into the site.
Oh, the Rolling Thunder will enable them to find a lot of space. However, that counter Hunter's Fury doing quite a bit of damage, and while Glance tries to play in her own smoke, find a little bit of kills on the site, and you're more than aware of the possibility we'll be able to find that first blood. And for once on this retake attempt, G2, they're going to be on a little bit of a back foot here. Roxy looking for a flank will be given away by the alarm bot, at least trying to keep a couple of players distracted here. And G2, they have to go in for a retake scenario. With the operator, had not the easiest position for Mary to really do here. It depends on how much Roxy is able to find. Already finding Nesto, that's a huge pick here. Looking for the second and finds it to boot. Huge.
Unreal. She pulls two on the flank. Managed to make it pay off. She's working down short too while Mary finds an operator kill. She's going for another one, and she manages to secure it as well. G2 nearly flawless on that retake, losing a single player going for that one. And it's all because of Roxy. They juggled the defuse at the last second too, but they're going to make it pay off. 5-0.
No, Guild, they almost managed to like make it work just by buying enough time for the spike to go off. But the fact that Roxy was able to find these 2 kills on the flank, that's just so much post-play utility taken offline. No more shock darts available, no more nano swarms, and just like that, Mary, you see the opposite side, they try to push out, and it's just not going to work out for them.
Yeah, and you know, even if Roxy doesn't get those kills immediately, like she really took her time. So she's hoping to pull more than one player back to deal with her, right? Because they're going for a 4 versus 5 retake. If she pulls 2 players, it makes it a 3v3 on site. It makes it even. Everything she was doing was try and stall out for that. Now Smurfette going very quickly into the site. Just the one player around logs right here. Trade out quickly with Petra flying into the site. And now the spike is exposed.
Huge kill there, and now with that dark cover coming down, the spike being dropped at an awkward angle as well. It's gonna make things so much more difficult for Guild to really make this round kind of work out here. 3 players still left alive. They have the From the Shadows if they want to retrieve the spike here, but they have no map control anywhere else, and they just seem to be kind of stuck here unless they get some really good shots coming out. That's the shot they needed.
Yeah, talk about it. Ness finds the kill right before the smoke blooms. And do they have Anya's ultimate? They do. They're going to play to work over into either B or A and then use that Omen ult to recover the spike. G2 should be aware that this is a possibility. Just with a quick tab press, and you can see, yeah, Mimi instantly rotating off the site. They've realized, and I like activating Petra on a flank option as well. Now, there is an alarm bot she'll end up running into, but there's a very easy potential to stall with so little time on the clock, whether it's the Killjoy utility on A or just players fighting out on B. This is going to be a tough one to pull off.
They have managed to make their way onto B though. However, the spike still hasn't gotten its way quite here. Finally, the Omen ult being gonna be used, but this position being held by Roxy. The timing immaculate here, gets the kill onto the Omen, and just like that, these remaining players are gonna be pincered between a rock and a hard place. And Roxy for the cleanup duty here. 6-0 for G2. A statement being made here.
Oh no! Just the dance around the smokes there. That was ridiculous. I mean, Petra wins out in the fight early, but then it's Roxy seeing the little caterpillar going, oh yeah, no one's holding this smoke. They don't think anyone's backside. No chance. And with so little time on the clock, it just explodes the round there for Guild. Guild now just completely broke as well. They have the knives from Smurfette because they were farming the orbs onto her and some ultimate. So this is a tough situation because the ult economy says you can win this round, but the actual buy means you really can't. So I think Anya has a situation where she can go for a little bit of a half buy, maybe a Spectre, maybe a Marshall, something like this. You have the knives online too. And if Smurfette finds a pick or two, you can slam those ultimates in a post plant and potentially try to win the round.
I think that's going to be the case. You probably will see the Blaze Storm coming into play, and if anyone can work some magic with those knives, it has to be Smurfette. But overall, just the way Gozen are playing this, right? You saw immediately after that action comes down on C side, you see the reposition coming in from Roxy to kind of anchor down B, while her utility is still keeping A safe from attackers, unless of course they TP in a bit of a strange way. But overall, Gozen, they seem to have every single base covered, and despite the roster changes, despite the IGO changes, everything that they've come up against, they only look stronger, I've got to say.
Yeah, it looks real simple for them. Now switching the Killjoy over to a B garage split because the Jet wants to play over towards A makes a lot of sense. She's going to be looking for the aggressive angle down long with Petra holding to maybe break a dart, break any piece of utility, and fight off of her from behind. Also throws out the dart, and yeah, with Jet spotted, if you kill Jet as G2 this round, it's over. You've won. There's nothing else Guild can throw your way.
Smurfette, though, still alive, still kicking. They finally, after quite a bit of commitment of utility, once again managed to push Mary off the angle. However, they might have one long control, but there's still going to be 3 players on site, 2 stacked up towards short, in fact. And this A hit, it's not only gotten a lot more difficult, it might also be difficult for them to really regroup here if Mary decides to get aggressive. Not going to be the case, though. And after baiting some util, they're just looking to rotate again.
I mean, Smurfette lost her dash as well, so would need 2 kills to charge that one back up. Makes it much harder to go flying into the site. Instead, testing it, playing slowly, contacting into garage here, seeing if maybe you can find a pick. But the tough thing is the Killjoy utility rotating over to C makes it so hard to move through. Now Guild planted here on the lurk is big. Could potentially try to teleport out here to break the op angle. She doesn't know the opera is here, and the rest of the team is going to get baited. No Smurfette, no win.
That was a nasty shot coming out of Mary. That is going to be one rifle that they can pick up, but with 30 seconds left on the clock, they have to commit towards this A site here. Not much else they can do, and Ness does have the lockdown to work with. I don't know if we're going to be really seeing it get committed here, but yeah, the clock is ticking. 20 seconds left. Mary still being a menace on this particular site. The paranoia to make things worse as well, and just like that, the round, once again, it just seems to fall apart for the side of Guild here. Anya, the last one standing, 1v3 scenario. No time to even get that spike down, and goes in, they find 7.
Oh no, Anya falls at the end too. And just look how wealthy G2 are. Like, they are the 1%. Petra's gonna go to 9K. Mimi is gonna hit 9. 3 players hit 9,000 creds. They just don't lose. And just rock solid with Mary able to find that opener against Smurfette. Even though Anya found the pick, Guild have only seen Petra sneak up before, right? You remember a few rounds ago on the bonus, I think Petra also went for a late peek and a late push over on that A side of the map. So when Anya gets that kill, they're like, oh, we have the site. It's free. Jets rotated. No, no, no. Mary was there and shuts it down instantly.
Yeah, that was a psych thought moment if I ever saw one. Mary just being such a stronghold by herself with this operator presence, and again, now that Guild has their buy, they try to go for a bit of a control, but immediately being pushed off. 3 players, in fact, from G2 are happy to contest and hold a super aggressive angle here. Gildex, they're kind of looking to reconvene and possibly take that instead, but it might be too much for them to really chew here.
Really good drone, but are they ready for Glance, who's teleported up on top of this box? The Aftershock will not hit her. I think Glance kills everyone here. How patient will she be as they come around the corner? Guild actually don't even want to deal with it because they've already used the drone, and they know all they did was force the jet back slightly. It's so hard to keep working in. Roxy has another op over here. I didn't even realize they'd swapped the operator around. Absolute madness, but the kills haven't come in just yet.
Oh, that stun doesn't quite hit, and now these 2 players in Garage, they're going to be vulnerable to the spam damage. Already, though, Petra able to swing, finds the first one. The trade is immediate, though, and Smurfette tries to find just a little bit more clear before making their own to the C side. Once again, it does seem like G2 are able to at least run the timer down in their favor, forcing that lockdown into play. Ness being able to get it through, but finally, the kills go in favor of Gildex here. All down to just Glance. A 1v3 scenario. The lockdown will be forced to get respected as well. And now a lot of heavy lifting to do.
Glance countering first player so early on. Chances to take the ones, but yeah, just not prepared for that angle. Anya finds a 3K and secures the round there. And even though, okay, this is the first round Guild have won. It's the funny scoreline, 7-1, haha. It seems like they've had a lot of success in the post plants on C in the garage area. They've played very aggressively to hold on to that garage, whether it was the Smurfette push in with a teammate in the pistol round or sort of double holding under window. This time, again, it's a couple of players that are just punishing Roxy, swinging in with the op. So G2 going to put that op back into Mary's hands, makes it a little bit safer to go for those peaks, and continue to post over towards the A site. I think Guild, this Jet's been over towards A every single round. I love the fast execute towards C.
Yeah, I think they've realized, they heard you under. They realized that C is what seems to be working best for them, and Smurfette is gonna be the one willing to lead the battle chart. Spots out one player, still clears the second though, and gets away with that kill. Huge kill onto Mimi, and now Glance is gonna be the only player onto site. Does have a little bit of backup from Petra though. Anya is able to trade it out here. Glance tries to get the double, but unfortunately it is still going to be Anya coming out on top. Numbers advantage in favor of Guild, but both Smurfette and Anya are so low here. Just 1 bullet each, and the lockdown in Roxy's hands. It might just be the difference maker unless, of course, they find the timing and push out.
No utility to make this one happen. They're gonna have to walk through on their own. Roxy's showing a gun! Why would she do that? Now the ultimate has a chance of being canceled. Guild end up breaking that one. It all comes down to Mary and the 1-on-3. So much riding on her to secure this round. The ultimate coming in from behind her, canceled out in the end. And oh no, is she ready for finds? One finds 2! So low HP, she dashes over to the spike. Takes it to half. Takes another one. Fakes out this time around. Smurfette coming around the corner as well. She sees Smurfette, but Smurfette is cold. A 3K to win out.
22 HP. All it would have taken was 1 blade from Mary, but the fact that in that 1v3 scenario, Mary was able to get it down to a 1v1 and almost touching it up. Just huge plays coming out of her. The youngest player ever to lift a trophy, and you can see exactly why.
Oh, and Anya ran out of bullets there. Anya had been stone cold throughout that round. Don't get it mistaken, but then, no. Didn't have time for reload previously, and couldn't quite finish off that kill. I love that it comes down to the duelist 1v1 that you set up before the game too. It's just Mary versus Smurfette in a clutch. Like, how often does that happen that 2 Jets are the last players alive on their teams? And it turns into a bit of a duel there, working around the smoke. It's Smurfette that wins it through, and it's such an important round because G2 were just running away with this game.
And you know, I remember that you brought up the economy for Gozen there. Well, suddenly, after 2 losses, it does seem like they're kind of on their last leg. I think they might be able to scrape together 1 more bye if they do lose those, but it's going to be very scrappy one at that.
Yeah, also because Mary ended up using the knives in that last round to try and go for the retake. If they still had knives ready, then next round they could probably put something together. There are also options. I think G2 early rounds were going very heavy into light armor as well. I remember like their bonus round, like they didn't, or it wasn't a bonus round, but round 3 that a lot of times ends up being a bonus. They were only going for light armor, so I think that they should even be able to go for that and not feel so bad as they are attempting in for the force. Now, looking at this round, Guild, their move has just been to try to blitz into sites these last couple of rounds, avoiding the jet over towards A that's been there every round. And hey, working to this B site seems pretty free, although Mimi and Petra have the double ults to try and slam here and maybe just murder a planter.
Yeah, I think they kind of expected to play for this retake here, considering, like you mentioned, the Hunter's Fury as well as the Rolling Thunder being online here. Hunter's Fury, though, not quite being used to deny the plant. And now it's going to be GLDX trying to take up a little bit more space here, despite the plant going down on B. Petra uses the drone, nobody playing quite close. And this is a really good response coming out of GLDX. Knowing that the Rolling Thunder is available, they're going to be playing off-site.
Yeah, everyone except Karina. She's stuck backside waiting for the concuss to wither down. Gildo finding all the kills. All of a sudden, Mary on the retake switches over to Vandal, spamming in through the smoke now as Smurfette comes around the corner. It's traded out in the end. Mary finds 3 into a one-on-one. Molly's ticking away. She hops in early, but isn't sticking. The time is against her. She needed to get it to half. It's not going to be there. Ness dancing around her. Guild turned the streak into 3 in a row.
Like you mentioned, the quick hits really working out in their favor, and suddenly 7-0, really good. 7-3, that means there's a possibility of 7-5, especially considering Guild have the momentum here.
Yeah, and it comes after G2 sort of read the C-Link push. On the B plants, Guild have been pushing into that, but Anu was able to find a couple, Smurfette too. Sort of everyone coming in one by one and finding very critical kills until at the end of it, G2 just took a little bit too long to get that retake underway. They showed a lot of respect over towards C-Link that ate up 10-15 seconds early in the round, and now a very fast move up. Paranoia sets up Mary to go flying in. There was a concussed too, but Karina just won out in the fight. Glance finds 3 somehow, and it's G2 managing to win even though they lost their duelist at the start.
Yeah, Glance, absolutely phenomenal. 3 kills there, a numbers advantage in favor of G2. More than that, the Hunter's Fury does hit Ness and she's going to be quite low here, as they do take control of the A side already, though Mimi has the information from Heaven. Backup has arrived as well towards the CT side, and the spike plant, it's going to be faked, at least for a little bit, perhaps trying to bait out some kind of push here. Not going to be quite working out, though, and now Mimi, possibly, if she can find the timing, it might be what is needed to make things work. No ultimates available for either side here, though Anya has only 1 off that from the shadows. Beautiful stun coming out, position known as well. Anya will have to confirm these kills, but not quite happening, and Petra will clean both of them up. G2 finally recover here. 3 quick rounds, and they strike back with a maneuver of their own to get to 8.
Oh yeah, that was nice from Petra. Both the kills, but also calling there, the patience. 22 seconds left on the clock. They had so much time because they were in position early, but because the site hit came in so quickly, they still actually had to wait. All the utility they spent at start of round, right? The Petra dart and the Mimi concuss. Those were both 40-second cooldowns. So they waited out the first 10 seconds, not for anything special, literally just for those abilities to come back up, so they can then unload them onto the site, swing on in off of those pieces, and make the retake with numbers just aided by utility that much simpler for them. Now, final round of the half. Guild have every ultimate known to the human race except Lockdown. Show me what you got.
Unfortunately, they don't quite have the economy, though once again Smurfette is going to be leading the charge with the help of this Blade Storm. Rolling Thunder are going to be invested as well, pushing Mary between a rock and a hard place, and that's just going to be Smurfette making sushi rolls out of her. They have Spike off the back. They have Spike on the side off the back of that, and numbers advantage as well. More than that, they also pick up a rifle, so that's
huge. Double flank now coming in for G2. Guild very aware of this, but Petra takes that first kill coming around the corner, now has eyes on Karina. She's going to have to fall back off the angle. This is so awkward. Look, Guild have pushed into heaven with Smurfette as well. Spadoka finds a kill on sight. It's just pure chaos as Smurfette is somehow behind Mimi. How does that actually end up happening? Mimi finds 3. She's unreal.
Oh, Glance in the 1v3 tries to clutch it out, but unfortunately not going to be happening. And we brought it up before. Smurfette, how impactful, how dangerous she can be. And I think that is Smurfette at her peak. 1v1, that's going to be a 50-50 chance. But if you set her up with the right utility, she is just going to shred out more than... I don't know. I actually don't have a good enough metaphor for this. Maybe more than like a really good guitarist and a rock.
More than a paper shredder.
Yes, that's a good one.
How about that? Yeah, because those things shred, right? Yeah, I don't know much about guitarists, I'll be honest. Who's a guitarist? Oh, I'm gonna look like a fool. Chat's just riffing off like 80 different people right now, and I'm like, Vedius plays guitar. I don't know. Anyways, all things considered, I think Guild gonna be very happy with what they could do towards the end of the half, stealing away some of those rounds. And it came off of such good play. Both Anya, Smurfette, Ness had the clutch, working with the time as well in her favor. But G2 now they're on attack. It's quick pace towards this A site.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them being able to kind of slay out on defense with some really aggressive plays, and now they're looking to do the same on attack as well. Ness tries to make a play through the smoke, but unfortunately, Glance more than ready for it. Will be able to get the kill, and with that Killjoy being taken offline, that's going to be no more turret, no more utility, and a very awkward retake funneling in for the remaining players of Guild. They are looking to make it quick, though, through the smoke, looking to get a kill, and they do connect, in fact. Anya and Smurfette both being able to find huge kills. Mary goes unchecked, though, still alive, still kicking, and finally, once again, it's going to come down to a 1v1. Roxy versus the world.
Roxy waiting this one out. Karina didn't go for the half stick. The clock could cost her at the end. Roxy realizes it's not after fighting her so early. Wow, that was crazy. Usually you'll see players wait for that second tap, and Karina was expecting that. I was like, oh, is looking down at the ground, seeing if there's a molly there, and then ready to go for the defuse, but Roxy just took it to her. And this was like one of the most awkward retakes ever, because you have Smurfette spamming through the smoke, not quite catching the crouched players. But like you said, once Mary was taken out from Hell, it seemed like it probably should have gone Guild's way. No way. Roxy too good in the post plant. And now G2 going for the FPX buy again with 3 Vandals.
Yeah, you know, one more thing is this is a second pistol that we've had today where Roxy is clutching out a 1v2 to be able to bring G2 forward. That must be a really satisfying feeling, at least for Roxy, you know, to be able to beat your old team and take it down. Now, though, talking about beating people up, it is going to be Mary with a ghost finding that first blood onto Ness, who got a little bit too overeager. Takes quite a bit of damage in the process, and immediately you can see the rifle being dropped to a teammate just to make sure that it finds its full value here. After spotting out more players towards the A side, it does seem like G2 are going to be calling for a little bit of a rotation play here, which is a really good call because it's E side. It's completely open for business.
Yeah, they gave it back to Mary for a second, maybe if she wanted to take a fight down long, but the second they're going to execute, it goes back. I think it's a great spot. Mary can sort of dash in with the smoke and break crosshairs on any players that are on the close angle, and then you have a flashback sight. Doesn't matter if she's 0 HP or if she only has a ghost. She's got all the help in the world to sort of look down from above and go shooting on the targets.
Atrike already for Mary on the round, and the last 2 players for Gildex. I don't know how much more they can really do here. Smurfette might be able to find a couple of kills if the timing is right. Do a little bit of economic damage, though Roxy is more than ready for the angle. It's all down to just Anya with the frenzy, hoping for somebody from G2 to possibly push in and give her a pick, but it does seem like nobody's biting the bait so far. Mary finally falling, but that damage has already been done, and she didn't have a gun either to really worry about, so it does seem like G2, they're going to be able to get to double digits without too much ado here.
6 rounds separating them, 3 away from a win. Yeah, looking real solid from G2, and again, they're going to be able to fully buy out into this round and challenge Guild. It's the strength of going for this type of purchase. Now, Guild, I know we said at the start of the show, like these 2 teams have so much history between the 2, and it's been 7 months since they played. There have been changes to the roster, 2 big moves for Guild, 1 over for G2. But Guild did have the upper hand the last time these 2 teams faced off in the finals. It was a long match. They won in the 5, and I remember from being on that show, like Ness and Anya on their defense were so solid for the team in their lockdown. Anya loved ratting inside of these smokes. Ness as well was so good for the team. So those are the players I'm really looking at here on the defensive side. Ness coming around the corner. The lineup, the shots aren't quite there, unfortunately.
Gonna let Mary stay alive. However, Nesto finally being able to take her down. The Blades are not finding too much damage either, as Guild quickly find the numbers advantage. Anya in the corner as well, staying alive with the help of that teleport there, and it's all down to Mimi. We've seen Mimi come up huge before, and she's doing it again here, finding 3, bringing it down to a 1v1 with the breach.
Spadoka lived on 2 HP! 2 HP, because there's a wall there chewing up some of Mimi's bullets.
Illegal.
I think Mimi almost had that one. It starts off because Anya playing backside here. Playing around the smokes as well, coming around the corner, but then Mimi turns it around. That was a 1 versus 4 she almost just won. Ridiculous out of her.
Really,
was just,
really good round.
That's just wild. And, you know, even when she has quiet maps, when the rest of the team is popping up and she's just showing up, it's in situations like that, she is so insane.
Yeah, Mimi's the backup plan, you know? The moment when Roxy or Mary, they're not able to like quite do the damage, Mimi's there in the back. Like she's got everything covered. Almost pulls off the 1v4. And now once again though, G2, despite the C-side not going the greatest for them so far, knowing perhaps about this hyper-aggressive A play here, they're looking to at least take some control onto the C-side where there's nothing but a turret blocking them.
Oh no, this is so unfortunate. Guild can't know this, but they don't have information that the spike was back there in spawn. There are maybe options for them to hold on to it. At the same time, with numbers up 4 versus 3, no real reason to overextend into spawn there. You can sort of shrink your position on site and look to play retake. That's kind of what they're doing right now with a nasty swing they can have off of any sort of contact from Anya. Does mean the plant should be relatively simple over towards C, and Mimi has the Rolling Thunder for the post plant, which could swing things right back around in G2's favor.
No lockdown available for Ness either. I'm surprised they're kind of leaving this for the retake scenario here. And despite having the site completely to themselves, it does look like G2, they want to get a little bit more aggressive, a bit more space before they really opt to go in for that hold. Ness, though, being an absolute rat here towards the back of the B side. Petra gets a little bit too overeager. She's going to be punished here, and that is going to be the case. 2v4 scenario right now. Rolling Thunder still in play, but Mary has so much work to do here. That's a nasty clap coming out of her, and just like that, things are going to be completely equalized. And once that happens, Mimi as well as Mary, the dynamic duo, they are happy to just way from behind.
With the Rolling Thunder ready, clock ticking down, Spadoka forced away. They don't have to fight off it immediately. Just stalling. Mimi also has the fault line. She's going to fight into it regardless. Mary in the clutch, sees the play around the corner, takes them down. G2 go up to 11.
That was a 2v4, and they made it look so easy. Of course, Mary being able to find that collab is one thing, but the discipline to immediately come back rather than looking for more, so beautifully played.
It's so, I mean, just lining up there, it's so sad. Because like in a 2 versus 4 like that, you can't sit back on your laurels. You have to go forward and try to make some kind of a play happen. Otherwise, you just get run over. You have to catch guard off guard, Guild off guard. Oh my gosh. Too many years in NA, and I see G and I think guard. Anyways, G2 now 2 away, and there's no purchase for Guild. We saw this previously when it just became a Smurfette round with those knives, and it's gonna have to be her again.
A little bit of awkward interaction there, but neither side has a player going down. And once again, it does look like Smurfette's looking to get a little bit over-eager. Aware of the possibility, of course, of the players having crossed over. I think they did hear the TP coming in from Glance there, and Smurfette able to find not only the kill, but also back away safely, keeping the knives online for the future. That is absolutely phenomenal.
Oh, they're reading a pivot over towards B now. 4 players ready to go ham if a hit were to come in. Guild, plenty of options here to work with. Smurfette gonna get real active, playing around the smoke, gonna catch Mimi hopping up into the window, but they're straight into the arms of Roxy. She gets 1, she gets 2, the concuss is here, and they're able to take her down. Equalizes just a bit, but the spike is gonna get planted over towards the A site.
Yeah, they have control of it. Smurfette also has the Rolling Thunder, but this is going to be a really difficult retake here. However, Mary already holding down a really aggressive position, able to find the first, once again falling back now. It's going to be a triple crossfire that these players somehow have to break. No info initiator available either. Mary able to find that first, and now it's all down just to Ness. Marshall in hand. I don't know how much more she can really find here. Guild, it seems like match point is open for the taking. All they need to do is find this last frag here, and they will do it without too much trouble. Mary again with the 3K, just popping off for G2, and they're going to get to match point.
Just crazy stuff. Even though Smurfette finds the one with the knives, Mary's just not going to allow it to happen. This aggressive stance. There's a concuss coming through from Mimi. That's the thing as well, right? The Rolling Thunder just come in from the enemy breach, and then you have Mimi playing offside in sewers that just has the perfect lineup into Link, knowing that they want to push forward with Mary. Mary now up to 27 kills in just 18 rounds. Now Guild have to put 7 together in a row. Ness is 1 off of the ultimate, so she can find a pick or maybe look for an orb or plant or something. That could help them in the retake, but the early aggression towards mid doesn't pay off, and it loses Smurfette the flash.
Ooh, Ness playing in an absolutely nasty angle here. If they don't check it, she might be able to do enough damage to really do some damage to G2. Mary, though, able to find the first, a rare whiff coming in on the second as Smurfette finds the trade and numbers advantage for once in the first 20 seconds of the round, falls into the hands of Guild here. The remaining players from G2, they're kind of reconsidering whether they want to really go for this A-side push or not. And off the back of that, Guild, they kind of slow things down as well as they reposition.
I think G2 might just wait out the clock and then contact their way into the site. They could use the lockdown, but with 7 rounds of buffer, I think the better play down in numbers is just try and stack up your ultimates so you can guarantee in 3 rounds you have 3 or 4 ults ready to just destroy a site. Maybe even bait Guild into using a couple of their big ones on this. You see Guild completely eat the bait, move over towards that C site. Plant should go down with ease.
Yeah, I think if G2 can get that lockdown out of Guild, it's gonna be a huge W for them with just that, and that's gonna be the case here. And that's gonna be putting it down. It is going to be the counter lockdown invested by Roxy as well. We see it come into play, and that's gonna in turn bait out the Hunter Spear already. The contact not quite working out for Guild here as Mimi stands strong on site. 3 already, letting herself get detained, but the damage has been done. It's all down to Karina now, the newest joinee on the side of Guild, having to close out a 1v3 position. No one does have the recall to work with, but how much more can she really find? None is going to be the answer as Roxy will shut things down. A very fitting end, I would say. Roxy getting that last kill as G2, they take map 1, Guild's map to boot, 13-5.
Roxy gets the last to stab her old team in the back end. Mimi sits on site for the 3K. I love it. I love it when teams will leave just one player on the site during the lockdown. That's like, okay, if they push early, we pop off and we go crazy. If they don't, we just die. But we're willing to take that gamble because they have so much faith in Mimi to find those kills. And after she nearly had the clutch in the round a few before that one, is able to just instantly lock down this entire map and take it away. That first half, I mean, Zach, G2 were just running away with the rounds. They won the first 7 in a row, I think.
Yeah, they did before Guild finally bounced back after a round after a timeout, I believe. Really good plays coming out of G2. I think what really kind of helped the side of Guildex to snowball a couple of rounds was Roxy picking up that operator. Not exactly the best choice in that garage area. At least if it was somewhere else, it might have helped. But after that, just Smurfette being able to close out this 1v1 despite being so low. Really individual heroics coming out of the Guild players, but that wasn't able to get them quite far enough. And, you know, I was kind of skeptical about Roxy joining this roster, but like you mentioned, with Chamber going out of meta, she probably is one of the best Killjoy players, I gotta say, in EMEA right now, and just one of the most best pickups that G2 could have gotten, especially considering how their roster has shaped up now.
I think it's a situation, right, where it's hard to know how much Giuliano brings to the team in terms of like the comms and the calling, and that's where it's like, that's going to be a huge loss of the veteran experience. But I mean, the calls look solid in that map. Petra stepping up to the challenge. Mary, the fragging ability has never been doubted whatsoever in that department. So safe to say that G2 are back on form and looking to continue another year of dominance. There's a lot of other challengers that have approached, but getting through Guild first is a great first step.
Yeah, I mean, I do believe that they have in fact lost a match in their group stage, like our analyst points out, and we might see that rematch coming through later, but we're getting ahead of ourselves. This is only map number 1. We have a lot left for the day, but before we do that, we're gonna take a short break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
What? What is this from EA? He is currently unstoppable. He is just a consistent demon. El Diablo.
Hey guys, it's EA. Welcome to my course on optimal VALORANT training. I'm going to be demonstrating now some angle clearing. I'll slowly come around the corner as well, making sure no one's on these off angles.
G2 goes and closed off that first map in one of the most dominant fashions. We said it was a rivalry with GLD and it went in favor of GLD last time around. But Sam, this felt like the most difficult uphill battle that GLD had to fight.
Yeah, it was really rough because it was their map pick. But like we said it, or at least I said it, I feel like G2 really did win the roster shuffle off-season battle. Guild had so many more cracks to try and fill in. For G2, everything just kind of slid seamlessly into place. Mary goes from pseudo-duelist to actual duelist. Roxy stays a sentinel. And all you do is you change the reins. Petra takes the reins and she's doing great. For Guild, on the other hand, everything was such upheaval, so tumultuous, and you can see they have not really clicked into their places yet. And, excuse me, a couple of underperformances as well definitely made a difference.
Yeah, I mean, Liski, coming into this, we had certain expectations for both of these rosters. You said it yourself, a couple of question marks in regards to how this was going to be played out simply because of the fact that there have been a couple of shuffles, but was it expected to be this one-sided?
I think you could see the pieces of that coming together, just looking at the names on paper that G2 are putting in the server. And at the end of the day, look, it's the age-old tactical FPS question. Do you pass the firepower test? Are you able to shoot back on the day? And in this case, Guild couldn't. When the game got a little scrappier, some of the rounds got closer, you could see them in it, you know, when they're able to actually get into the sites and trade out. You know, there were a few opportunities where maybe they could have made something work, but it felt like just the individuals on G2 playing a whole lot better than what you saw from the Guild members, and a lot of these kind of clutch situations felt like Guild had to work for those, and that does make a difference over the long term. At the end of the day, you know, every single one of these rounds where Mary's getting a multi-frag in a 3v1, even if she doesn't win it, she's taking 2 guns away, she's putting pressure on the economy, and it just makes it really hard for you to grind through a game like that.
Yeah, speaking of Mary and winning a 1vx situation, Sam, it felt like the Mary and Roxy highlight reel.
Honestly, overall, I'd say that this was a bit of a diff. I'll be honest with everyone here today, as painful as that might be. But yes, Mary and Roxy went so hard. Roxy, I think like 6 rounds in, she was 10-1. Okay, it slowed down considerably at that point. Like, she didn't get another kill for like 6 or 7 more like rounds thereafter. But, you know, we know this. Roxy is an exceptional sentinel. She's an exceptional site anchor. That's why she's been picked up by G2. They know that she will fit in with their team. Her firepower, her star power, her rock star power. It's gonna help them. It's just gonna add to their incredible force, the force that is G2.
Yeah, and then we're looking as well at G2 and GLD here, Pilsky, in terms of the timeout. So the timeout coming out from GLD was after G2 was already down 6-0. That was the scoreline, and then G2, when they went for that timeout, they were 7-2, which meant that there's a bit of a disparity in terms of when they do call out these timeouts. And from a coach's perspective, what insight can you give us on that?
I think like it just depends on what kind of team you have. I think when you're down 0-6, obviously things aren't going well, but a lot of the time it can kind of be a mentality reset. You're trying to slow down the momentum, shift things up, just trying to chip in 1 or 2 rounds at a time. I was impressed that G2, after dropping those 2 rounds in a row, particularly they were quite sloppy rounds. It felt like they were losing focus. I remember the first round they lost, they juggled the op onto the Killjoy in Garage, and it took like 4 or 5 operator shots being missed for them to actually concede the round. And at that point, if you're G2 and you're already kind of dominating in the server, it feels like you have to make pretty big misplays like that to actually start throwing away rounds. And they just needed to kind of refocus a little bit after dropping 2 in a row.
Not overheating too much, but we said it in terms of G2 Gozen's performance. 2 individuals really stood out, and that were Mary as well as Roxy. But Roxy, again, Sam, one of the players that we highlighted before the match even started in regards to the fact that they're new to this roster, similar to Karina. But when we're looking at the head-to-head in terms of comparison on how these 2 players have so far slotted in to their respective rosters, it feels like it's very much one-sided towards G2 Gozen.
Yeah, I think a real issue here is for Karina, like we said it in the previous matchup as well. Some of those newer players, Mel, for example, they haven't had this kind of experience. So the nerves are there, the inconsistency is there. Karina, I saw some matches in the group stages where she was like second fragging. But, you know, here today against a team like G2, the powerhouse, the best team in the world, clearly some of those nerves start to set in a little bit, and she just was not in the server. As harsh as that is to say, she just did not show up. Roxy, on the other hand, sure, she's a new player, but she's got LAN experience, world champion LAN experience. Okay, her team didn't come out the champions, but she's been there, right? She's been under that pressure. She knows what it's like, and she's playing against her former teammates. We spoke about that familiarity between, you know, what was happening in our previous matchup, and again, it's that similar thing. Roxy knows her ex-teammates. She knows how they think, and she can really start to read into what their playstyle is going to be like, which doesn't necessarily affect her individual performance, but as we said and as we know, she's amazing. Roxy diff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Pilsky, you said it yourself as well while we were in the green room. You're like, Roxy is one of the plays that you really wanted to highlight. And we can talk about the fact that the firepower is absolutely on point. I mean, not a single shot between the eyebrows was missed there. But regardless of that firepower, it also felt like that decision-making, that side anchoring is something that has really been her strong suit.
I mean, she had excellent positioning in a couple of rounds, but the thing I was really looking at is just the fact that throughout the group stage, despite the fact they went 6-1 and kind of dominated, like they went 13-2 map score or something like that, Roxy actually went like 0.93. She was like trailing in rating wise behind the rest of the team. Maybe she just didn't see anybody. She's just sitting on the sites and, you know, Mary go kill, which was somewhat the case in this game, a little bit less. But she actually played a whole lot better in this first game of playoffs. Is that going to be a case of her playing against her old team, or is that going to be a case of her just starting to warm things up after the group stage and iron out a few more issues, get more comfortable in the team?
Yeah, see, that was going to be my follow-up question. Is it a warm-up? Is it, you know, is this the full form, Sam, of Roxy that we're witnessing right now? Was it more like, you know, getting into groups, maybe wasn't too comfortable, still slotting into the team, and something just clicked?
This is more akin to peak Roxy. Like, there will be times, you know, as Pilsky was saying, right? Like, sometimes she'll be on a site, she'll be anchoring, and just no one will go there. And she just won't have the opportunity to perform. But what we saw today was much closer to, like, her peak performance, her ceiling, her absolute standout performances. And if she can keep up this form, then they're on a really, really solid trajectory. As it looks so far, they're probably going to go 2-0 in this game. They're going to be going up against Ascend next. And so the road to grand finals is there, and if Roxy can keep up this form and keep slotting in with the rest of the team, should be easy pickings.
All right, well, I guess no pressure here for Roxy or Mary, because that first map has been an absolute banger of a performance. Can G2 goes and close it out in a 2-0, and are both our analysts right with their prediction? Find out as we're going to be heading on to Split with Zach and Ender.
I don't care about the analysts. I want the teams to show their best performances that they got. No, look, G2, Zach, they came out and they crushed on map number 1. And now we're going into their pick. Guild are now put in a really, really tough position to try and force this to a decider.
Yeah, I think that they're fighting an uphill battle. I think, like our analyst just did point out, they have quite a bit of new blood here, and they're going up against somebody who knows their strategies quite intimately, having spent about a good year with the team. So I think that it's gonna make things very, very difficult for GLD, especially considering that, you know, Split, it's a map that they've had sort of a mixed history on, I gotta say. In fact, they've been kind of taking the L throughout their time playing it last year. They haven't played it at all in this particular tournament, so I'm intrigued to see exactly do they have like some kind of secret plan coming up, or is it gonna be like just G2 running the showdown?
You know what? I love that you set it up by being like, oh, you know, Roxy's got like the insider info, you know, and knowing the strats more intimately. In the last 365 days, Guild played Split exactly 1 time. And that was 10 months ago. So nah, she can't have anything ready to go on this map. G2 are also just coming off of an overtime loss on Split as a decider map versus BBL, which was that sort of blemish on their records. They're gonna have to set some things right for them. But Guild are rocking the double smoke comp, which I like to see them incorporating for themselves, whereas G2, very stock standard, rocking the Raze plus Breach to send Mary out to go crazy with the paint shells.
I mean, last game, Mary Go Kill seemed to work quite well as a strategy. Historically, I think it's worked quite well for G2. I don't know if that's going to be the case for this particular map, though I wouldn't be surprised if Mary makes up for that 30 bomb that she narrowly missed out on last time around. Either way, A side is going to be at first point of contact. A flash, beautifully done by Speedo, able to find that first kill off the back of it. Looking for more here as the flash, counter flash comes through and Petra finds the trade. Huge kill there. No more heal going to be available for the rest of the round. I think that Speedoka did invest into it a little bit, and that's no longer going to be the case. Things back down to a 4v4, and this lurk here from mid, Glance might find some interesting
What
value.
Glance can find is going to be massive because there's no sort of flank watch sentinel utility to be able to shut down any of her lurks. She has a position in vents here too, where if any players are rotating and running through spawn, she hears that. So she can start to count players if G2 were to, you know, commit more over towards that A site. She would know if there was going to be a push. Guild went for the late fight in A main. Now they're going for a late fight in B main. This forward position is going to be so much earlier than G2 are expecting players to be fighting them.
Oh, it might come down to timing though. At least there might be a little bit of a sour kill here. Karina able to find the first, looking for more, gets a little bit too greedy though. However, Anya able to hold strong, finds the first one. Roxy finally there for the trade, bringing things back down to a 2v2. And unfortunately, Glance, despite holding down that mid area for the position on the lurk, not quite able to find the kill value here. 15 seconds left. The spike has to go down. Roxy at least will be able to get the plant. Although it's again also down to timing. Smurfette finds the first one.
No!
And oh my god, Ness with the swivel around, 22 HP in a dream, finds the defuse as well as Gildex take a pistol. And this time around, Roxy not doing enough.
So close right there. I thought the lurk was going to do it. No one's going to expect Glance to be up there on the rafters to hold for the teammate there. But this is kind of wild. I thought the utility, the pop flash over the top thrown out from Guild to sort of set up at the start of the round for the fight in A, I thought was really nice. It only ended up being a 1-for-1 trade, and I mean, Ness turns it around somehow. That's a bit of madness to guarantee the round win for Guild, but it's important that they get a good start here because I'm nervous, right? With only having one play of split, and I mean, it's just a fake play. It's a completely different roster. 10 months ago, it doesn't actually count. They have not shown us yet what they have cooking on this map, and G2 were lights out back on Haven.
New meta, new me seems to be the watchword for Guild at least, and it seems like they have done quite a bit of prep into this particular map. Now G2, not exactly the greatest buy. They do have a couple of sheriffs to try and work with. That might be the case here. Anya caught by the stun, taken down as well by Mary. That's a huge kill there. However, Smurfette holding on that vertical angle will at least be able to get the trade. And note here that despite getting that first kill, none of the G2 players have had a chance to really be able to pick up that rifle that was dropped in heaven. On this B side, in the smoke, it's still going to be Ness trying to kind of anchor it down. But again, after that first trade, it seems like G2, they have no real answer.
If G2 can get on this site, now they're going to bring Roxy up into heaven. A little bit sort of one by one as they funnel into the site. This has allowed Guild to isolate every single fight. Smurfette reloading, doesn't matter, has enough. Gets a 4K on the round, just charging down for those ecos. Actually means Knives are going to be online heading into the next round. Ness is going to take the kill, so that won't end up being an option. But very nicely done from Guild there. And all things considered, they're going to have to remain on top of sort of their scouting, especially up from mid. It hasn't mattered so much this round because they've just won the fights when they get into sight. But I think G2 are going to continue looking for these lurk timings up into vents. And what you're gonna end up seeing a lot from Spadoka is it's going to be the dogs late into A main. We saw that previously. Flashes out into mid to see if there's going to be a player there. But it's not perfect information for them. And that's always going to make them slightly nervous about G2 stepping forward.
Oh, this is really interesting here because Smurfette is only one off of the Bladestorm, so if she can get a kill or perhaps an ult orb, which G2 seem to be expecting towards this B main area, that might be the Bladestorm coming into play in this round, though I think it's unlikely. Off the flash though, Anya willing to swing, does quite a bit of damage, gets a headshot in fact onto Glance, but not able to complete the kill as Mimi is always there for that trusty backup play. In the meantime, Roxy on the lurk here, throws out the Cyber Cage, takes quite a bit of damage and is going to be in fact running for her life. Spots out both these players with the camera though, so at least that's gonna be there.
Yeah, Guild are just kind of full sending it right now. See if they can win a fight anywhere. Ness is just backside, gets the headshot, but paint shells. It's a tough time to live in that backside of B split. Not really going to be possible to survive from there. Still, though, I need to give some small credit here to Ness, because it's not always that you see like a lot of variance in like solid left click flashes that end up being like actual like genuine pop flashes over the top of the wall or out of a smoke. But I didn't quite catch the one previously, but we've seen 2 rounds now where she's been deeper on site, setting up a teammate to go aggressive. I like those looks from her.
Yeah, I think when the weapon advantage kind of gets out of question here, it might be more impactful. Right now, the last 2 remaining players looking to push back into site, and once again, Mary able to really make it sing here. So much damage done off the paint shells. That's gonna be, I think, the 3rd on the round that she has, or the 2nd on the round that she has. Already 3 kills to her name here, and now Karina, it's a question of who she's gonna die to, right? There's already Roxy coming around on a really, really late flank, and in the end, it's gonna be Karina going down to the spike. G2, they're full buy round, they win in style, not dropping a single player, and that is gonna be huge heading into the next one.
Oh yeah. Especially, oh, Mary's just one off of the showstopper too. So this is a situation where you get that opening frag and the round just pops off. You can go flying on in there. Now, G2, they just showed us a patient round. I wonder how slowly they continue to play, because I think that they can try to win sort of the battle of attrition against the info util of Guild, because they're not rocking a Cypher, Killjoy, something like this. They don't have that passive info that's always going to be up. G2 can try to catch them on good timing. So even here, like, they're accelerating Mary so fast, she loses. But this wasn't going to be a full A exec. They were still trying to play 2 in mid, try and punish when Guild rotate the players off of mid. That's exactly what happens. Guild realized, wait a second, G2 aren't showing that much, so now Spidoko comes back into heaven to look for the dog, but it may not end up catching the Vents players. I don't know if it actually, I don't know if she actually turned around to see that coming through. And now heaven belongs to G2.
Yeah, I think the tail end of the Trailblazer did catch the Omen, but with that Sky Flash coming into usage as well, they know for a fact that there is going to be heavy presence from G2 towards this area. However, though, there is still going to be considerable anchorage by Guild towards the site itself, so if they do decide to go in for a bit of an early execute, it might cause a problem. Roxy being spotted out in heaven as well, and now G2, they kind of just seem to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. You do see some healing utility possibly coming into play in a couple of seconds, but till then,
they can't really go into that A site. The Viper Wall is tough. They have no flashes to work with. Maybe actually just has the one, and maybe Petra's going to have one soon. Yeah, as soon as it comes off cooldown, they're going to send that. But they're walking into a 3-stack with just the one player. No one yet biting on Guild's side, so they just find the free kill as Mimi tries to walk in with the spike on the A site. None of the fights are working out for G2, but I guess they get a plant off at the end of the day.
10 seconds Mimi in a 1v5. Flawless. If there's anybody who can do it, it's probably gonna be Mimi, but doesn't even get the chance to get the spike down, as Karina will be able to get that wallbang kill through, and that's gonna be a statement round from Guild here, a flawless to boot. And it seems like Guild, they are completely opting to let go of mid control. They're like, you can have mid, we'll have the sites, and they're making it work.
And look, that can work. Absolutely, I think that can. They also don't have like great utility to fight for mid control because they don't have a breach and a raise. That's really important if you want to lock down Male. So what they're doing is they're doing like surgical attacks almost with Summerfett, where they try to peek her forward. Sometimes they'll fight more aggressively forward with her, but after they take that fight, they're going to back away, sort of pull back their position, not over committing to any sort of space on site. Now, Mimi has the ultimate. She is just sending it on in here, not able to capitalize off of that concuss, although now she's entrenched here and can sort of be that pivot for any type of work. Roxy's also so far forward, but oh, that got dicey for a moment. Huge kill to find in the end.
Neural Theft comes out as well. Roxy and the rest of the team know exactly where these players are. However, it might be not enough to really get the advantage in, as once again, Guild managed to equalize the numbers advantage. G2 though, in exchange, they find the site, and that might be the difference maker. No real ultimates for either side to work with. Smurfett has the Bladestorm, but also has a rifle, so unless it's going to be a bit of a dicey situation, I don't think we're going to be really seeing that come out. And now it's all up to how G2 are going to be able to play this post plan. Late lurk from Petra might find impeccable value here, but the remaining two players, they're happy to kind of swing off the back of the utility. Glance towards his elbow area, finds the first kill, gets a second as well. A nasty shot, and Petra on the lurk will find the final one. 1v1. G2, they bounce back and find a round of their own, and what a round it was.
Yeah, that was a little crispy from Glance there, the second one. Just a tap and DP. Not looking to stay holding that angle for too long, but this is where things get really problematic for Guild, because that's like lurk on lurk on lurk from G2. It wasn't even a lurk up mid, it was fully taking it, but then so quickly Roxy is up ramp while the Guild players are getting pulled back from A Heaven back into spawn, thinking, oh, is it going to work over into B? They just have to hold on to their positions a little bit more. They're divvying up the scouting util, right? So KO's over towards A, the Sky is near B, but it's after the windows where their initial util gets spent. The knife is down. Okay, now can we step forward? If the Sky is B, if the KO is on A, that means stepping up into mid is so appealing. And like you're talking about, Smurfette's fallen off the angle. The operator no longer holding that spot, now repositioning into A, but there's potential backstabbing through mid. Like, Guild have no passive intel to be aware, and if the upshots aren't connecting, your round's falling apart.
Yeah, and while all of this distraction has been made, I almost feel like it was an intentional shot coming in. This lurk from mid finds so much value. The trigger discipline out of Petra. Add Glance to be able to find not one but two confirmed kills there. A little bit of an awkward interaction from Roxy as she tries to get the kill on the side. Eventually does connect though, and now with the spike finally going down, it might be optimal for the remaining two players of Guild to just try to hold on to whatever weapons they have. They don't really have the economy to buy more into this, and just the fact that G2, they're once again able to just find so much impact off of their very nasty mid plays. It's amazing.
They're actually like greedy with their ults too. Like, they're winning these rounds without having to spend into them. Now, oh, ships the night. That's a little bit awkward and somehow, yeah, sure, why not? Glance just gets that kill anyways. Doesn't even matter that you're not looking at her at the start. Instantly just gonna whip around on the 90 and take the kill. So again, this is actually a situation. I think this would be a good timeout for Guild, or maybe the next round after the eco comes through, because their protocols broke down. Early on, when Smurfette had rotated over and was holding ramp, Ness was hard holding onto ropes so that they couldn't get backstabbed. But then when Smurfette rotated, Glance stepped back to try and hold ramp, and now there's no one watching ropes. So in the heat of the moment, things are breaking down. The first layer or two from Guild, it's there, but once G2 start pressing and challenging on multiple fronts, Guild are falling apart.
Go get him. Yeah, and now with the eco into play, multiple ults as well on the side of G2 to try and make this round work. It might be highly impactful. However, Smurfette has taken up a super aggressive position towards this mid angle. So again, the read from G2 seems to be there. They know that it's going to be a bit of a lesser buy coming out of these players on Guild. They're happy to just try to play for as many picks as possible. And Mimi, able to find that first blood, will be able to open up that site to boot onto A, as the spike will eventually go down.
I'm sorry, what is this? Mary's the lurker? She's playing Raze, had the boombot. I mean, she was throwing the boombot B to like sell some presents, but it's crazy that your Raze is lurking with Showstopper. I don't know, that's so funny to me. And I mean, surely G2 are just gonna wipe the floor with Guild. They've got nothing. And Mary, sure, is gonna win out in the lurk anyways.
Mary still being a very annoying little distraction there. Finally being taken down by Anya, but gets the information that the last two players are towards Heaven, and Glance and Petra will be the cleanup crew that let G2 take the lead in this game for the first time, and probably not for the last time.
And look, you know that if that's happening to you in comms, you're getting lurked on by, you're molding. Your feelings like, what are they doing? Like, they're trolling. Like, that can't be real. That this is happening to them. It stings. It does not feel good. Now, the biggest question for me with ults coming online is like, where's Karina gonna send the ulti? Because I think like working into mid could be okay, but then you're still dealing with like, no matter where she ults, I think there's like Rolling Thunder Showstopper that can punish her. Like, they could also ignore mid or try to like late lurk up into it. Maybe just sending in a Skydog, but yeah, I think Skydog with a Showstopper behind could be the idea if they even want to commit the Showstopper.
It has proven to be this trusty strategy for clearing Viper's pits in the past. Right now, though, it is going to be some early information being taken towards A, Trailblazer invested by Guild, and it's going to be a bit of a red herring, because even though nobody was spotted, they're still going to be looking to push forward onto the site with the spike. Petra, in the meantime, creating quite a bit of pandemonium towards mid, but it's just a little bit of a fake. Showstopper finally going to be put in. Mary, oh no,
she doesn't get the second. No, I'm sorry, that's not legal. That is not okay. We don't condone that type of behavior.
That's just Mary. It's okay. It's another day of work for her.
Oh. Oh, it hurts. It hurts to watch. She's just so good.
I think
my small brain can't even comprehend it at times. She's hit by her own team's Rolling Thunder. Gets to go as a showstopper. That's reasonable. But the next one? Nah, I'm sorry. That's not okay.
Just impeccable crosshair placement. Just marry things, honestly. You kind of get used to it after a point. Yeah, these remaining 3 players from Guild, I don't really know how much they can do. The clock is already quite possibly ticked down. Smurfette trying to find some damage, does get shut down by Roxy, and the last 2 players, they're just gonna be booking it away from the A site. At least let us keep our guns. That's gonna be the call here for Guild as G2 on attack, they get to 5.
Yeah.
And you know, I know Split got remodels, but it hasn't been remodeled that much. That attack is still
It's
nice
the same, let's be honest. And before all of this happens, like, this is just silly, goofy dimes. Like, cool. Just run straight into the barrel. But the utility, like the way G2 is playing is really cool. Not just in the side hit, but Petra used both the dog and the flash up into that Viper's pit in mid with the intention of pulling any A Heaven player over in to try and help out Karina's Viper. Karina's Viper is just like solo up in mid, so with that utility, maybe you can try to get someone to like swing over and help her out and pull them away from the hit on the A site. They didn't end up mattering, but it's like those types of things where G2, by just showing a little bit of presence, can try to poke and prod and pull Guild around the map. And Guild, throughout this game and throughout the series of rounds G2 have strung together, have been over-rotating and falling off positions. And that's when the lurk timers that weren't even there, weren't even a layer in that last round, have been able to punish Guild so much.
I think that G2 have also kind of conditioned Guild to expect kind of that late lurk or that mid presence early on. You see them kind of contesting it and then just being, hey, wait a minute, why are we using so much utility when there's nobody here? And last round was like a key point of that, right? Like, they invested that Viper's pit down towards mid, which is a good, oh, don't get me wrong, but instead of investing it towards side or anything, and just the read there from G2, able to kind of pivot off these plays and find so much space, and of course illegal kills like the ones that Mary finds. It's just beautiful gameplay coming out of them.
Something tells me this is going to be a classic, you know, back in like the open beta execute onto the site, because Glance has the ult, so maybe just sends it back site. Nope, not even going to need that one. Cool pathing over to the right hand side, trying to wrap around onto Anya, but Anya is stone cold and finds the opener. And the second.
Oh, Anya, that is just nasty work. Still staying alive as well, and now a Smurfette for the backup. 3 remaining players looking to do some damage. Roxy almost getting the timing, but unfortunately not quite able to connect the second or even the first kill for that matter. Anya with a 4K on the round. The hero that Guild desperately needed and will find in their time of need. And remember, that was a really awkward buy for Guild. They were buying around the 2 rifles that they had saved, and Anya makes it work.
Anya, you put a rifle in her hand, she is going to show up when it matters. I said this last map, but when these teams faced off last in the grand finals of EMEA GC, when Guild had that insane upset, Anya was rock solid defensively. She was just an anchor you couldn't break. She was always finding 2. It was unreasonable how much value she was getting round to round. So if Guild are gonna come back, and we say come back, but it's just 1 round separating these 2 teams, it'll be her. Smurfette peeks out, but not quite able to find the fight. Karina, though, on the opposite side, shuts down that lurk attempt from Roxy.
So early on as well. It's barely been 20 seconds into the round, and with the lack of that Cypher going down, it's going to let Guild play so much more aggressively as well on this map. In exchange, G2, they found a little bit of mid control, but that's something that Guild have opted to kind of play loose and fast with anyway. Now, G2 look to pivot over towards this B site, where it's going to be Smurfette holding that first point of contact. Oh, but I think her shoulders getting spotted, and Mary finds that kill. Huge work. And now Anya, she's been playing in that back position before. This time around, though, Mary, with the flash, with the paint drills, will push her out of position and connect that kill, and just like that, the B side, it falls open.
That's tough. Nats actually slammed the whole command super early here, trying to accomplish something, a swing up into heaven. Mary is able to knock down that robot, and Petra just unloads an entire cartridge into that poor KO.
Last player standing.
Oh, Mary though, still gonna be holding strong here on this angle, being able to find the 3rd kill on the round once again. It seems like Mary either insta-dies or gets like a 2K. There seems to be no in between. Make that a 4K. Mary connects it, doesn't take a lick of damage in the process as G2 5-6. And what a round it was, despite losing Roxy so early on.
Yeah, let's walk through the steps. Roxy dies on Lurk, it's a 4v5. Then they see Smurfette from behind the corner, and then it falls apart. Every single fight they take is benefited by utility. After, you know, the arm shot around the wall on Smurfette, it's the paint shells into the back line. So Mary gets a couple of kills off of flashes from her teammates, off of the concuss. Then she has another paint shell, and here, there's another flash sent from Mimi. Mimi is B main, sending that flash ready for Mary to come around the corner and take that fight. G2 will not allow Guild to take fair fights, and it's just brutal. Because again, walking up in here, it's a concuss line that hits male and vent, so Mary gets a free pathway. But there is a judge they got to get through first, and the sheriff inside the smoke, Anya. That is unfortunate.
That is some brutal damage being done there. The judge though able to take down Petra, at least finds a second as well with the classic. Huge work coming out of Guild Sky there. Looking to find more, but Glance able to finally clear it out. And Roxy gets the sound cue as well on the lurk. However, I don't know if she's going to be expecting the second player. Does hear the zipline, gets the kill, and now it's all down to the sheriffs here. Ness picks up the rifle at the very least, able to find the first. Does have light armor to play with as well. And yeah, exactly. Those last 2 players, they're going to be low. Position of Mimi going to be caught out with the help of that 0 point. Knows the second one as well where Glance is. And this is a very, very doable round for Ness here. All she has to do is somehow get a little bit of space, isolate these kills before the clock runs out. Has to go in for a bit of an awkward reload. And for G2, even if they're low, all they have to do is buy enough time, and they kind of seem to be excelling at that. Glance finally getting the kill, and G2 finds 7 on attack.
Very nicely done. I mean, they just explode up through mid, and then after that seems so controlled. Roxy's sort of left behind to cut off any sort of rotation. I don't know. G2 just look very solid, I think. Yeah, you know, they lost out the pistol, and that's making this look a little bit closer than it is. But I just don't feel like Guild have had a solid answer to these rifle rounds coming in from G2, other than the Anya hero. Maybe it can be Smurfette's operator. We've seen it previously, wasn't finding the opening kills. That was a weakness. She's stationed up over towards A, but no one's playing there early, and it's going to be tough. Maybe the read is, G2 have shown this with Mary over towards B before, trying to ult in, but it's a full-on fake. They're moving straight into the operator. This is perfect for Smurfette.
No. That is a shot that Smurfette should not have missed. That's going to make it so much more difficult as G2 Onslaught comes onto sight from the shadows invested by Glance as well to confirm the position of this player. However, Smurfette's still going to be anchoring down the side, doing as much damage as she can, and she is making it work. Gets the Blaze Storm, looks for more, but that's a little bit more than she can really shoot here. 2v3 scenario. Mimi going to be late on the rotate here. Plenty of time to get the spike down. I'm surprised Glance is actually risking it right now. Does see the push coming in. We'll have to somehow get these kills, and we'll at least find one before being finally shut down. It's all down to Mimi here. Knows the position of both players off the back of that 0 point being invested, and now we'll have to tease these fights out somehow. Tucked her way into the corner. Looks at the wrong time though, and that's gonna be Mimi bringing it down to a 1v1. 30 seconds left on the clock. Spike has been retrieved
30
to boot.
seconds left.
And Mimi, will she expect this push towards elbow? That's gonna be the question here. Seems that she will, and that's gonna be the kill as well. The clutch for Mimi here is G2. They close out the half at 8-4 again.
What's the point of even asking the question when it's Mimi? Of course she is in the clutch spot. She carries that one through. And that's after Guild have the perfect run. Like, even when Smurfette misses that first shot, she recovered so well. She fell back onto the site, was able to get 2 kills before going down to put her team in a favorable position on that one. But then it did not even matter. Mimi at the end, and I mean, throughout it all, Guild just did not have an answer in the rifle rounds. G2's utility throughout to set up Mary was just too solid, and even when it falls apart, of course, why not? It's Mimi, the clutch goddess.
And now goes in, they're gonna be on defense, because number 1, it's defense on Split, and number 2, they have Roxy on Cypher. And I can tell you this, as a Killjoy player, Cypher is the most cringe agent you can ever play on this map. And it is fantastic. There are so many nasty trips, annoying cameras, pieces of utility that can really put down. Again, Smurfette gets caught in the tripwire. This time around, nobody really dared to capitalize off of it, and Roxy, of course, between the cyber cages. Can be an absolute rat on the site. Gets the first kill, looking for more, and does connect off the back of that concuss.
Mimi setting up her teammate. It is just picture perfect. Smurfette finds two. Still alive in this round. It's a 2-on-2, but Mary quickly going to send that down to just one. Ness stuck behind Sign here, tagged on through, down to 70 health. It's a ton of time to work with, but he's going to use that to try and hunt down and isolate one of these kills.
Has a 0 point, but again, not quite wanting to use it here. And I like this repositioning coming out of Mary, trying to take the 2v1 with the teammate here. Off the back of the 0 point, it is going to be Ness knowing that there is going to be enough time to get that spike down, dodges the concussion as well, and will hear the onslaught towards the side. A beautiful headshot coming out on the first and the second as well. That's the clutch that Guild really needed here.
That's twice in a row. The pistol rounds secured by Ness. Remember, on the first one, it was actually had to do the full 180 to turn around and kill the player up on rafters. Here, managed to get it done, because look at that concuss. Hits 4 players, I think, from Mimi. Ridiculous stuff, but Smurfette keeps the chances alive, and then Ness just sort of dipping around the corner, dodged away from the second fault line that Mimi threw right when the plant went down. Very nicely executed by her to take the 3K and give her team a chance to win this second map.
Yeah, they're back in it now, and you do see a bit of a... They basically bought every single thing they can. Smurfette, of course, with the multi-frag, able to afford this rifle here, and a bit of patience coming out of Guild as well. They know that G2 like to get a little bit antsy on these eco rounds, able to find that first blood already onto Petra. Off the back of it, it was a bit of a gamble stack towards this A side from G2, and it's not going to be paying off because the Spike and the rest of the team, they seem to want to head towards B instead, which is a really good call.
Yeah, they rung the doorbell. No one's home on the B side because they're all pushing outside of A. All right. Can't be too unhappy with finding a kill there. Wait a second. Guild, you need the spike. Okay. Ran back. A big workout for Ness. Running onto the B site, running back to get the spike. Now she's returning as well. G2 are like, why haven't they planted? Oh, maybe they are pushing spawn, which is actually the right read, but also just not getting the spike nearly in time.
G2 kind of running down their own version of the attacker's cosplay here. A couple of them going around. Ness, though, more than ready for it. Able to find the first kill. Between Ness and Anja, they're looking to kind of converge on this community here. Roxy and Main looking to do some damage. Not able to find anything, and it's going to be an almost flawless round for Guild as they bounce back into the 6-8. Only losing Karina. They hold on to both the Bulldogs as well as this rifle. So this is an anti-eco that could... Sorry, this is a bonus round that could very well go in their favor.
Yeah. We'll have to see what G2's pivot is now that they have full util, full rifles, everything. Because often what you'll see, and we didn't see it in the first half because the comps are so different, but when you're rocking Breach and Raze, it's so easy to set up traps around middle, right? You're gonna see Mary and Mimi play together, maybe for some early space if you look for an early concuss, something like this, but you can also play behind the Cypher trips, and then off of the information of those, slam a concuss, you drop in the paint shells as well, and it can fall apart very quickly.
Doing a little.
Smurfette. She's just in there. Finding one kill, it's traded out almost instantly, but removing Mary from the fight, you take that trade.
I think that's a trade that anybody would be happy to make. The powerhouse that Mary has been so far, but not just that, they also managed to pick up a rifle, so that might be a factor heading into this particular round. In the meantime, Karina kind of be on the lurk here. If Petra doesn't check this corner, it's gonna prove to be super difficult. Karina, though, unfortunately, shots not quite connecting, and that's gonna be a kill that G2 are gonna be very, very happy about. It was basically a freebie.
How do Guild pivot around this? This is the difficulty. They can't really play the war of attrition because the Cypher info is always going to have some presence around mid. Petro, when the flash returns, can look for a scouting flash outside of A. Should be back around 30-second mark. Yeah, 35 seconds is when that flash has returned, so she can use that if she wants, or decide to play retake with numbers advantage. That ends up being the call as we're looking to stack heavy on that B side of the map and then work back into A more as a unit.
Ooh. Heaven control as well. Anya looking to play aggressive here, capitalize on this position, but unfortunately the own dark cover kind of messes her up here, and Petra is able to get that kill. 2 remaining players right now as Ness finally finds a kill here onto Petra. Nesto super low here. Overgrowth available for Spidoka, but unfortunately not in the position to really use it. Still gets the kill though, so that's going to bring things down to a 2v2. Suddenly this bonus round looks extremely doable. Huge plays coming out of Spidoka, and now it's all down to the 1v1. Nest versus Roxy. Original teammate, past versus present. Roxy takes quite a bit of damage as well from the fragment here. Not quite able to stick the spike. We'll have to go and re-tap it, and Ness knows her timings. That's gonna be the bonus converted for kills. Beautiful plays, and 14 HP is all that remains, but it's all
it's another clutch for Ness. The pistol round right there too. Like just the perfect timing to go for the swing on so little HP, trying to catch that Cypher the second she tries to tap on the spike after the fragment runs out. Spidoka had some great kills on the site there too, but okay, Guild, I'm starting to believe. I'm starting to see it. There was so little time left on the clock when they pivoted into the A site. Definitely going to be thankful that G2 tried to stack over towards B, but when it came down to it, they're able to cruise through that one. Now G2 forced to just go Sheriffs.
How much do they really have to work with economy-wise? But, I mean, it's G2 and Sheriffs. I wouldn't exactly count them out. They've hit some really, really nutty shots before. They're playing much more passively, too. On these eco rounds, they're looking to perhaps let Guild make some mistakes, walk into their clutches, not quite check out their corners. Talking about corners, though, that's going to be Smurfette immediately finding that first blood as Petra gets a little bit too close for comfort there.
It's interesting. Petra is, I feel like, always the one to aggress first. I saw it back on Haven too, and she had some pushes down A lobby, maybe a little bit over eager. But hey, as IGL, you have that privilege. If Giuliano got to, you know, call herself in to go fight whenever she wanted, surely Petra has the same right to be able to do that. Maybe slightly suboptimal on the Sky, but on eco round, can't really fault her for trying something. Mary was also pushing into B main. But 5 versus 3, it is not so simple as, oh yeah, give her the ace, why not?
I feel bad for Smurfette. She's already had one ace stolen away from her. Looking for at least the second one. It does get the overgrowth in as well, so that's going to be a bit of a nice nifty heal to make sure that Smurfette is in full shape to get that ace. Now though, looking for more kills.
Frags. Eco frags. Eco frags. Eco. Oh.
Nope, you jinxed her. I can't believe you've done this.
That's my bad, guy. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it.
Oh my god, Roxy, no way! No way, Roxy gets almost lined up here, 4 on the round, looking for the half here, no time really, gets the ace, but I don't know if there's time for the defense.
She has it, she absolutely has it, yeah!
Oh my god.
Roxy just pulled off an ace! I was literally clowning on Guild because there's no way you should ever be able to win from that position. Then Roxy sees the back of Mary's head and turns it into the entire round.
Alright, Ender, I think that G2 should write you a nice little thank you note for caster cursing Guild here, but jokes apart, that was such a great round coming out of Roxy. That has to break the mental of any team going against them. That was a 1v5 out of 1 Cypher.
There's just no way. There's no way. And literally, Mary trying to hunt down the eco frags starts the Smurfette trying to hunt down the eco frags. Starts the fall, starts the domino as it allows the easy rifle into Roxy's hands. Roxy instantly shooting up to the top of the leaderboard of kills there as well. Welp.
Oh my. I think this is the 4th or 5th Euro theft that she has on board as well. Roxy has been farming up that ultimate. I think this is one of those few ultimates that still remains at 6 and is on an agent that is actually used in the game. So you do see it coming into play quite a bit, and now Roxy has it back again. In fact, G2, they are farming up quite a few of these ults. Gildex not exactly on the back foot either. Despite losing that round, they do have the economy to work with, but that has to be a moral blow. Like, that might be where this game changes.
Could definitely be a big pivot. This a round where Guild working down to the bare minimum. Losing this, that will carry over into a second round. It'll just be an early fault line coming through from Mimi, but Smurfette's completely beaten the timing, and Heaven is totally exposed. She's moving in instantly, while the rest of the team is working in on the ground. The battle for Heaven will be huge, and Smurfette takes down Roxy, while Mimi, stuck down in the corner of site, playing with her teammate, takes down 2, while Mary finds a 3rd in the back of site. The Rez attempts to come on through, and Guild have swung this round back in their favor.
That was such a nice shot coming out of Anya. You can always count on her to be so clutch. And the problem for Guild is that the spike is going to be dropped in the open. But hey, at least Anya off the back of that kill has it from the shadows to work with. Spike will finally go down. And now it's going to be a little bit of a convergence. The timing here, 2 kills already on the round and the third to boot. What looked like a round that Guild had finally gotten back into play. Well, Petra just says, nope, not yours, all ours. And G2 they get to 10.
Filthy things to Guild right there, and that was a swing round. G2 up to 10. Guild without a buy. They could have 1 rifle, 1 knives if they want to force something, and it all started off so well, right? But then here, Mimi going down, up, back down again with Mary in back sight. Made it close. There was still a res though, so G2 had numbers, and Petra just curving around the back sight. She had rotated over so quickly. Guild were not expecting anyone to be able to flood in from the ground nearly that fast. Thought the fight was going to be over elbow, but Petra was able to beat him to the punch and had the patience to guarantee herself at least the second kill. She didn't just instantly fire on the first.
Yeah, not much. Like you mentioned, the hero rifle gonna be there for Ness and the Blade Storm for Smurfette, but not much else for Guild to really work in here. It's gonna have to be some incredible heroics coming out of this players, and this is the advantage of having a Cypher on this map. You can just put down a tripwire and chill towards the rest of the map. That could be broken. It's gonna give away information that A-Heaven might be under pressure here. However, it does at least buy a little bit of time for G2 to get back into position. The spike itself, it seems to be kind of lackadaisically making its way towards this B site right now, where there is, surprise, another tripwire as well as quite a bit of utility, kind of stopping down the Guild presence.
Smurfette sees out the tripwire. Should be able to break. Actually, a teleport forward into the smoke. Anya gets shut down, but Smurfette is out onto the site. Lance trying to rat it up a bit, swinging out from back of this sign. It turns so much, but now G2 with the Rolling Thunder are running over everyone. Spinoka, there's no way she should be able to find that kill. Everyone is flashed, everyone is CC'd, but it turns into a close fight. Mary coming in from B main. I don't know how Guild made that so close with the utility that was just waylaid on them. But somehow they did. Mary clutches it up at the finish though.
One word, Spinoka. I don't know how she got 1, let alone 2 kills with the Sheriff there. I just don't know how, but
unreal.
Yeah. This is the biggest problem of not having a Cypher or Killjoy. You get flanked so many times, and I feel like Guild, they have to be kind of tired of it at this juncture.
Yeah, I mean, I would be at that point. I mean, they worked quickly up into B Heaven too. It's not even like it should seem like, you know, the flank should be coming in that quickly, but it managed to all the same. I wonder if Guild are going to realize, like, the Breach race has been so committed towards the A side. I think it's way easier for them to challenge into mid than they think. Even challenging into vents. Heaven has not been held very aggressively by G2. Wow, that could have been brutal. And Petra wants more, pushing forward into that one. She takes it and dips on out.
Oh, Karina finds the kill onto Mary, though. That's going to be the showstopper, no longer a consideration in this particular round. And she will have the Viper's Pit as well. So if she can get the spike down and put that ult and play around it, it might be the win condition that Guild desperately need. Because if they lose this round, it's basically game over for them. They have no more economy, no ults to work with. They're kind of staring down the end of the line here. And this is map number 2. Remember, they're already 1 down. Off the back of that oppressive presence towards that B side, they look to pivot into A. And it is almost empty. Mimi is still going to be there, though, so I wouldn't call it empty. It's Mimi.
Ooh, they would have heard the rotate coming out from Spadoka. Omen ultimate ends up being canceled.
Cover going out.
This isn't so simple for Guild. With a player up in B main, there's a great chance to try and swing out as the hit ends up coming in. All funneling on through. Petra has snuck in behind them somehow inside of the smoke. It's just a 1-for-1, but still a player in B main. They have to be so diligent watching for that. Roxy could break open this entire round right here, and now Guild inspecting. Anya still finds the frag.
Last player standing.
That was a really great kill. Spinoka fighting Glance as well, and now it's all down to Mimi. Tries to go for the spray there, but the counter tracers, Anya is able to quite easily track it, and that is going to be Guild staying alive in the series, keeping 3 of their rifles as well, despite investing that Viper's Pit. So all in all, a pretty good round out of them.
Petra has just sent herself in to look for some crazy timings, and I'm honestly surprised she wasn't able to turn this into a second one. Swung out a little bit wide. I think on Raptors maybe getting shot in the back there too. The timing was good, and was good enough for 2 kills in the round. I'm honestly shocked that Guild were so successful, even after they lost their prime way to get into that site.
Must wait a moment.
Now though, it's gonna be G2 on a little bit of an economic back foot here. That doesn't mean they're gonna lose. It's just that, you know, they don't really have the rifles to work with. They do have
Look
a couple
how far
of
up in
boats.
mid they are.
Yeah, they're just full sending it down, and honestly, I say more power to you if it works out. Roxy's still gonna be on this B side, kind of an anchor presence here, trying to hold the fort down. Does have a sheriff ready to go, but not quite able to connect the kill, and unfortunately, Smurfette will be able to find that into place. Flank now, full on flank coming in. That's gonna be that points of contact. 2 already, 3 in fact, despite being concussed. Absolutely nasty work, and now it's all just down to Mimi. She's not going to be able to find anything, and Guilds, they look like they're going to be able to bring this back.
All right, I'll give Nessa the first 2 kills. The third one was pure spray RNG. Just completely blessed on that one. Unreal that ends up working out. Watch this, because the first kill is not concussed. Second one's good, and then watch this. Oh, huh? That's a headshot? Okay, we take those, says Ness. Easy round for Guild.
I repeat, precise gameplay.
Oh, right. Yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. I'm ready for Mary to have some precise gameplay, gunplay, where abilities don't matter with this showstopper this round.
It's still in contention as well. Roxy gonna be shut down by the 0 point, will be pushed off the angle, but there is gonna be this time around backup, not just from the rifle, but also from Glad. However, Karina, a huge kill there onto Mary. No more showstopper in contention. And now off the back of that, G2's aggression, it is gonna be kind of put to a halt here. Guild looking to counter off the back of it, but again, Roxy just finds the first, not able to find the second, and the numbers advantage. I was gonna say stays in favor of G2, but Glan says, no, Zach, you're wrong. What's this? And gets
Yeah, no, G2 aren't going to stop fighting. You lose on one side of the map, might as well flip it on the other one. Now 2 on 2, they're getting pinched in the back of the flank for Mimi. Glance is not going to get hit by a flash coming out of the smoke here. Doesn't find the shots though. They've been able to scale up towards default. Glance is coming around the corner with a flash to support it. Petra sets that one up. Glance not overcommitting, waiting for the player in B main. She gets the 3rd kill of the round. Now Mimi has arrived. The concuss is there. No chance for Guild to win out in the round.
Match in series point. G2 1 round away from taking this series 2-0. Kind of the expectation that they set with the exception of that 1 open 3 last year. Every time they've faced Guild here in these best of 3s, they've always managed to come out on top significantly ahead. And it does seem to be more of the same. A timeout gonna be called here, but I gotta say, Under, Guild, they kind of, apart from getting like a couple of really good individual plays as a team, they seem to lack the cohesion on this attacking half here.
Yeah, and I hope this time out they're downloading how G2 play, because it's been stagnant the way G2 are setting up in these rounds. It's Mimi and Mary on the ground on A, with Sky playing up in male area, right, B heaven, and then Omen Cypher over towards B. Sometimes it looks like Roxy's gonna go place the tripwire and vents. That's been there. But apart from the early rounds, Roxy has been really leaning over towards the B site, and I think that if they ignore sort of playing on the ground early, right, the last round where Karina gets the kill off of the lurk, that was a great read they were able to adapt to. I think they can try to push into vents and take control of A heaven just to create some pressure, and then off of the sounds of rotations of those B players coming to A, that's where they can swing it back into B if they want. They're going to need some kind of scouting for B main, because we've seen Roxy in the past try to work up there in the past. But as I say that, it's actually Roxy switching over to the A site. So important that G2 are keeping it flexible, especially after these timeouts are called. So it's harder for Guild to get this read.
Really good rotation over towards that A side. Early info being taken off the back of that flash here from Petra. They know that there is going to be some mid presence at the very least. Trailblazer being instantly broken as well might lead to some damage, and that's such a beautiful counter flash coming out of Petra here, still staying alive. I don't know how with this full onslaught that seems to be jumping into B heaven. Not able to find a kill. It does seem like Guild are kind of forced to fall back here and reconsider what they want to do.
They're still somewhat locked in. Spike over in males. Petra goes for the fight. This is what I'm talking about. Petra a little bit over eager to take these fights at times. Gets punished for it, but Glance repositioning. You'll see if G2 ever go down in numbers, someone somewhere is stepping forward to take a very forward position and look for a fight to try and swing the round back. That's a standard for them, but Guild are going to go all in on the ground here, and they've lucked into a completely empty site.
They're also one off that null command, so if that does come into play, it's gonna mitigate any effect that Mary has with her showstopper here. They already do have control of the site. Smurfette is able to clear out every single nook and cranny, and I think that Guild might even be well served in getting a little bit more aggressive here, getting a little bit more control towards spawn, because they have no control towards the flank. I say that, and Ness is still able to hold strong. Mary finds one, but Ness says, "Hey, I'm watching. I'm ready for it." Anya tries to do a little bit of a from the shadows play, lurk back around, but Roxy more than ready for it. Does use the neural depth, but Smurfette doesn't need to know exactly where you are to kill you. That does seem to be the final case here. And now a 1v2 for Glance. Null command popped as well. No smokes available, which means that she can't just try to stick it inside the smoke. Position not known, but beautiful shot there.
Now she can.
Now she can indeed, and Glance able to tap the spike, get it down to half. There is so much that Ness has to do here, and this would be such an ignominious way to lose. Oh no, pros on fake, and that's why Glance is a pro here. G2 take it 2-0.
Heartbreak for Guild. I mean, these last rounds, the last few have just been robbed away from them. Literally, I don't even know. It's a 2-on-1, 3-on-1 situation, but getting a little over eager, I think, with the Omen ult back into spawn, the numbers advantage. And then Smurfette swinging out from CT when maybe a jump peek from B main would have been the better way to go. A little bit less likely the spam comes in. I'm not so sure. But it all turned around, and regardless of how it turns out, Guild managed to keep it close, even with the impressive utility play from G2 all around. If you did the math, I think like 70 to 80% of the gunfights they took had some piece of utility supporting it, and it was such a difference and made it so hard for Guild to ever fight that.
Yeah, I think the beginning of the end sort of for Guild was when, you know, it was that 2v5 scenario and Smurfette gives Roxy a rifle and Roxy says, "Hey, thanks for the present. Watch me ace."
This one.
Yeah, this one. So that's a round that I think any team would have their mental completely decimated after it, and it does seem like Guildex are no exception here. Just of course your old teammate being able to clutch out a 1v2 and get the defuse to boot. I think that's where it all started falling apart.
Yeah, I mean, you literally can't feel better than Roxy here. I mean, I'm sure friends on the team will be humble in victory, but getting an ace like that on the eco, oh yeah, you are feeling good about your life there. I think some good moments for Guild. Ness and the B-holds we saw, I thought we were going to see a few more clips of Ness, but even towards the later rounds after that 3K, had a couple of great lockdowns for Guild. But while they were able to string together a good fight, it wasn't enough to take down G2 in the end.
Yeah, Guildex, you know, they, like you said, they had moments of brilliance. Ness in particular was super good on this map, but I think that overall they've kind of been struggling to keep up there. They do have two, or like they have Karina, who's very, very new to the team, as well as to Game Changers in particular. And despite all that, the fact that they were able to put up a really impactful performance on Split, that's amazing. But I think we've chatted enough, and we're going to toss it over to our analyst to break it down for us.
Thanks, Zach and Anders. You guys are absolutely right. It was a fight indeed, down to the wire from Guildex. They've had some really good clutches. They had some really good rounds, but unfortunately, 13-9 is the scoreline, Sam, that G2 goes and are using to close out Split, and with that, making it a 2-0. And by the way, you both are right again with predictions.
Yeah, I'm a little disappointed. I was hoping that Guild would be able to put up a little bit more of a fight. I did mention at one point, I was like, oh, Guild have lost 0-2 to G2 in the past and then come back in the grand final and like absolutely smashed it. But it's still a bit of a letdown. And I know we put all the asterisks and the caveats and we said, you know, G2 won the roster shuffle and Guild have so much more that they need to compensate for and to work on and to try and prioritize. So there are a lot of asterisks and caveats, but all things considered, I'm impressed with how Guild played regardless. And of course, G2 just absolutely smashed it out the park.
G2O. I know that's going to be on Twitter later. So looking forward to that one. Pilski, when we're looking at the performances though from Guildex, it felt like there was signs of life. There was moments where we can kind of see glimpses of what they're capable of, but they really struggled to bring that consistency into their gameplay and have that show round after round after round.
Yeah, I think particularly on Split, Split was a super winnable game, particularly that clutch in the pistol. And then obviously later on, they had a really impactful clutch that actually set up their economy for success on that attacking side. That's where I thought that they should have run away with the game. I liked the way that they were working their mid default. They were getting a lot of space off the back of the Trailblazer from Spadoka and Smurfette just going and taking space and info up in towards Heaven. So that's where I thought that even though G2 had a great attacking side, I thought Guild would kind of fall flat. They haven't really had a rep on Split in the last couple of months, but their Split actually looked very, very good. And I really do think that they should have won this game of Split, but they made too many key mistakes and unfortunately just let it slip through their fingers a bit.
So when you're talking about making these key mistakes, what exactly would be one, in your opinion, a key mistake that they've continuously made?
I think like the 2v3, it's like mostly miscommunication, in my opinion. The 2v3 that they lost over on this A bomb site was one of them. One of those situations where Roxy got the ace from defense spawning towards the B site. They threw away almost all of their guns. This was the perfect example of it. Look at their economy here. They have a rock solid economy, attacking side, anti-eco. They should go through a round like this with 3 or 4 guns up, build up their economy. They even things up 8 and 8, and then they're in a position to potentially reset the defense economy again, maybe even take the lead. And even if they don't, just chip away at the guns and they can slowly, you know, kind of win the game over time. Unfortunately, in this case, they not only throw away all of their guns, but they also, you know, lose control of their economy and lose the round as a result of it. And that's really like one of those key mistakes that should not be allowed to happen.
Yeah, because we're looking at the scoreline right now, Sam, and it's 8-4 in favor of G2, but it's really weird to remember that when we started it off, it was 3-0 for Guild. So after the G2 timeout came through, something just clicked for them, and it was just press W.
Honestly, I always like to call round 4 the momentum shifting round. It's when you start to build some of that economy back in and you can start to turn things back in your favor. And that's what G2 did, right? They take that important timeout, slow things down a little bit, gather their thoughts and come back swinging. And, well, Roxy taking the MVP there. That warms my heart a little bit. You know, the newest player on the block for the G2 squad. And that's quite a stark contrast, I think, to, you know, obviously Guild's newest player. It's been pretty tumultuous, but I think that with a little bit of time, both of these rosters are really going to solidly cement. But again, I feel like G2 are on the winning side.
Yeah, when we're looking as well at the side of Guild, I want to start off with, we already said it, they didn't have as much time potentially as G2 goes in for solidifying and gelling everybody together in a way that G2 goes in has been capable of doing so. But it's a little bit of a theme that we're seeing here, Pilski, is those individual performances coming out. We've seen it on Haven, we've saw it now on Split as well, and that seems to be genuinely the reliance of Guild X.
Yeah, look, I think, you know, they played a decent game here today. You definitely had a couple of clutches that put them in a winning position on Split. I was honestly just, you know, looking at the veto, I'm not sure what they could have done much better, you know? Like, they picked Haven. That was a map that you saw G2 in the group stage barely win out against, you know, some of the teams that kind of struggled to even make it into playoffs. Neither of them made it into playoffs, whereas it's been a good map. And then even on Split, a map they have no reps on in the last couple of months, they actually put up a decent fight, and I thought they might have been able to take it out. So look, credit to them. They played a decent game here today. They played the veto well, but definitely some key things that they just need to iron out, but not a lot of time to do it now they're already in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and staying on the topic here of Ness and the individual performances coming out from Guild X, we have 2 clutches they would like to replay. I know that's your request here, Pilski. So why were these 2 clutches the most significant ones?
I think it was in the replay package already, but it was a pistol clutch was obviously massive to put them in position to start building up that economy momentum on the attacking side. And then obviously the clutch later on where they were able to set up their economy for success. The issue with that was when they were in that position, I think it was what, like 6-8, 7-8, around that mark. That's when that Roxy 1v5 came in. So all of that good work that Ness did, building up the clutch, having that impact play, starting to swing the momentum over to the attacking side, gets undone, unfortunately.
Yeah, Roxy was, again, one of the players this time around, Sam, the star of the show, both on Haven and on Split. What can we really attribute this to? Because it feels like the puzzle piece potentially that was missing for G2 Gozen.
Yeah, look, obviously they used to have Mary playing the Sentinel role in the chamber, which, as we said, was the pseudo duelist. So they never really had a committed, I suppose, Sentinel player. So I think bringing her in, this was, as you said, it was the exact missing piece that they needed to truly round out their roster. And this is the thing about Roxy, because yes, she can frag. We've seen it, right? That 5K was illegal. It should not have happened, but it did. And it's just because, you know, Roxy is built diff. And here's the replay, in fact, for you to check it out. And the fact that she gets the second kill off the back of the flash, then goes and gets that third one to make it 4. And the clutch here, I mean, Karina, this was a slight misplay, mistimed, a good attempt, but again, Roxy is just better. And this is the thing about her. So she can frag, but when she is anchoring, when she's giving that information over, when she's locking down a site, be it with KJ Util, with a Cypher Cam, with a Trapwire, whatever the case may be, she's on top of it. She's on top of her game. She might die, but what she gets in return is invaluable for her team, and that's what makes her such a phenomenal player.
Yeah, well, Hilski, these are the stats that you wanted to have a look at. Just a reminder, guys, it's G2 Roxy, not GLD Roxy. But in the group stage specifically, you highlighted earlier on today as well the fact that there has been a little bit of a discrepancy from how we've seen her perform in groups and how well she's doing right now in playoffs.
I mean, maybe there just wasn't like enough frags to go around in the server, especially when you're kind of stomping your way through the group stage. It's something I was kind of highlighting before in that anchor role, but 0.93 in groups. And then today here in the playoffs, she had a great game on Haven. Obviously started really hot and was second topping. It's hard to beat Mary when she's in that form, but particularly over there on Split, I think she stole the MVP away. So she's clearly in some good form. Whether that's a case of she's warming up into the team and she's building up more and more form in playoffs, and I think this was her stats for this series, you know, much better day at the office, or whether this was a case of she's playing her old team, she's playing with confidence, you know, she knows a few of their tendencies. And what I would say as well, especially if you're a Sentinel player playing against your old team's attacking side, you know, you can definitely throw a few cheeky setups in there and you know how to kind of play around things and defend things specifically. So, you know, whether it's going to be a case of that, I guess we just have to watch more and more games of the playoffs to find out.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're spot on in terms of having to wait and see how she performs. And in that regard, Sam, the next team that they're up against is going to be Ascend. So how are you feeling about this one? Because G2 looked unstoppable today, but Ascend did top their group.
Well, it's two different groups, and I think that G2, given the opportunity, well, they are going to stake their claim. They don't want to take that lower bracket run. They want to run all the way through to the grand finals, get a little bit of a break for themselves, and have some time just to mellow out before that final showdown and take that first place spot. They're aiming for champs again, right? We know this. We expect it, and we also expect them to maintain their form.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, wait no longer, because we have Mary from G2 goes in ready for the interview. I mean, formidable, incredible performance from her so far today. So hello.
Hello.
Hi, Helen, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
Lovely. I mean, you guys had an incredible performance today against GLD. A little bit of a rivalry, a little bit of, you know, old GLD roster joining G2 goes in. So how was that coming into today? Because you guys haven't played them yet.
Honestly, like, there are rivalries, as you said, so for me it wasn't something new, and especially because we lost against them in the finals, were my first tournaments. I mean, we just played our game, and that's about it from my side, I think. Yeah.
Cool.
Now, obviously, you know, you've got a new player coming in as well, with Roxy, and we've always known how incredible she is, but we were saying on the desk a little earlier about how she kind of slots in perfectly and fills a spot that obviously you used to play the chamber, but the chamber's like the pseudo duelist. So do you feel like she's kind of rounded out the team, and how has it been kind of onboarding her with the rest of the team?
Of course, we picked her for a reason, and, you know, like, it just, like, all the pieces just go together, you know? So I think she's a perfect fit for the team, and as I said, like, we all complete each other in some way.
Yeah, just to kind of pick up on what you were saying there, I wanted to ask you what it's like to be playing with Mimi on the breach, because I was noticing, you know, you guys have a lot of set plays on split where you're going fast into ropes straight up mid, the double satchels, or even on the first map as well. Seemed like she was pretty on point with the fault lines. So what's the communication like for you guys?
I mean, of course, like these are like such shots like that we have. Like we've obviously played this like specific round 1,000 times, or I don't know how much, but yeah, like we do have these small things, and I'd say like the synergy between me and Mimi, it's like we both understand what, like she always understands when I want things, and I just go and kill. So I think that's about it.
Cool.
I mean, we can tell when it comes to synergy, both in-game and offline, you know, carrying IRL and just behind you as well. Pretty funny. But how do you, as a team, get to build that kind of synergy? Because it just feels like a bunch of friends, a bunch of, you know, clowning, but also having a really good time on the server.
I would say that, you know, we get to hang around like a lot with each other. And I think that kind of like also adds up in-game. Like once you, I don't know how to say this, but I feel like the synergy has just always been there for me personally. Ever since I joined the team, I never really struggled with anything when it comes to synergy. But yeah, I think it's also about like just time, you know, and getting to know each other, and yeah, I guess.
I'm just kind of curious because obviously you guys didn't come through flawless in your group. You did in fact drop one game to BBL. So I was kind of wondering, like, what happened there? What was the big surprise? I know that they're kind of unknown quantities, but I mean, you're G2.
I mean, yeah, we're G2, but there's nothing wrong with losing, right? As long as we learn from our losses, that's what matters to us. And nothing is perfect. We, like, okay, we might have won the championship, but, you know, we all have our flaws, I'd say. And it's all about, like, reflecting and understanding how to fix things. So I think that loss personally for us was a great thing. We learned a lot. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
That's lovely to hear. You have another game coming up, and that's going to be up against Ascend. Now, they went undefeated in their respective group. So how are you feeling about going up against them?
I mean, like, of course, we go in with respect, as always. And we just play our game, they play their game, and we'll see how it goes. But yeah, they're good.
Yeah, I mean, you're good too. We've seen you today on the server, but thank you so much for taking the time for the interview.
Of course.
Have a good evening.
You too.
And we'll see you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks. The confidence, the respect. We love it. Gonna be something to look forward to when they're up against Ascend. But I do think when we're listening to what Mary is saying, that touching up on the point of, yes, losing is okay. I think that takes away as well a little bit from the pressure potentially, Pilski, that some of these teams can be feeling when they have had touched such incredible heights and they've basically reached the top of the top. So you get that pressure onto you, but having the mentality of losing is okay. That's quite a great place to be in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard, even harder to stay on top once you get that position, to be honest, because everyone's kind of hyper-focused on you. You're getting anti-stratted, you're getting other teams getting more familiar with your style. It's definitely going to be harder to kind of maintain that position as the top team. And the fact that you've had a couple of teams, you know, consistently place very, very well just shows the quality of those teams and the coaching staff as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But also with today's games means that the bracket has changed a little bit because the losers have dropped to that lower bracket and the winners are going to be continuing through in that upper bracket, going up against BBL and Ascent. We're going to have a graphic pop up at some point, I promise you, because we're all visual learners. But if you can just like want to do this podcast style, oh, there we go. We don't have to do a podcast style. I love that. So with KC and G2 goes and winning, Ascent and BBL are up against each other, but also with Guild and CBA losing, that they dropped to the lower bracket. So for them, Sam, it's literally do or die.
Yeah, it's definitely a stressful position to be in. They do get a day off now. They can kind of take a moment and regroup themselves a little bit, watch some of the games that are going to be happening tomorrow and get a feel for what their next day might look like. But for right now, it's kind of lick the wounds a little bit and prepare yourselves that little bit better. I think particularly for Guild, we've said, right, a lot of speed bumps coming into this particular GC. So for them, I think that extra little bit of time just to regroup is going to be super instrumental.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to kind of touch upon that regrouping, licking your wounds, going through what's happening tomorrow, having that opportunity to step back and watch your own VODs, watch the action that's taken on Pilski. From a coaching perspective, what do those next steps look like?
I mean, it's kind of difficult because, you know, you're knocked into the lower bracket. You only have one day to really turn things around. So what it looks like is, how has your preparation been over the last little bit? You know, you can't magically become a completely different team overnight. You can, you know, hot fix one or two things if there's some glaring issues, and you can try to swap things around. But for the most part, you'll be the same team tomorrow. It's just about trying to be the best version of yourselves and bring the best mentality into the server.
Ooh, that's some very deep, hard-hitting, inspirational quotes coming out. I do respect that, but thank you guys so much for tuning in for today. Tomorrow, our two other bangers, best of threes coming your way in that upper bracket. KC up against BBL, and G2 goes in against Ascend. So you don't want to miss those. Have a good evening, and we'll see you then.
Nice try.
One enemy remaining. Here comes the party. One enemy remaining. One enemy remaining.
Claw to continue stacking up those orbs.
One enemy remaining. One enemy.
It is over.
That's my bad, guy. I know I didn't mean it.
One enemy down B. Defenders win.